Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 106, Hunter. Seijin wasn't sure what he'd expected to find when he reached the battlefield where the 9th Division was fighting. Perhaps he'd find them finishing off the last pockets of enemy resistance, or maybe being deep in search for one of the anchors they had to destroy. Maybe he'd thought he'd find the Shinigami holding the line against the mixed forces of Quincy and Arrancar with the help of the Captain Commander's Bankai soldiers, while the old man himself was single-handedly dealing with Aizen and his bodyguards to avoid putting his subordinates into danger. He might have even thought it possible they'd find the enemies sitting in a corner and surrender, as Captain Commander Yamamoto dictated terms to them after an easy victory against an enemy whom arrogance had led them to overestimate their strength. He'd certainly not expected to find the 9th Division scattered, with a few pockets of resistance that were being harried by the combined enemy forces, which appeared to include the raised soldiers of Captain Yamamoto's Bankai as their allies, rather than opposing them. Normally, Seijin would have been left shocked by such sight, but after experiencing the loss of his own Zanpakuto, he knew that this meant the Captain Commander had been hit by an Auswallen, and his power turned against his Shinigami. Seijin idly wondered how that had been achieved. The Quincy who'd gotten him had needed to control Seijin's movements by attacking a bystander, force him in a defensive position with a large area of effect attack, and camouflaged his weapon to hide the danger, which was quite a lot of effort. He could only assume that whatever had been used against the Captain Commander had been even more convoluted. Still, he pushed the thought away. It wasn't really important, and he could ask later. Right now, he needed to take control of the situation, as letting the Shinigami who were following him be overtaken by shock was the worst possible thing to do. He might have been hoping that rejoining forces with the Captain Commander's forces would have helped his soldiers, but now that it seemed instead it would be his 7th Division who needed to help the 9th, he wasn't about to fail in providing support. As he charged forward into the enemy group with a single shunpo that caught them unaware, he focused all of his Hakuda on determination, as without his sword, he needed more than the mere steel-like durability. In addition to hardness, he also needed weight, as together with his own large size, they would give him the impact he needed to simply barrel through the back of the enemy lines, sending Quincy collapsing to the ground with ease and using clever positioning to smash Arrancar into each other to neutralize their greater strength with sheer momentum. He also made sure to clump the Arrancar together in the same area, so that the 7th Division following after him could line up strikes at their masks with ease, with Iba especially making his wind sphere hyperdense and using it to completely destroy several Arrancar, while Komamura opened a path toward the larger remaining enclave of the 9th Division Shinigami. There was a moment of surprise among the troops as he broke through the enemy lines. Then the commander, a dark-skinned girl with waist-length bleached blonde hairs and a uniform which had been ruined enough through the fighting her midriff had been left bare, grinned in absolute happiness upon recognizing him. "Captain Komamura. It's so good to see you, sir. I was getting worried we were moments away from being overwhelmed." He breezed past her, using Ho-Ho to extend his lunge so that his fist closed around the throat of the Arrancar who'd been just about ready to strike with what looked like a drill arm, and to her credit, the young woman was quick to take advantage, her hit causing an explosion that pulverized the enemy, sent a few of the surrounding ones stumbling back, and would have left Seijin with a scorched hand if he'd not already been shielding his whole body with Hakuda. She looked odd at the fact he'd survived her explosion without any harm at all, but he didn't let that distract him, instead nodding in acknowledgement to her skill and then asking, his tone direct. "Your name, officer?" "Ah. I'm Yuri Yayahara, 3rd Seat of the 9th Division, currently in charge since Asuka and Hizo just got murdered by that thing." Seijin turned to watch what the girl had pointed her finger about, and saw what looked like a pure hollow, not an Arrancar, although it was perhaps possible for it to be one of the released forms he'd heard about their opponents having. Its hollow mask was more of a massive deer skull, which topped a massively muscular male torso and a lower body completely covered in brown fur, with massive 2-digit hooves instead of human feet. Similar brown feet covered the creature's forearms, although it still had humanoid one, and the mane of hairs that reached down to the middle of his back was far darker in color, very nearly black, and it sported a snake-like tail as long as he was, whipping behind him with enough power to rip chunks of concrete from the ground or any building it happened to strike. The most worrisome thing about the creature was its sheer size. It was so tall that none of the surrounding fighters, be they Quincy, Shinigami, or even the Captain Commander's burned soldiers, reached past its belly, and while normally, any one of Seijin's titans would have dwarfed it, Seijin didn't have any of them along. Defeating the creature without his Zanpakuto was going to be tricky. Captain Komamura, sir? Is that Lieutenant Hisagi you have slung on your shoulder? Shuei wheezed at that, but while he was still conscious and could, in theory, fight, the wound Tuan had inflicted on him had still severed his lung, so that he could neither move nor really speak. So, Seijin turned to Yayahara and nodded, before going along to say. That's right. So, if the monster is the biggest threat, why didn't you gang up on him? And what of the Captain Commander, why isn't he here? What happened? The young woman looked surprised at the question, but to her credit, despite the situation being far from optimal, she didn't take long to explain. We think the Captain Commander is fighting there, she pointed with her Zanpakuto, because there was a whole giant wave collapsing a palace a bit ago, and we can see flashes of flames coming from there from time to time, see, like that. Seijin looked, and see what Yayahara meant as a nearby palace suddenly had a large section of its walls go up in flames. He nodded, and the third seed continued. The burning soldiers were the thing that got us into trouble and really made the formation crack, but even before that, we weren't doing too well. There was a Quincy who could puppeteer people, and even when that one left, we still have those 3 Aaron cars there leading the charge, and none of us can really do much to them. Asuka and Hizo, our first and second seats, were holding them back, but then the big one showed up, and now the only reason they haven't taken us out is because fourth seat Rindo, can counter them a bit. She gestured, and Seijin saw a tall man, with shaggy black hairs and a focused expression, wielding a released Zanpakuto which looked like a segmented whip, with what looked like a different icon engraved on each of the 12 different sections of his weapon. How that worked was clarified immediately, as he thrust with 2 fingers at one of the segments and a tiger-shaped Reishi construct jumped out of it to push an Aaron car back, before the boy turned, twisting his weapon around himself while touching a different segment, which caused the tiger to dissolve and a different Ryotsu construct to erupt from the blade, this one shaped like a giant ram's head, which deflected a pair of chakram who had been thrown at him with enough force that, even deflected, they still cut down several of the nearest Aaron car who didn't manage to get out of the way in time. Versatile as the boy's Shikai seemed to be, it was clear that he was outnumbered, as the 3 Aaron car who were alternating in attacking him were circling in the air and seemed to be slowly closing in. The one who had been pushed back by the Ryotsu tiger was a tall and muscular woman wielding a large broadsword. She had black skin and long, curly brown hair, and was wearing a minimalist bone armor composed of only forearm bracers, a chest plate, a thick necklace and a 3-sectioned crown around her head. For all that she'd just pushed back, there was a confidence to her gaze that suggested she had expected something of the sort to happen and wasn't worried about it. The second one, who had wielded the chakram, instead looked quite annoyed, but not in the manner of one who has seen a winning strike defeated. Instead, Seijin recognized the expression in her differently colored eyes, one gold, one blue, as the frustration of somebody who had to keep up suppressive fire against an opponent despite wanting a more meaningful engagement. An hothead, but one willing to do what was required for her team to succeed. She was wearing an high-collared, short-sleeved white jacket with a V neckline, and 2 spiked bracelets around her one arm which she severed from her arm and threw with a single movement, the weapons already reforming from her body. The last one was moving above the other 2, sporting the amused expression of somebody for whom everything was going according to plans, her long olive-green hairs secured to one side by large, segmented hair clippings of white bone, and wearing a long dress with a collar of black fur, 2 crossed belts around the waist, and her one arm covered by a sleeve long enough to completely hide her hand. She was notable for having her Ryotsu stretched out into the air, pulsating in thin yet noticeable waves, rather than concealed like most Aaron car kept theirs, and when a pulse had the broadsword wielding one switch from a retreat to a frontal charge, he realized she was using it to coordinate the action from the other 2. It was an impressive level of teamwork, one that spoke of long familiarity of a type he rarely saw from Hollows. It was clear, to Seijin at least, that if something wasn't done, the trio of Aaron car was going to defeat the 9th Division's 4th seat, and after that the few holdouts were going to break and be slaughtered. That needed to be corrected. Perhaps aware of his train of thought, Yayahara was still speaking, her tone apologetic. I wanted to help him, but my power really isn't suited to countering any of those 3, and somebody was needed to hold the line here against Ion, the big monster, that's what they called it, or it'd slaughter everybody. What if you didn't have to? The young woman blinked, surprised, but he didn't let her the time to doubt. In a situation like this, the people taking point needed to be confident, and half the trick to showcasing that confidence was in not giving oneself the time to worry in the first place. Yayahara already seemed to have some of that focus, so all Seijin needed to do was help her by showing the path ahead. He was confident she would be able to follow, and drag her division along. So, he went on, in a firm tone. If you don't have to take care of the beast, which of those three do you think you would be able to hold off the longest? The swordswoman, maybe? Since I'm better in close combat than at range. Good, then take care of that. Then he turned to his lieutenant and said, in a firm tone, Iba, you take care of the one with the long sleeves up in the air, so the boy can deal with the disc thrower. Iba simply nodded, but Yayahara still looked confused, so Seijin grinned, as much as his canine muzzle allowed him to, and said, letting confidence fill his voice. I'll take care of this Aion beast, you go help your friend. And then, without waiting, he used Shunpo to charge at the large creature. The Hollow seemed to immediately notice the upcoming threat, and swung one of his large punches at him with surprising speed. He only barely managed to raise his forearm in a guard position, hardening it with disdain while he weighted his feet to the ground with determination. The sheer strength of the impact still left him reeling, but he wasn't sent flying as he might have been, and since he'd expected that, he'd used a dual-layered Hakuda on his forearm, with the outer one being crafted from affection. Having its arm trapped caused Aion a moment of puzzled surprise at its inability to pull back, and that was all the time Seijin needed to strike back at the monster's arm with a knife hand chop, hardened with Hakuda disdain, aiming to cut the arm of the creature off at the elbow. However, what happened, instead of cutting through or even just leaving a dent in, was that his attack simply bounced off. The surprise at that caused Seijin's next reaction to be too slow to block the follow-up straight direct from the creature, a hit far more powerful than Aion's size warranted, which sent Seijin's flying backwards. The pain from the hit had his body seizing in pain and made him grit his teeth, and it was all he could do to twist his shoulder so that Shihei's body fell from it into the ground, so that it was only Seijin himself to be smashed into a wall by the attack. Even wrapped in his layered Hakuda coat as he was, it still took a moment for Seijin to recover from the impact, shaking his head to push away the befuddlement of it, but he still managed to roll to his feet and out of the way just a moment before Aion barreled right into the same building, smashing through it with enough force to bring the structure down on its head. Seijin found himself panting as he took a step back from the ruins, knowing it wouldn't be long before the monster came back, and considering how difficult it was going to be to fight an Arrancar of such strength when he didn't have a Zanpakuto to pierce his Iero with, and then almost stumbled when the heel of his boot smacked into Shihei's side. Shihei, who, Seijin saw, still had his Shikai active. Which, of course, it would have to be, since it was the only thing keeping him alive. The thought brought some calm to Seijin, and even as Aion burst out of the collapsed building, sending blocks of broken concrete and shattered bricks flying, he said, his tone deliberately mild. Shihei, do you think you have the strength to use your Shikai against that thing? He received a wheezing as an answer, but while Seijin wasn't very good at perceiving emotions, he was focused enough on the wounded lieutenant to feel the sense of denial in his Ryutsu. Seijin nodded, even as Aion began to charge at him, and asked them, as a follow-up. Then, would you mind if I borrowed it for a moment? The feeling he perceived to that comment was a sense of fierce affirmation, which was good enough reason for Seijin to grab the chain of Shihei's Shikai, taking care not to get wounded by it, and dragged it behind himself as he ran toward the charging Hollow, only to use Shunpo to dodge out of the way at the last moment, but only after throwing the Shikai with all of his strength. The feeling of dread he detected just as the Zanpakuto slammed into Aion's chest and pierced through that told him Shihei had been able to at least sharpen its blade with proper timing, and while the moment of empowerment didn't last long, it did so long enough for the sickle-shaped to slam into one of the largest chunk of the demolished building, pinning Aion in place. Seijin hadn't expected that to hold the creature for long, and indeed it did not, as it freed itself with a powerful heaving movement and then pulled the chain to the side, sawing half of its chest to remove it, obviously trusting in its ability to regenerate from it. He had, however, expected something like that to happen, as he'd jumped into the air the moment after he'd thrown Shihei's Zanpakuto, and when Aion opened a big wound into its own body, he dove down, stabbing his Hakuda hardened hands into the not yet regenerated wound, using all of his strength in an attempt to tear the creature apart. He felt the monster's body cracking at its effort, holding his breath to keep himself from inhaling the hollow's noxious riot soot, which was flowing out of the wound in a gaseous form and which would melt him from the inside. But before he could finish, Ayon moved to smash him against his large chest with his fists, but Seijin jumped, letting the creature smash itself instead. Having not expected the impact, Ayon collapsed to the ground, but when Seijin tried to close in, the monster struck at him with his tail, forcing him back, and he could see that the monster was already taking advantage of the pause in his offense to regenerate. He tried to push through, but the tail whipped at him, striking his muzzle and, in a moment of anger, he clamped down with his jaws on it. Naturally, they didn't pierce the skin, however, they gave him enough of a hold to pin the enemy limb down, and seizing the opportunity, he immediately moved his hands to grab the tail, fully immobilizing it. Ayon growled in fury, slowly getting back to its feet, which Seijin knew would give the hollow leverage enough to free his tail. Unwilling to let that go, he tried the only thing he could think of, using Hakuta to wrap his very own teeth in steel, and then bit down with all of his strength, and while he felt his skin bleeding from the sheer effort of it, he managed to bite through. The hollow let out a scream of pain, and before it could finish getting up, Seijin wrapped the rest of his body in multiple layers of determination, increasing his own weight to the point he had trouble moving his own body. However, it also gave him the time to properly hug the tail with his whole arms and then, by leaning backwards, to leverage the position into lifting the beast and, with a brutal heave that had him feel the muscles of his back breaking under the strain, he threw the monster in one of the burning buildings, watching as the Captain Commander's flames devoured the creature in a sudden blaze as it disappeared inside of them. Seijin then collapsed, panting heavily, and took a moment to watch the few small puddles that were forming as a result of the many wounds he'd took throughout his fight with both the Quincy and this hollow, contemplating whether he had the strength to get back up. He was still catching his breath when a voice said, in a pitiless tone, "Have you tired of running, Seijin?" He looked up, at the form of Tuan staring him down, and even as he slowly got back to his feet, he couldn't help but consider whether there was any real chance he could actually win, or if this was going to be how he ended. Still, hesitant as he was, he didn't let his enemy know, instead making his most feral grin, as he raised his armored hands in a guard position, and answered, as firm as he could. "Only because I'm ready to take you down once and for all, traitor." Chapter 107, Prices. As he mustered his strength for the battle ahead, Yamamoto carefully focused on the many burning soldiers that were forming a semicircle around him. While they didn't have emotions he could detect and thus use to predict their actions, he could still use Ho-Ho to make a very thin layer of his skin incredibly vaporous, so that it would immediately be affected by the slightest movement, giving him a perfect ability to sense any incoming attacks from them the very instant they were even conceived of. However, instead of turning his Bankai against him immediately, Haiwan raised Ryu and Jaka above his head, before bringing it down in a very large arc that sent out a wave of fire a dozen of meters tall. The attack wasn't aimed at Yamamoto, moving instead to hit one of the nearby office buildings around them and setting it immediately on fire upon impact. Haiwan cackled madly at that, shouting such power. As he let out two more swings, releasing large walls of fire so hot they set the very pavement on fire in a way meant to box him in while setting more of the surrounding structures aflame, before he finally aimed the tip of the weapon at Yamamoto, shouting, "Let's see how you like it when it's used against you." Before sending forth a gigantic ball of fire, so large that it filled the entire street from wall to wall, and taller than any of the multi-stories building they were surrounded by. Almost impossible to dodge. And so, Yamamoto didn't even try. Instead, he wrapped himself in protective Hakuta coat, the traditional defense against most burning attacks. And, where a lesser Shinigami might have been unsure on whether a coat of fear, to try and weaken the fires with cold, or one of loneliness, using its insulating properties to keep the flames from propagating, the Captain Commander used both, weaving together in 4 layers, 2 of each alternating, and let the flames wash harmlessly over his body without moving. If he'd been the one wielding the flames, that wouldn't have worked, but, as was to be expected of somebody stupid enough to challenge Soul Society, his incompetent opponent had no idea how to use Ryu and Jaka properly. While the Quincy was mindlessly reveling in the sheer destruction his Shikai enabled, the Captain Commander had noticed that the fires weren't all that powerful, as the brick and stone had somewhat melted instead of catching fire, meaning the heat was only that of Ryuinjaka itself, not empowered further the way Yamamoto wielded it. And that meant that, with proper defenses, the flames could be stopped, and with defenses of the level Yamamoto could muster, they were no threat. Haiwan's mad cackling stopped, his jaw hanging open in surprise when he saw Yamamoto had withstood the attack fully unarmed, and he immediately took advantage, the ground cracking under his feet as he moved forward in a single shunpo step, his fist armored in heavy determination swinging at the Quincy. His opponent managed to just barely dodge, although he was still clipped on his chest. Yamamoto felt the hard, steel-like quality of the man's blood defense, and also how the sheet density and quantity of his own Ryutsu had dented it slightly anyway, before the fist slammed into the pavements and caused it to crack open and collapse into a large crater from the combination of sheer strength and Hakuda-enhanced weight. Haiwan hadn't expected for the ground to simply disappear under his feet and stumbled as a result, but he still barely managed to make an uncoordinated gesture with his sword and send a spear of flames flying. Yamamoto scoffed and countered with a straight punch, forming a layer of repulsive Ryutsu underneath the large amount he'd massed around his hand to shot that one forward as a projectile, while also converting what had been stone-like determination into ice-like fear. It was an easy emotion to handle, mostly because, while he'd not felt it himself in centuries, he was used to sensing it on nearly everybody he encountered, and the knowledge of the many subtle variations it could take made it easy to tweak the one he sent forth to be cold enough that the gravel particles left in the air by his previous punch were frozen solid. And, of course, the lance of fire Haiwan had sent his way was snuffed out easily and completely. The Quincy's eyes widened at the sight of his attack being so totally neutralized, and he used his Hirin Kyoku to get away faster, avoiding Yamamoto's follow-up swipe with the edge of his knife hand sharpened with disdain. Haiwan appeared to have anchored platforms under the solace of his feet to achieve such a faster reaction, which Yamamoto hadn't known a Quincy could do. If not for the trick, he was confident he would have beheaded Haiwan with that strike. Still, it was only a matter of time before he managed to land a hit, since the Quincy couldn't run forever if he wanted to kill him. Yamamoto began to slowly walk toward his enemy, ignoring the blasts of fire that Haiwan sent his way with desperate swings, letting them be snuffed out by his Hakuda defense to drive home the point to the Quincy of how much below him the mortal was. That put some genuine terror into Haiwan for a moment. Yamamoto could sense it, but then the Quincy's eyes narrowed, and Yamamoto's detection through Ho-Ho told him that all of the burned soldiers were converging on him at once. It seemed that his opponent had finally gotten his fill of pointless destruction and was ready to actually try and use the Bankai he'd stolen. Not like it was going to help. Yamamoto spun on himself, knowing that the enemy closing in was an enemy hollow who had a crystalline body made of spikes which injected a powerful paralytic venom, a quick enemy and dangerous, but fragile. Yamamoto used Ho-Ho to extend his leg, making it lighter and flexible like a whip, while he wrapped the foot in a shell of hardened determination with Hakuda at the same time. The spin added a lot of acceleration to the attack while the use of Ho-Ho tripled his reach, allowing the heavy flail-like attack to smash into the hollow and shatter it into an explosion of poisonous shards far enough away from Yamamoto that he was at no risk of being hit by them, at least, not before he switched the Ryutsu to repulsion and then pushed it away from his foot, resulting in sending all of those spikes into a cluster of burned soldiers, causing them to collapse to the ground but not, importantly, be defeated, which would keep Haiwan from simply calling them back again, while a quick use of Ho-Ho called his leg back to his body so that he, himself, wasn't it. With his foot nearby but still raised, he wrapped it in determination and slammed it down, cracking the ground so that the emerging hollow, the same Vastolord with the sound powers that he'd called against the female Espada, stumbled before it could attack, and Yamamoto struck, letting Ryutsu erupt from himself in a large cloud charged with pride, the acidic effect investing the solidar and reducing it to a puddle before it could strike. Even as that was happening, he crouched to dodge under the swing of a traitorous Shinigami, one of those who'd tried and failed to lead a revolution, grabbing the haft of the man's scythe, since the blade would secrete acid, while he smashed with his palm open into the enemy's belly and let his anger run free, setting the burned soldier on fire once more. Ripping the scythe like Zanpakuto, Yamamoto unerringly threw it at a much larger, ox-like hollow, whose armor was though enough it would take a lot of time to break it without Zanjutsu. However, the one he'd stolen from his soldier lasted long enough to lodge itself in the creature's mask and unleash its acidic payload into it, causing the burned hollow to collapse, before the Zanpakuto itself turned to ashes as its former wielder finished burning down. 6 more burned soldiers had managed to close in on him now, but Yamamoto didn't wait for them there, instead using Ho-Ho to lighten his body, combined with Hakuta to strengthen his leg muscles, to jump high into the air above them, and then, in the moment they were confused, he kicked down, sending a large burst of fear-powered Ryotsu to capture them all, freezing them in place. Most other of his soldiers, being burning, would free themselves from such a trap quickly, but Yamamoto knew that, while all of those former soldiers had powers that were very dangerous in close combat, they also lessened the heat they would project, making a freezing attack a perfect way to take them down. He then charged forward, using Shunpo to keep running in the air, as he'd expected, a large bird-like hollow with a spiked beak and currently skeletal Quincy who'd been very good at creating midair platforms. The bird was highly lethal, having the ability to secrete electricity on contact and to increase the voltage at will, while the Quincy was a problem because the platforms would allow it to bring the majority of soldiers who couldn't take advantage of it into a mid-air flight, while also having a propensity for shooting nets. So, Yamamoto charged at the Quincy, which predictably prioritized shooting a net at him, while the bird flew in, hoping to take Yamamoto from the side. Instead, what happened was that Yamamoto coated himself in loneliness, which would insulate him from the electricity, and used Ho-Ho to stretch his arms and grab the bird midair. Normally, that would be a bad idea, since loneliness was hard to keep up for long and the bird would never stop releasing electricity, but Yamamoto pulled the bird close and then threw it to the net, causing it to trap the creature before using a push of repulsive Ryotsu to slam the bird into the dead Quincy, taking both down as the electricity caused the Quincy platform to collapse and the two to fall to the ground, their bodies smashed so they couldn't interfere, but not destroyed, once again, stopping them from being called forth again. As he straightened up from his position, still standing in midair, Yamamoto saw the shock on Haiwan's face, and scoffed at him before saying, his words dripping with the disdain he had for his opponent. "You truly thought that throwing my very own soldiers at me would do anything but slow me down? You seem to forget, I slaughtered each one of them, personally. I know their weaknesses, because I exploited them before, and I can exploit them again, as many times as necessary. You might have stolen my power, but that only took away some of my options, it did nothing to make you stronger, Quincy." Haiwan's expression turned into a furious frown, then he answered. "Is that so? Well then, I guess we shall see how well you hold up against the superiority of our sacred arts when they are wielded by the strongest Quincy of all times, now that you can't just hide behind your flames to ignore what I am capable of doing." And then, to Yamamoto's annoyance, the man once again formed that same metal armor with wings that he'd formed before, with the Hiran Kyoku disc above his head that he'd attached Ranso Tenge strings to in order to manipulate the wings and move himself around, while a bow formed in his free hand. It looked just as silly as it had the last time Haiwan had summoned this mockery of one of Yamamoto's favorite ways to keep large amounts of his fire at hand. Then, the Quincy started zipping around in the air so fast that, even with the hypersensitive Ho-Ho skin he was using to sense vibrations, Yamamoto had trouble following, while doing so with the naked eye was impossible, and he had to grudgingly acknowledge that his opponent had at least found some use for the weird setup, even if he'd merely copied Yamamoto's own without understanding his reasons for it. He didn't even try to close in, knowing he wouldn't be able to, and without his Shikai, he found himself forced to rely on Kido instead, which made him grimace. He knew the chants and gestures for most of them, but with his Shikai being able to replace them for most uses, he'd only practiced a handful to bring them down to combat casting speed. And even with that, they were so vastly underpowered compared to his Shikai, the idea of having to rely on such a subpar skill angered him. Yamamoto waved his arm in a large gesture, sending a dozen of pillar-sized spears of drilling golden light flying in a large arc. However, the attack was too slow, with Haiwan leaving them behind himself despite the fact that Yamamoto had aimed the shots in a leading trajectory in hope to have him run into them. The projectiles smashed into a large building instead, causing a large crack to open going from one side to the other before the top of the structure simply collapsed into the street. Even with the attack missing, it seemed like it had put some fear into Haiwan. Yamamoto could just barely sense it, and so the Quincy shot a broadsword from his bow, sending it straight at him. The captain commander closed his fist to call forth a large, house-sized disc made of interlocked chains with the thickness of a human arm to act as a shield. The sword itself was stopped, but it revealed itself to have been one of the Quincy's Heilig Feel, as it splattered all over the shield and then started to melt straight through it, forcing Yamamoto to dismiss the Kido so that the acid didn't open a hole in his defense that he wouldn't be able to notice. When the shield disappeared, Yamamoto saw that Haiwan's attack had been a distraction, as large pillars were rising from the ground, while a multitude of floating platforms were hovering in the sky, with long strings descending from them to connect with the pillars themselves. Haiwan cackled, and shouted in a mocking tone. "Here, despair in front of the power of the ultimate Stern Ritter." And then, swords started to form in midair, with suddenly grown spikes from the pillars acting as support bows while some of the Ranso Tenge strings being used to pull back others of the other strings, and a veritable barrage of swords were flying through the air, being shot at high speed from multiple angles at once. Yamamoto raised more of the giant shields, but each of the swords seemed to be carrying a different effect, some setting the Kido on fire, others electrifying one turning it to stone, another causing propagating crack on anything it touched, and at least one simply disintegrating one of the shields on impact in its entirety, which forced Yamamoto to dodge the 3 more swords that had been flying behind it and which he'd hoped the shield would block. He countered the increasing number of attacks being flung at him by raising more shields and sending out more barrages of his giant Kido drills, but the pillars could apparently be pulled around by the Ranso Tenge strings, allowing them to be interposed and thus intercept his offensives, in a way that, he couldn't help but notice, his fire would have not been. This interference often caused the stone pillars themselves to explode from the hits, but it was enough to keep Yamamoto's attacks from reaching Haiwan, while the Quincy seemed to be so quick at reforming them that the captain commander of the Godi I-13 couldn't exploit the openings. It was galling. And, Yamamoto decided, he would not allow it to stand. It seemed he would need to find a way to close in, after all, while Haiwan was clearly too fast for him to catch. Keeping up this big of a barrage wouldn't be possible for the Quincy if he had to remain on the run, and if he wanted to counter-attack, he would need to stop, at which point it should be easy for Yamamoto to simply murder him. So, he called forth another Kido, a large multi-layered barrier made of smaller hexagonal shields, each one about a meter thick, which were shifting around to reinforce the spherical structure around him. Then, trusting that the barrier would hold long enough for him to do so, he reached deeply into his reserves, calling forth as much of his Ryatsu as he was able to. It left him a bit lightheaded and slightly weaker, and made it harder to breathe as the sheer pressure it exerted affected even himself, which was why he normally wouldn't release such a large amount at once, but to achieve what he needed, he couldn't hold back anymore. And, if nothing else, he knew the effect on the Quincy would be greater. Just as the Kido barrier sphere around himself collapsed under the effects of dozens of different Heilig Feel swords, Yamamoto unleashed his Ryatsu, extending it as far as he was capable of controlling it, charged with repulsion to send all of the incoming projectiles away. Even the pillars strained and were almost toppled by the sheer force of it, but Haiwan was quick to use the strings to group them together so they supported each other. It didn't matter, however, as that had only been the opening move, to gain enough reach. Then, with a further effort, Yamamoto concentrated to will the Ryatsu in the shape he needed, forcing it into the form of sharp, roughly triangular blades the size of a building. Then he swung, and with him charging it with disdain to make them hard as steel alongside his skill at actually using Hakuta shaping alongside charging, the higher swing cut through all of the strings at once, while the lower slice easily cut through several pillars at once without stopping, and as soon as he was through, he changed the charge of the Ryatsu blade from disdain to repulsion to send all of the broken stone pillars flying in every direction. The result was that not only was Haiwan's unable to reform them, but the domino effect from it easily destroyed almost all of the Quincy's creation in a single, devastating chain reaction. Haiwan looked at the devastation in astonishment, and Yamamoto immediately charged forward. The Quincy sent a wave of flames at him, but Yamamoto reshaped one of the blades into a fan and charged it with repulsion, so that a single swing was enough to redirect away the flames into one of the nearby buildings that was set on fire as a result, while at the same time being able to swing his other blade straight at his opponents. Haiwan managed to use Hiran Kyaku to dodge, but while the movement itself was faster than Yamamoto could follow, the man's own reactions were slower, meaning the tip of Yamamoto's Ryatsu blade still managed to rip into the armor on the Quincy's chest, ripping the entire breastplate away with ridiculous ease. The loss of the front piece of his armor caused Haiwan's flight to become unbalanced, and Yamamoto thrust both of his giant blades forward. Haiwan tried to summon Ryu and Jaka's flames as a wall, but since he couldn't use Hakuta to empower them, they acted like any normal screen of fire would, meaning that Yamamoto's blade went through them without problem and only the man's own reinforced blood under the armor saved him, as Yamamoto's shaped Ryutsu punched through the latter easily, and still left a small, bleeding puncture wound in the Quincy's skin through the former. Yamamoto couldn't help but be annoyed by that. It seemed that the man's blood was harder than steel, and if he wanted to punch through it, he'd need to get close to have some serious leverage on his next thrust. Haiwan glared at him, and shouted, furious. Why doesn't it works? Your Zanpakuto is supposed to be the strongest, but all it does is make normal fire. Why doesn't it cut and burn through everything like it should? It was annoying, the have Ryuinjaka's Shikai dismissed like that. While Yamamoto could achieve most of the same things with just his own Ryutsu, with the burning being a notable exception, the real benefit was that keeping the Ryutsu inside his body made him stronger and tougher, and, of course, the amount of flames Ryuinjaka could generate was limitless and thus allowed for affecting much larger areas, whereas he could only extend his own Ryutsu out of his body to a limited distance. However, much as having his Zanpakuto disparaged like that was offensive, having his own abilities dismissed as a result of it was even more so. The arrogance of the Quincy, to think he was nothing without his power, deserved to be destroyed, the man put in his proper place, instead of trying to measure up himself against the captain commander of the Godai. So, Yamamoto dismissed the option of exploiting the opening his opponent's rage had provided, and instead took a long breath, so that he wouldn't have to pause mid-sentence, and told him, charging his Ryutsu with contempt. Because that wasn't the sword's doing, it was my own skill. That you are unable to do the same is only expected of a pathetic, unworthy creature like you, and I shall teach you that your aspirations, just like your very being, shall soon lie shattered on the dirt beneath my feet, where they, and you, belong. He'd expected that the insult would provide a similar rage as what Haiwan had been into before, thus creating that opening once again, only this time he would exploit it to take the man down, but instead, a light of understanding seemed to dawn on the Quincy's eyes as he said, speaking to himself. Of course, the fire is the medium, but it must be willed into the shape I want it to be. And then, to Yamamoto's utter astonishment, the Quincy started to feed Reishi directly into the fire, making the tips of the red flames glow blue, and then, with a grit of his teeth, the flames seemed to flutter, almost turning in the shape of a sword for a moment before collapsing back to their normal state, Haiwan sagging in fatigue from the effort even as he muttered to himself, annoyed, I need more. Whatever he wanted to try, Yamamoto wasn't about to let him, and immediately used Shunpo to charge forward while swinging both of his blades wildly, using one to slap all of the fire aside and the other to swing at Haiwan's head. Unfortunately, the man was alert for it and used Hirin Kyaku to fling himself out of the way, but Yamamoto wasn't worried, he just needed to keep the offensive up, and the Quincy would stumble eventually and left himself open to disemboweling. The stumble came immediately when, instead of dodging his next follow-up attack, Haiwan simply dismissed his armor and wings, letting himself fall vertically. The sudden change in direction made Yamamoto miss, but while it gained the Quincy a few extra seconds, it also meant he wouldn't be able to dodge the next swing at all. However, just as he raised his blades, Yamamoto felt the Reishi in the air suddenly been drawn away, almost stealing his breath, as Haiwan seemed to be enveloped in a solid cloud of pure Reishi, the impact as it slammed into his body so powerful it stopped him in midair for a moment, enough for the Quincy to look up with a nasty, mocking smile as he said, in a very self-satisfied tone. There, Volstandig should give me enough. And then, Haiwan let fire erupt from Ryuinjaka, which he was holding close to his chest, so that the fire had to go through the cloud of Reishi, and the red flames were left with a blue outline even as more and more of them erupted in a upward geyser aimed straight at Yamamoto. He immediately swung down, the huge Ryutsu blades reaching the flames, and then stopping with a ringing sound as the flames solidified in a solid shield. Haiwan cackled, while the flames that were still coming from his stolen Zanpakuto wrapped themselves around him, forming a very familiar armor and pair of wings, while the shield of flames reshaped itself slightly into a triangular structure, like a cowcatcher, and then the fire behind it suddenly accelerated forwards as more flames were generated to prop it, pushing Yamamoto's blades aside and smashing straight into his torso. It was only his quick reflexes and uses of Ho-Ho that allowed him to let that part of this body partially liquefy to minimize the damage and thus be able to push himself away, but even as he reached a safe distance and collected himself, he could see that Haiwan's blue-lined red flames were only increasing in quantity around him, and the Quincy's evil grin grew as he began to shape them into bows, more and more of them blossoming like fruits from an orchard, as the man gloated. There, isn't this better? Now I'll be able to apply Heilig Feel to the fire itself, and also use it the way you do, and combine it with the Kunzi arts. Let's see if you can fight your way through that, too. Yamamoto knew he wasn't going to be able to withstand that many attacks. If he wanted to win this fight, he needed to keep Haiwan from taking full advantage of his newfound ability to manipulate his flames. Thus, he didn't answer and instead charged straight in, catching the Quincy by surprise enough that he wasn't able to aim his bows, and only had time to make a savage swing with a blade of hardened, sharpened fire that, if he had been a lesser man, Yamamoto would have been forced to avoid, giving the Quincy the space he needed. He was not a lesser man, however. He was the captain commander of the Goti I-13, warden of the Soul Society, and he had never hesitated before to make sacrifices to protect it. Neither did he now, instead turning himself aside and letting the fire blade cut straight through the arm which he'd stripped of all Ryotsu other than a strong repulsive coating, so that as the blade cut through he was also able to redirect it away from the rest of himself, and thus was able to thrust forward his other arm, completely coated into sharpened Ryotsu that was spinning on itself to gain a drilling effect, right into Haiwan's belly. The Quincy's blood was incredibly hard, enough so that most other attacks would have simply slid off it, with even Yamamoto's own sharpened Ryotsu blades would have left nothing more than a light scratch. The drill itself was struggling to truly penetrate, but Yamamoto simply reshaped the little Ryotsu he'd left around his newly severed arm into a new arm that grabbed on Haiwan's shoulder, and used that grip to push further and through, his drill going all the way through the Quincy's body. Yamamoto's arm erupting through his back on the other side. The armor around Haiwan's body exploded, and some of it was sharp enough it sliced into Yamamoto's body, while at the same time blasting him away. He did his best to pull some of his Ryotsu back in, but even with it, smashing into the ground left him in pain and bleeding. Still, he couldn't stay on the ground, as the burning soldier left there were already closing in, so he forced himself to Shunpo back into the air, and only then, as he used Shunpo to keep himself afloat, did he turn to look at Haiwan, to see how long it would take for the wound to finally kill him. Only to be left shocked as he saw, in astonishment, that Haiwan was pulling huge amounts of the reishi that he was surrounded by into his own belly, and then using Kirchenleid to shape it into flesh, rebuilding his torn stomach, intestines, and abdominal muscles bit by bit. Yamamoto couldn't help himself, as he stared at a regeneration unlike any he'd seen before, and said, mostly to himself, "That's impossible. Pulling that much reishi inside one's own body should be so lethally toxic as to kill in seconds. All the studies were clear about that." Haiwan heard him anyway, and cackled before answering, smugly. "That's because there has never been a master of blood greater than me, among any Quincy to ever live. I am the only one who's ever managed to completely neutralize the toxicity. It's how I managed to keep my body young through all this time. With this much reishi at hand so I can finish repairing myself, I am invincible." Yamamoto frowned, but then gathered himself. With a moment of focus, he coated his severed arm with burning Ryotsu, and then willingly shut down his immunity to his own Ryotsu to cauterize it shut. He would need to have it looked at by Retsu when this silly little rebellion was over, but he should be able to last throughout the day in the meanwhile. The Quincy looked surprised to see that he was ready to keep fighting, and so Yamamoto remarked, letting his annoyance at his opponent sound loud and clear in his voice. "If you think that'd stop me, you have no idea what Soul Society stands for. You just lost an arm to score a meaningless blow. Every Shinigami accepts the necessity of sacrifice when they join the forces, and none worthy of the name would ever shy away from it. You're only invincible as long as your Vol standing lasts, and even then, only if I fail to land a hit savage enough to leave nothing behind for you to heal from. If I need to sacrifice something I haven't already to land that hit, I won't hesitate to. You best be ready." Haiwan opened his mouth in disbelief, and Yamamoto immediately closed the distance with a single Shunpo step, to keep the Quincy from being able to keep him away and whittle him down like the coward he was. To win this battle, Yamamoto needed to fight it on his terms, so he would force his enemy to do the same. As surprised as Haiwan was, he still was able to lash out with sharpened blades, but Yamamoto fueled nearly all of his Ryotsu into shaping a forearm over his newly acquired stump, and then sharpened the edges of that forearm so that he could use it to block the attack. Several of the fire blades still bit deeply into it, but that didn't matter, as Yamamoto leveraged it to push himself above Haiwan before letting the arm decompose and striking with them in the form of wires, wrapping one around the Quincy's head and another around his arm, and then cursing rage through them even as he sharpened the tiny filaments as much as possible. Haiwan glowed blue, and the blood around his head was though enough that Yamamoto only managed to leave a line a few centimeters deep into his skull, but on the arm, with the filaments circling it in multiple loops and cutting from multiple directions at once, he managed to slice all the way through, severing the limb a moment before the Quincy made his flames smash into him with the power of an hammer. Yamamoto didn't let himself be pushed away, instead just letting go of his enemy to wrap his chest in hardened Ryotsu to reduce the hit to merely a large bruising, but that pause was enough to Haiwan to extend strings to his severed arm to drag it back to himself and reattach it. He didn't let it give him pause, mixing Ho-Ho and Shunpo to reposition himself behind the Quincy and then once again forging a Ryotsu forearm for himself to reach forward and grab Haiwan. This time, however, the moment he was gripping him, he turned his hand into a vice, immediately starting to tighten it as hard as he could in an effort to simply crush the man's head, using just the barest of Hakuta coats on his body to keep the fire that had enveloped his body from burning him, limiting the damage to a quickly growing amount of scarified flesh that was still painful but would not cause his soul to collapse before he was done. Then, suddenly, the fire exploded in power, shattering his Ryotsu construct and forcing him away even as he fought it with all his strength. He tried to refocus his attention on Haiwan to understand what was going on, and it took him a moment to do so, as the Quincy was glowing with so much blue light it was hard to make up his face. Still, after a moment, Yamamoto managed, and saw the rictus grin on Haiwan's face as the man said, in a tone he was having trouble identifying. "You utter bastard. You really don't know what it means to break, do you?" Yamamoto ignored the taunting and tried to step forward, but found that he couldn't, as the Reishi around his enemy was so dense it was almost solid, and once he fueled it into the flames he was surrounded by, it made a steel-hard wall that was completely unyielding. It was as if Haiwan's power had doubled, and Yamamoto frowned, asking how. As he tried to understand what was going on. Haiwan grinned, something unhinged in it, and shot back. "Let's still." Yamamoto stared, disbelieving. He knew of the technique, of course. It was the ultimate card of any Quincy, an advanced form of Vollständig. Where the latter simply lowered the physical limiters of a Quincy's ability to gather Ryotsu for a while, however, Let's still completely shattered them. It meant that the Reishi kept accumulating in the Quincy's body, growing to much greater amounts than even Vollständig did, but the cost was that, eventually, the Reishi would be too much and simply annihilate the soul of the Quincy. Yamamoto wondered for a moment if what Haiwan said about ignoring the Reishi toxicity meant he could survive that, but then he remembered that it wouldn't matter, as eventually, the concentration of Reishi would be so high that it would start self-purifying, turning into a flash of zero and annihilating the user completely. Most Quincy usually died before that from the self-inflicted poisoning, which Haiwan would probably be able to ignore, but that just meant he'd last longer in the state and be able to fight at full power throughout it all, not survive it. Seeing his shock, Haiwan's grin grew larger, and finally, Yamamoto recognized what it was that note in his voice. It was triumph. You thought yourself unique? You're not the only one fighting for a cause you believe in, Shinigami. I am just as willing to die to punish my enemy as you are, and as it happens, my determination is worth more than yours. You were willing to risk death to win, but I accepted it, and that makes me your better. Then, the flames erupted from Haiwan's body, striking at Yamamoto with the fury of thousands of blades, enveloping his body for a moment so that he couldn't escape and then ravaging it with the full fury of the Quincy, as he vented the frustrations that had led him to do something as evil as taking arms against Soul Society in the first place, and despite trying his best to, the Captain Commander could do nothing to stop it, or even defend himself. All he could do was collapse to the ground in a shower of blood, consciously aware that several parts of his body had been torn apart, but unsure on which ones exactly, other than the certainty that one of his eyes was gone, as he couldn't see off of it anymore. Haiwan stepped closer, his form barely visible as it was wreathed in blue Reishi and red flames, and the man seemed to study him for a moment before saying, idly. And so the greatest of Shinigami lies defeated at the hand of the greatest of Quincy. A fitting revenge for all of my people which you murdered, don't you think? The satisfaction in his enemy's tone wasn't something Yamamoto was willing to tolerate, so he gathered what breath he would and answered, in a pitiless, undaunted tone. I murdered no one, I executed them, because they deserved it. Yamamoto had no idea if it showed on his face, and with how exhausted his Ryotsu was it was certainly going to be perceptible there, but he at least enjoyed a certain catharsis as the satisfaction on Haiwan's face was replaced by impotent fury, since the man couldn't really hurt him any more than he had already. Or so he thought, until an evil grin appeared on Haiwan's face and the man answered, in a deliberately cruel tone. You know, I think I have some revenge left to take, after all. I'm not sure how long this increase in power is going to last, but as long as it does, I might as well put it to use, right? So, I'm thinking, I'll go out there where all your little Shinigami are fighting, and turn as many of them into small piles of ashes as I can. I think, if I rush it, I can burn to death every single one that you brought to Karakura. Who knows? Maybe, if I'm quick enough to slaughter them all, my Arrancar friends will lower the barrier for me, so I can go do the same thing to your precious soul society. Yamamoto knew then that his horror at the utter depths of depravity Haiwan was willing to sink to was showing on his face, as the Quincy's smile grew larger and he commented. Yes, that's the feeling. Know that you utterly failed, and the very power you turned on my people, I will use to incinerate Soul Society. I promise you, however long I have left, I'm going to kill as many Shinigami as I can until then. Have that be your last thought as you bleed to death. And then, without waiting for an answer, Haiwan took flight and darted toward the area where Yamamoto knew the 9th Division was fighting the enemy forces, with the burned soldiers following after the Quincy and leaving Yamamoto alone, lying on the ground, no power left and nothing to do other than despair at having failed in the one mission he'd built his entire life around. He wasn't sure how long it had been when, suddenly, a large figure stood to his blind side. He could tell because it was stopping the sunlight from reaching him. Yamamoto turned, and hope filled him as he recognized the huge figure of a man in a black uniform, a white haori, and with a large dog heads. He couldn't see clearly, both because of the one missing eye and because, with the sun at his back, Komamura's features were hidden in shadow, but still, that wasn't a figure that could be mistaken. Yamamoto didn't know if Seijin had actually mastered any healing Kido, but there was a good chance he had, or that he'd have access to at least some form of first aid, and with just a little bit of help, now that he was out of battle, Yamamoto could then cast the rest of the healing himself. He knew plenty of healing Kido, he just needed to perform the full chant and gestures to use them. He tried to raise his arm toward him, he wasn't sure if he managed, he could feel something but the burns made it hard to truly identify the sensations, and begged to his most loyal subordinate, his voice almost cracking. Help me, Seijin. We need, to save the others, the Quincy, Hill, kill them all, together, we can, save them, if you, can help. Fancy that, when your life's on the line, you're all about helping others, but you were singing a different tune when I threatened them, weren't you? What happened to the guy who'd kill his own people rather than surrender? Or is that coldness something you reserve for those other than yourself? The voice wasn't Seijin's deep baritone, it was a much higher, almost feminine one, and as Yamamoto's eye moved down from where his most loyal captain's head was hidden from sight, he finally noticed, half hidden by Seijin's large form and in enough of his shadow it was difficult to see him clearly, a small yet familiar Quincy. It was the boy, Giselle, the one who could control other people like puppets, who had disappeared from the fight after Haiwan stole his Zanpakuto, but now, it seemed, was back to keep his promise of being the one to kill him. And Yamamoto's hope was snuffed like a candle in the storm as he realized that what had come for him wasn't a savior, it was his executioner. Chapter 108, Loyalty. As he looked up at where Tuan was looming above him, Seijin took a moment to consider his current condition, focusing on each of the wounds he'd taken since the battle had begun as he took measure of how much they would impair him against an opponent of this caliber. Without his Zanpakuto to drain healing from, the wounds on his muzzle that he would have otherwise cured were still open and bleeding slightly, and with his canine head, that made it harder to breathe, something which wasn't helped by the fact that his chest was a mess of bruises from the various hits he'd taken to it. His back also wasn't in the best of shape, the muscles there strained so that most of his movements drew a sharp spike of pain if they had any energy at all to them, but the worse off was his left arm, which he'd been using repeatedly to both block and deliver blows throughout the battle, with cuts, bruises all over its length and his shoulder in pain from both outside and inside at the sheer stress he'd put it through. Overall, he was enough of a mess that he raised his arm, the gesture sending a new wave of pain through it, but better he use the other one to support himself, to send the glowing firework of the emergency Kido to explode high and visible above his head. Because, if he was honest with himself, he was going to need help just to survive a fight with a captain-level opponent right now, let alone actually win it. While Tuan himself couldn't actually see the signal, he felt the explosion of Ryotsu it caused just fine, and seemed to take a moment to feel it out, his expanded senses washing over Seijin, before turning empty eyes onto him and saying, sounding almost disappointed. Really, Seijin? A request for help? Isn't that against your Shinigami pride? Any person with sense would know to ask for help when they need it, only somebody truly selfish would hold to pride when letting go of it would cause the death of thousands. Tuan seemed to consider that, and then nodded to himself before commenting. I suppose that makes sense, you were always a better sort of person than most Shinigami are. That's what made you such a good friend. Seijin grit his teeth at the mockery and countered. Well, at least I recognize my limits, instead of launching a crusade. Why didn't you ask for my help, Tuan? Were you so caught in pretending to be a Shinigami that you let pride blind you as well? The traitor frowned at those words. That has nothing to do with it. Of course it does. If you'd looked for another way, all of this destruction could have been avoided. You keep saying that you considered my friend, but a true field would have asked for help, would have expected to receive it. Tuan cocked his head to the side, and countered. And would you have offered help? Or would you have run to your captain commander like the loyal little dog that you are? Seijin could feel the pain at those needling words, but he ignored them, gesturing to the battle going on around them, and countered. I would have at least tried to find a better way than this to change things. With my help, maybe another path could have been found, you just needed to trust me. The man leaned forward, and while his eyes were empty, his expression was nevertheless full of disdain. That's easy for you to say, now that you've seen the consequences of not helping me, and know what the price would be for not doing anything. But before I took action? I don't believe you would have been as eager to lend me a hand as you're claiming now. So you went and believed Aizen instead? How can you trust him over me, Tuan? I don't trust Aizen. That declaration, so deadpan, completely took the wind out of the sail of Seijin's argument, and Tuan continued, in a very practical tone. I know very well that he's only pretending to support my cause, and using it to gain power. But, you see, that doesn't matter. Tuan gestured with his sword at the fighting going around them, at the burning and crumbling buildings, in a manner almost matching what Seijin had done, and went on. It doesn't matter what Aizen wants, it doesn't even matter if we win or lose, not really. I'll do my best to achieve victory, of course, and if we're both left standing when all is done, I shall take down Aizen as well. His Zanpakuto's power doesn't work as well on me as it does others. But even if that final success doesn't materialize, this fight will have brought Soul Society to its knees, and all of its sins to the light. If I destroy enough things, your people will be forced to rebuild better even if they don't want to. And that, my friend, is a win in its own right. Then, before Seijin could muster any coherent answer to Tuan's declaration, his opponent raised his Zanpakuto and stated, his tone turning cold. Of course, that's just my consolation prize. I'm not going to give up on winning without fighting until the last drop of blood has been spilled, whether that be mine, or yours. Seijin grimaced at the sight, then glanced backwards, to the area where his subordinates were fighting the Arrancar leading the enemy forces. They seemed to be faring relatively well, while she wasn't winning. Yayahira's explosion did seem to keep the stronger swordswoman from getting into a groove and beating her down, and with the other two Arrancar occupied, Rindo was having a relatively easy time countering the Chakram thrower with his Ryotsu animals. Iba's opponent was, as Seijin had expected, the trickiest of the three, using some form of mist that created illusions and diversions as well as appearing to have the abilities to break off parts of her body to survive some hits, like a snake shedding skin. But his lieutenant's wind powers were extremely well suited to countering her, so he was keeping her from coordinating with the other two and seemed to be slowly getting more effective, meaning his winning the battle in the air was only going to be a matter of time. And with Seijin's own 7th Division's seated officers helping lead the defense and getting the 9th to regain cohesion, the rest of the forces would hold until they were finished dealing with those three and could join back in, making an eventual victory quite likely. None of that would happen, however, if he allowed Tuon to slaughter them, either willingly or as collateral damage from their own fight. So, when seeing the other man raising his Zanpakuto, Sajin used the only part of his body who'd remained mostly unarmed throughout the fights he'd gone through, his legs, and used Shunpo to send himself dodging backwards to draw Tuon away. The trader's expression turned to a frown, darkness mustering on his blade as he swung it back regardless of the fact Sajin wasn't within range of it, and the resulting darts of darkness were sent forward toward him, while some of the darkness wrapped around Tuon himself, so that he disappeared to emerge out of the darkness projectile closed to Sajin with his word raised, the edge shining with dread and ready to stab him. Sajin didn't hesitate to use his wounded arm, reinforced with Hakuta, to slap at it. The movement accelerated with Ho-Ho so he hit first, the edge of his arm hitting the flat of Tuon's blade and pushing it off course. The impact still left a new bruise on his arm, but Sajin had known that would happen, even if it was only the flat of the blade. A Zanpakuto empowered to cut would still hurt anything it come into contact with to some extent. Still, as blood marred the blade and made Tuon's nose curl up a bit at the smell, Sajin knew it had been the right move. If Tuon thought Sajin was too mobile to hurt, he might turn to try and take his soldiers hostages, while, by letting himself be whittled down, Sajin knew that Tuon would prioritize attacking him. He knew it would make the fight much harder, but if he had to make the choice between making his own survival harder or keeping his soldiers from getting hurt, Sajin was never going to hesitate to choose the former, every time. Tactically unsound or not, that was where his duty lay, and he would not fall short. And indeed, as he'd expected, Tuon took the chance to chase him down, as darkness started to spread across the battlefield, and Tuon's use of them to suddenly appear and strike from unexpected angles made Sajin's effort at striking a good balance between only barely dodging while still letting Tuon get close, letting him draw blood in manners that wouldn't impede Sajin's ability to continue fighting. Even as he kept dodging, he cast his gaze around and, finding what he was looking for, he began aiming his dodges ever so slightly to the left, not so much that it was noticeable, but enough that he was leading his enemy in the direction he wanted him to go. Then, he stumbled, one of his Shunpo steps somehow missing the ground on landing, and instead of just grazing at his skin and leaving a light cut along his fur, the tip of Suzumushi pierced straight into his shoulder, to then move away in a deep slash that sent a gout of blood sprouting upwards, Sajin falling back onto the ground. As he grimaced, he realized that, with each of the small cuts Tuon had opened along his arm, the traitor had also left behind a few wisps of darkness, and some of it was clinging to his body, like black streaks on his fur. Sajin recognized the technique immediately, by having the ability of the substance to deny perceptions applied to touch, rather than sight. It had changed the intensity of feeling the air on his fur and the pavement under his feet, making him misjudge his movement. He's seen Tuon use it before, but he so rarely did, Sajin hadn't expected it used against him. Still, that didn't mean he didn't know how to counter it. He reached for the sense of inner calm that Tuon's assault had meant to make harder for him to find, and infused it into his Hakuta coat, making it fluid enough he was able to use it to slide Tuon's darkness off his body, just in time to roll away from the traitor's follow-up slash, the Zanpakuto cutting through the ground, leaving a deep gouge in the asphalt that spread toward him like a snake, forcing Sajin to jump away again. Tuon stood up, unarmed, and said, his tone cold. "You're slipping, Sajin. That was a trick you should have recognized before I managed to wound you. If you'd been just a bit slower, that would have meant your end. If fatigue is getting to you that much already, is there any point in standing against me anymore? Should you surrender, I'll make your end quick. Should you stand aside, I'll let you go." Sajin Komamura stared, in disbelief, as the man who he had called friend, offering him to save his life if he would just let his subordinates and all the people of Soul Society who'd put their trust in him die. He wondered that he could call himself his friend and think he would ever accept such an offer, even as he understood that his twisted idea of friendship was why he was making the offer in the first place. Then the sheer fury at the insult implied in the question overtook him, and he let out a roar as bestial as his look, and charged forward. Of everything Tuon might have expected, that had certainly not been it, as Sajin could see the fraction of surprise on his face. Still, the man hadn't made it to captain without reason, and immediately moved his sword in a guard, trying to force him away with it. Sajin impaled his arm on it instead, then wrapped it in determination to lock the blade there for the moment he needed to lunge forward. Tuon twisted, easily avoiding the punch from his other arm, but was caught completely by surprise when Seijin's jaws closed on his shoulder, biting down deep enough to rip a scream of agony out of Tuan. The blind man had not seen it coming, but then, he couldn't have. The whole time they'd been together, Seijin had been denying himself what had been his best weapon as he grew up as a scrapper treated like a monster in the poorer districts of Seoul society, as he'd been wearing the helm that hid his identity every time he'd fought. There was something both liberating and gratifying in the fact that stopping to do so had given him the means to catch by surprise the one person who was supposed to know him the best, and had been using that knowledge to hurt him, with something he'd not known. Taking advantage of the moment of disorientation that the pain had caused, Seijin twisted his head in a snapping motion so fast it pulled at his wounded back with violence, opening a few bleeding wounds in it. Still, the movement impacted enough speed to Tuan so that, when he opened his jaws and used Ho-Ho on his wounded arm to let Shizumushi slide out of it with only a minimum of damage, the man was sent flying toward a wall, making sure he angled his throw so that it was heading toward the left side of the battlefield, covering nearly all of the distance he needed. Just a few more pushes and he could bring his opponent down. With his opponent in midair and his back in too much pain to pursue immediately, Seijin took the moment he needed to collect his breath to also glance at how Iba and the others were doing, and that caused the very breath he was taking to itch in his throat when he realized things weren't going well at all. It wasn't that Iba, Yayahara, and Rindo were faring any worse than they had been. The rest of the troops, however, who'd been holding their own against the Arrancar and Quincy combined army, were now in total disarray. The reason for that was that they were being forced to attack each other with what Seijin recognized as strings similar to those Hashwal had been using to move himself around, and following them up to their source, Seijin saw it was a short Quincy with very long black hairs in a white uniform, standing atop one of the tallest buildings surrounding the battlefield, and directing them like puppets. Seijin grimaced, and knew that he should do something, but before he could, something lunged at him out of a pool of darkness that had formed to his right without him notice, and he realized with annoyance that, in letting himself be distracted, he'd lost all the ground he'd gained on Tuan. He dodged out of the way of the stab, the margin of it so slim that the sword trimmed some of the fur on his cheek, and realized that, if he didn't want things to devolve, he was going to need to do something drastic. So, when Tuan stabbed at him, once again Seijin didn't try to avoid it, instead letting the sword impale his arm so he could lunge forward with his head and other arm both. This time, of course, Tuan was ready for it, and his free hand snapped up, catching Seijin's muzzle and holding it close, using Hakuda to add strength to his grasp and make it adhesive to hold his grip firmly. He also did it in such a way that Seijin's nose was caught in it, and he knew he would suffocate quite quickly if he didn't do anything about it. Luckily, Seijin already had something planned, as while he let Tuan's hand get that close grip on him, his own had done the same with Tuan's side, and then, without a moment of hesitation, he'd put all of his strength behind his unarmed leg muscles and pushed with them to jump, using Ho-Ho to make himself nearly weightless and so sent them soaring upwards toward the very same building the Quincy was standing on. Tuan's surprise was plain on his face, but then the other man's expression hardened as he said, "You might have become suicidal, Seijin, but I won't let you bring me down with you." Before darkness billowed from him, then, Tuan used his own Ho-Ho to make himself incorporeal enough to escape Seijin's hold, at least long enough to disappear in his darkness, leaving Seijin on a collision course with the building alone. Just as Seijin had known Tuan would do, while the other man had used the knowledge of his fighting style against him, he was capable of doing the same. Most importantly, Tuan hadn't known that the Quincy had been standing on the top of the palace, and without Tuan hampering him, Seijin had nothing stopping him from coating himself in as many thick layers of determination as he was capable of sustaining so that, instead of splattering against the building walls, he bulldozed through them, masonry and brick smashed aside as he impacted it like a meteor. It wasn't a painless endeavor, he wasn't Kenpei, and while Hakuda provided incredible defenses, there were still limits. He could feel his head, shoulder, and chest flaring in pain from the impact, but he'd braced for that. Also, he'd put his already damaged hand in front of his face as a shield, and while that had pretty much finished making it completely unresponsive, it left him standing enough to still be able to move, even as the young Quincy, who, now he was close enough to see her properly, looked like a young woman, turned to watch him with a mix of shock and horror. Seijin supposed it was well earned. He couldn't see himself, but he could imagine the figure of a monster with a beastly wolf head atop a large and muscular humanoid body, covered in blood, scratches and dust, with fragments of drywall and shattered bricks falling from it even as it rose up from the shattered ground where the pavement had just exploded, could leave a certain impression. Right now, however, he didn't care. Instead, he lunged, his arm reaching for the young Quincy's feet. The girl used their speed technique to scoot a few meters backwards, even as she let go of the strings that were controlling his Shinigami, clearly planning to turn her powers on him. He didn't let her though, instead using Ho-Ho to stretch his lunge just enough that his hand closed firmly around her ankle, and in the moment of surprise she experienced upon seeing that, he spun and threw her down with all of his strength, like a projectile aimed straight for the asphalt. He didn't know how good the Quincy defense technique was, exactly, but he had hopes that it would be just enough for the girl to survive, but not enough for her to have the ability of keeping up the fight. That would be his outcome. The Quincy surprised him, however. Instead of glowing blue, like their defensive technique made Quincy do, she unleashed a multitude of strings from her arms and back, and he watched in astonishment as they weaved themselves into a large net spread between buildings. The first net broke under her impact, but it slowed her fall substantially, and Seijin could see that the other nets behind it would stop her completely, leaving her fully unarmed. That wasn't what he would have wanted. But, he realized, it also provided an opportunity, and so, without a moment of hesitation, Seijin charged to the edge of the roof and dove, wrapping himself in determination once again. The Quincy's eyes widened the moment she realized he was falling down straight toward her with the same power he'd used to smash through a building, and reacted immediately, multiple nets springing into existence in an effort that, from the sweat visible on her face, taxed the young Quincy to her limits, as she desperately tried to create a cushion between the two of them. In a way, it worked, in that, while he smashed through each net easily enough, they robbed him of enough momentum that, when he struck the girl herself, the hit didn't pulverize her, it did send her crashing through her last few nets and into the pavement below, with Seijin following close behind. But while she looked badly scruffed and wounded from the impact, she wasn't otherwise too badly off, her skin glowing a very soft blue where she was kneeling on the ground, coughing dirt as she tried to recover her balance. Seijin himself, meanwhile, had rolled back to his own feet and darted forward upon landing, a chunk of the concrete that had shattered after it in his hand as he threw it toward Tuan who, instead of trying to parry it, sent a dart of his own darkness at it, which exploded on impact, enveloping the projectile and teleporting it away before it could reach Tuan and force him to dodge, which meant Seijin had to abort his charge since, if he'd continued, he'd have impaled himself on Suzumushi. Tuan's expression had turned thoughtful, as he commented, in a dark tone. I understand now. You weren't truly willing to die to bring me down, you merely wanted me to think you were, so that I wouldn't interfere while you saved your subordinates from the Quincy. You've not changed at all, have you, Seijin? That's one of your qualities I most admire. Wait, what? The words were followed by a coughing sound, and both Seijin and Tuan turned toward the Quincy, who was slowly getting back on her own feet, and who went on to say, after another cough. The old man, I told him to stop using his Bankai if he didn't want me to make his soldiers attack him, and instead he attacked them himself. Which, honest, is cold-blooded even for my tastes, but if their boss is that willing to throw his Shinigami to the death like that, why would one of his captains care about the rank and file this much? Seijin frowned, she had to be lying, trying to confuse him or insinuate doubt into his mind. The captain commander valued all of the Shinigami under his command very highly, and he would never fail to do all that he could to save them. He might be harsh, but only in the pursuit of justice. It was why Seijin was so loyal to the man, because he knew the captain commander would prove worthy of such trust. It had to be a tactic, even if a part of Seijin was confused as to why. If that was the case, the Quincy would be directing the question to Tuan, rather than Seijin himself. The traitor, for the most part, seemed to take her words at face value as he answered, in an almost idle tone. That, Miss Guel, is because Seijin, here, is one of the good ones. It is a sad thing that there's too few like him, and even those are hampered by the structure they're a part of, but unlike Yamamoto, he truly believes in honor and justice. Unlike his leader, his compassion is real, and he doesn't just hide behind claims of doing what's best, he actually tries to live up to them. The look on the young woman's face was one of doubt as she answered, in a iffy tone. That doesn't really matches my personal experience with Shinigami, to be honest. Tuan frowned at the ambivalent answer, and then said, in a curt tone. It is no matter. He needs to be taken down regardless, since he stands in our way, so let's get to that. Having used the brief moments of conversation to collect his breath, Seijin was moving again before the other two were. However, before he could finish his lunge at Tuan, he felt multiple puncture wounds forming on his skin, as if he'd just been stabbed by 4 or 5 dozens of needles all over. He barely had the time to understand what that meant as his whole charge was arrested by steel heartstrings pulling on all of his muscles, and a glance back had him see that Guel was holding him in place, her arms trembling with the effort of holding still somebody who was at least 4 times her size. The sudden stop had left him perfectly open for Tuan to slice at his chest, the Zanpakuto cut easily, leaving a deep gash running down the left side of his chest, and if Guel hadn't been holding him up, the combination of sheer pain and sudden weakness in his limbs would have been enough for him to collapse. Tuan stared at him, as much as that was feasible when it wasn't with his eyes that he was seeing him, and said, raising his sword up for a final blow. I'm sorry it had to finish this way, Seijin. I'll grieve for your loss every day, it is the second time now that the Shinigami have taken a friend from me. Those words, so full of genuine pity, were enough for Seijin to feel the deepest, most all-consuming rage he'd ever felt, and with as little control over his body as he currently had, he didn't try to restrain it, instead letting it burst forward, his Ryotsu erupting wildly from his body charged with burning flames. Tuan was forced to take a step back at the hotness of it, before grimacing and saying, in an annoyed tone, "This is pointless, you're just immolating yourself, this can't harm me." And indeed, Seijin's own fur was already smoking as his lack of protection left him completely exposed to the burning Ryotsu, while the traitor had already raised his own Hakuta shields that would leave him completely unarmed. However, that wasn't all that the burning Ryotsu did, the flames also cauterized the cut on his chest, ripping a deeply mournful howl out of Seijin's fangs, and caused some of the needles securing Guel's strings to his body to be incinerated, causing her hold on his body to go slack in some few points. Which was all that Seijin needed. Leveraging his far greater strength, he pulled, folding like a ball onto himself into a single movement so fast that opened new wounds over his back. However, it also pulled the surprised Quincy after him, throwing her at Tuan so that, to avoid being hit in the face by her body, he had to move, and so the stab meant to go through Seijin's neck pierced him through his collarbone instead. It was still incredibly painful, as it shattered the bone and caused the whole upper left part of his body to go numb, but then, he'd already been unable to use that arm anyway, losing sensibility to it in full was hardly that much more of a hindrance. More importantly, the maneuver put Seijin in the perfect position, as Tuan was using one of his legs as his support point, to push himself forward in a half roll, using his right side to shoulder check him at the ankle and bring the traitor down in a heap of limbs, while also pushing him backwards, and, in those few moments of confusion while the other man was fumbling to get back on his feet, Seijin leaned forward with all of his strength, clamping down with his working arm and enhancing the grip with Hakuta as much as he could, before shouting now. As strong as he could. And Shihei, who was lying barely a few meters of distance from the point where they'd collapsed and had been slowly using his Zanpakuto to heal himself together in a trickle that would have gone unnoticed to their opponent, with a burst of desperation and a half-scream half-wheeze, lunged forward and planted his Zanpakuto deep in Tuan's ankle. Knowing the sheer effort of that maneuver had likely undone all of the healing Shihei had been doing throughout the battle, since the boy wasn't particularly skilled at draining Ryotsu from his Shikai yet, despite the fact Seijin had prioritized teaching it to him in the time they'd had between the discovery of his Zanpakuto's true power and this fight, and the wound Tuan had inflicted was very much not the sort one walked away from. Seijin surged to his feet, throwing Tuan out of the way, before grabbing Shihei and darting out of the way. Then, spying an opportunity, he whispered to the boy, chain her down before, taking care that the movement didn't worsen Shihei's wound. He threw him straight at Guel, who had been shakily getting back to her feet. The impact sent them both collapsing to the ground, but with the Quincy having not expected it while the Shinigami was ready for it, the latter was able to release his Ryotsu at once, made sticky with Hakuta to keep her in place as he wrapped the chain of his blade around the woman, trapping her on the ground so that she'd be unable to keep interfering in Seijin's battle with Tuan. Meanwhile, the traitor himself looked just annoyed at the whole thing, having already used Aikido to close the wound, before pointing Suzumushi at Seijin. That achieved nothing useful. I don't need the girl to beat you, in fact, you're nearly beaten already. Seijin offered a grin which, with his fangs, likely came off more as threatening than anything else, and countered, a note of mockery in his tone. And yet, here I still stand. If you think all that's left is to finish this, why don't you? Tuan didn't let himself be told twice, immediately wrapping himself in darkness to jump and strike at Seijin from his back, which he immediately ducked under and rolled out of the way of, wrapping himself in Hakuta filled with calm so that any darkness that accidentally made it onto his body, he would slough off without ill effects, and then he jumped backwards in the first of what he knew is going to be a long series of dodges. In a way, it wasn't very different from how Seijin had been baiting Tuan before, except that this time, he wasn't trying to lead him toward the place where Shuihe was laying on the ground to deliver a telling blow to Tuan, he was just playing for time. Accordingly, he didn't willingly take any blows anymore, although, with the fact that the left half of his body above the waist was in various states of unresponsiveness, and thus messing his coordination, he still got it there a few times, although far less now that he was putting all of his focus into dodging. And, of course, wounds to that side weren't really worth worrying about anymore, at this point. Even with him being in a lesser condition, Tuan noticed that Seijin had completely stopped any attempt at offensive in order to better avoid his attacks, and growled, in an annoyed tone. Are you hoping somebody else will save you, Seijin? Is that really how much of a coward you are? He didn't let the insult get to him, instead countering smugly. Well, if that bothers you, why don't you do something about it? Tuan did, suddenly lunging with Ho-Ho, and it honestly was unexpected enough that Seijin might have been unable to avoid it, had his opponent not stumbled for a moment when his thrusting leg didn't fully hold his weight, and that was just enough for Seijin to find the time to duck, closing his fist around the traitor's wrist, and let out a mocking, starting to feel tired. As he slammed Tuan side first into the ground. He wasn't able to follow up, what with Tuan wrapping himself in darkness and disappearing, but when the man emerged from a nearby pool of darkness, he looked wary, taking a step forward and then wincing at it. With a frown, Tuan's focused his senses on himself, for the first time noticing what Seijin had been tracking the whole time, that, while he'd healed the external cut Shuihe had inflicted, the leg underneath it had started going from its normal dark brown color to a dark purple, a clear sign of something slowly spreading underneath it. Seeing the lack of comprehension on Tuan's face, Seijin couldn't help but scoff. It was just typical, that Tuan wouldn't care to know what the power of his subordinates were, or at least not enough to recall them immediately. Still, it wasn't like there were many possible explanations to his condition, and as he sensed the damage spreading under his skin on its own, Tuan grimaced and commented. Of course. I'd forgotten Hisagi's power caused any wound he inflicted to get worse over time. You planned on this happening, didn't you? The traitor turned his attention onto him, and went on, yet, it'll take time before I'm as beaten up as you already are. This might be an equalized, but right now, I still have the upper hand. Shaking his head, Seijin countered, I don't think so. After all, crippled or not, all that I need to do is keeping you from landing an hit, and eventually you'll be the one to fall down, defeated. Meanwhile, you need to hit me, and do so badly enough I can't get back up, and as luck would have it, as bad as my wounds are, yours are less suited to that kind of war of attrition. All that considered, I think I like my chances. He couldn't move his left arm, but he raised his right in front of him and finished, in a challenging tone. Now come and get me, if you truly think you can. After all, while Tuan always had been the more skilled swordsman of the two of them, that depended mostly on his coordination, which would not be as good with a leg unresponsive, whereas Seijin's own strengths in combat, those being the ability to endure more punishment and his superior physical might, were not as badly hampered by his wounds and were far better suited to a challenge of endurance. And, when he saw that Tuan was hesitating to take the challenge, Seijin let his grin grow feral and charged forward himself, approaching from Tuan's wounded side, which was also the one opposite to his dominant sword arm. His opponent tried to pivot on his good leg, but Seijin used Hakuta to wrap one of his feet in determination and slammed it down with all of his strength, the resulting vibrations just enough to make Tuan's bad foot slip, Suzumushi going wide as Seijin crouched under the swing and his straight right punch slammed into his opponent's sternum, sending him crashing into the building right next to them. Seijin sprung after him, his knee hitting Tuan's belly to slam him even further into the wall, and only the fact that the other man swung wildly his Zanpakuto, nearly lopping off Seijin's head and still opening a long, if thin, cut underneath his jaw, forced him to retreat backwards. Seijin used his good arm to clean some of the blood away from his muzzle as Tuan slowly, laboriously climbed back to his feet, and told him, in a mocking tone. Really, Tuan, you're slipping. Normally, it'd take more than having to fight at a disadvantage to make you lose your cool and get hit like that. Getting only one hit in against 3 of mine. If we keep that exchange rate up, the fact you're wounded won't even matter. Tuan's expression turned to a pinched frown as he said, of course it'd matter. You'd never have landed any hit at all if I'd been able to fully rely on my superior footwork, before suddenly smoothing out in a deadly calm as he continued, although I wonder, since this is the effect of Ishikai, will the wound still be there, if I get rid of its source? It took a moment for Seijin to understand what Tuan meant, and then his eyes widened in fear as darkness billowed around the traitor. It wasn't even that he cared if Tuan's guess was good or not, he just knew that Shihei wasn't in any condition of defending himself, and the traitor had just decided to murder him. He had to stop it. Seijin turned, his eyes quickly finding the spot where Shihei was still holding Guel trapped, the Quincy struggling but unable to get rid of him, and then he saw the nearest patch of darkness, from which Tuan was already emerging, barely a few feet away. He launched himself forward, straining his shunpo enough that he felt something in his right leg snap, coming out of it in a desperate lunge forward, his arm extended with Ho-Ho as much as he was able to, and yet, even with all of that, he knew he wasn't going to make it in time. He saw the tip of Suzumushi thrust forward a whole arm's length away from his fingertips, aimed at Shihei's head, and almost instinctively closed his eyes, not wanting to see the deadly results that attack was going to have, prepared to hear the sound of metal cracking bone and striking flesh, and then he heard the sound, loud and clear, like a bell, of metal striking metal. His eyes opened, in disbelief, and he saw a sword, resting firmly a bare millimeter above Shihei's head, the blade holding back Suzumushi's tip, and his eyes followed the length of the blade down, back toward the crossguard and handle that was being held into a large hand which the sword seemed made to fit perfectly. An hand which, Seijin realized in wonderment, was his own. And that was when he felt the connection to the Zanpakuto returning in full, the might of Tenkan flooding his body as their Ryotsu became one once again, and it was almost effortless to swing the blade to the side, pushing Tuan away and backwards, even as Seijin felt himself almost being subsumed by the multifaceted connection his Bankai offered, the sensation almost overwhelming until he managed to gather himself, bringing his personality to the forefront and asserting control over the lesser personalities that made up his Titan army. Then, as he went over the condition the army had been returned to him into, he couldn't help but feel his shock and amazement mounting, along with the respect for Urayu Ishida, who had apparently managed to overwhelm the near entirety of the Titans his Bankai could summon, which couldn't have been easy, all in order to keep his promise and give him his Zanpakuto back. And, as the respect for the boy's skill and his sense of honor mixed with the sense of relief at having been returned his sword at just the time he had needed it the most, in time to save somebody who'd counted on him, Seijin felt the emotions coming together to take shape and, with just a slight nudge of his will, he forced them to coalesce, adding a new Titan to his army, one who didn't wear armor but was instead wrapped in long veils, and which wielded not a sword, but instead bow and arrows. A fitting tribute, he felt, for a young man who'd proved himself such a reliable ally. And, as he surveyed the damage wreaked on his Titans, Seijin couldn't help but wryly admit to himself that he would be needing the help of the new Titan, as, outside of it, only 3 of the other ones had been left standing. The majority of the rest had been shredded down to almost nothing, and the remainder had been broken down to pieces enough that, while Seijin could summon some of the individual pieces as necessary, it still would somewhat limit his options. Especially because, while Seijin knew he could direct his own Ryotsu to his Zanpakuto to let it repair them, he was not going to do that right now. Aside from the fact it would take about half an hour per Titan to heal them fully, right now, he was instead siphoning away Ryotsu from the Zanpakuto for his own use. With it at his disposal, repairing the damage he'd just done to his leg only took a couple of seconds, and while fully recovering the entirety of his left side was out of the question without heavy-duty healing Kido which he didn't know any of at all, at least restoring enough sensibility to regain his full balance and be able to at least move the left arm should only take a few minutes. Besides, he didn't really need to restore any of the broken Titans right this moment, while only 3 were in perfect condition right now, with the 4th, the red one born from his loyalty to the Captain Commander, being lightly damaged but still perfectly fit for combat. He didn't really need anything else. Seijin's musing were interrupted by Guel's voice, the girl commenting, sounding genuinely surprised. I must admit, Mr. Tuan might actually be right about you. You did all that you could to save your guy here, when I bet that old man would have took the time to stab Mr. Tuan in the back instead. You really do care about your subordinates, don't you? He grit his teeth. He wanted to say to the girl that the captain commander wouldn't let somebody he was honor-bound to protect die just for tactical advantage, but as a leader, he did understand that sometimes hard choice could be required. Even there, however, he knew the captain commander wouldn't do it thoughtlessly or cruelly, and certainly not unilaterally. He would ask somebody to volunteer for a necessary sacrificial play, but that was a far cry from simply letting somebody die if they could be saved, much less kill them himself to avoid fighting with what, to the captain commander, would only really be a minor disadvantage. Thus, ignoring the girl's comment, Seijin turned to Tuan and said, in a firm tone. It's over. I'll be recovering now, and you won't be able to hurt Shihei anymore, or anybody else, really. This is your last chance, Tuan. You can either surrender on your own, or I will make you. Instead of answering, his opponent immediately called forth darkness to surround himself into, but Seijin didn't hesitate, calling forth the Burning Titan, which was completely unarmed, Hashwal apparently having decided not to use it at all once he'd learned it was an anti-Tuan weapon. However, instead of having it appear with its feet solidly on the ground, Seijin summoned it about half a meter above it, so that it fell down with a tremendous impact, sending multiple gigantic concentric conflagrations of flames out at once, washing through the battlefield all at once and completely burning away even the smallest smidgen of darkness that Tuan's power had thrown out throughout their previous battle. Tuan grimaced, but didn't let it stop him, already gathering new darkness to his sword, but before he could finish, Komamura materialized the leg of Iba's armor, which was the only part of it that had been left intact, to kick his opponent in the back, the hit from a foot twice his size being so fast. Tuan had no chance to stop or avoid it, and was instead slammed into the ground by the attack with the speed and power of a freight train. It wasn't enough to keep him down yet, so Seijin had the Burning Titan disappear to reappear next to Tuan. Punching down, the fallen captain rolled on himself, stabbing upward with Suzumushi, but Seijin snapped out with his hand, summoning the lone one hand left of one of his titans, closing it around Tuan's wrist to stop his thrust, and then the Burning Titan fist smashed straight into the traitor's face with all of its massive weight and strength, while the flames erupting from it burned away every single sliver of darkness that had been left clinging to Tuan's body. Seijin disappeared his titans, and took a step forward while Tuan tried to stumble to his feet. The man thrust forward, sending a projectile of darkness from his sword. Seijin didn't know what the goal of it was, but he didn't care either. A single movement bringing forward the palm of the Burning Titan's hand to interpose itself like a shield, its flames snuffing the darkness out, before he then closed his fist and the armored red hand of his strongest titan closed around Tuan without hesitation, the sheer power of it shattering all of his bones at once while ripping a scream of desperate pain from the man, before Seijin ordered his titan away and Tuan's body fell to the ground in a bloody heap. Without hurry, taking the time to collect his breath and continue his slow recovery of his left side, Seijin made his way toward the place where his opponent's form was laying in a pool of his blood. He knelt, reaching for the Zanpakuto that had fallen from his former friend's now literally boneless grasp, and secured it to his belt, before taking the last 2 steps that brought him to be looming over Tuan. Even with his eyes empty, it was easy to read the defiance still there in the other man's expression, and he was still able to move at least enough to aim his head toward Seijin before saying, his tone surprisingly firm for somebody whom ribcage had likely been partially shattered by his last attack. Well? Go ahead, finish me off. I'm ready to make the ultimate sacrifice, if it will bring the world of true justice about. I'd told you this before, and it was no lie. I am ready. Seijin considered those words. He thought about the man who'd been both his friend and his enemy, and whether it truly would be justice to let him simply end here. Just another name on the list of casualties in a war he'd instigated with the belief that it would set things right, feeling righteously that his actions had been justified, instead of being proved wrong. And also, despite everything, Seijin still cared for the man who'd been the first to accept him, who still considered him noble. The fact his titan still existed was proof enough, since you couldn't truly hate somebody unless you also cared for them. If there was any justice, in Seijin's eyes, it had to be by making Tuan realize his own mistakes, and find a way to atone for what he'd done. And yes, maybe that was also because, egoistically, Seijin wanted his friend back, but not unless the man had redeemed himself for his crimes first. And no such redemption could come from death. I won't kill you, Tuan. I think I'll save you instead. You don't get to cause all of this destruction, and then not see the aftermath. I want you to see how much pain your actions caused. But also, I want you to see, that not only will your allies lose, but we'll build a truly just world anyway. Tuan's expression became uncomprehending at that, then a cough shook the man's body, leaving him puking blood, before Tuan said, still defiant. You can't save me, Seijin. You know no healing Kido, and even if you did, short of Anohana herself, nobody would be able to bring me back from wounds this bad. It's over. And that, once again, is where you're wrong. Seijin focused, and a new titan came into appearance, one that nobody but him had seen before this. It was pristine, Hashwal having apparently not brought it forth to fight Uryu, which made perfect sense. The titan was barely twice Seijin's height, ridiculously small compared to even the least impressive of his other ones, and outside of a metal skirt in a breastplate that went from neck to waist and was so large as to suggest a huge belly underneath, it wasn't armored nor impressive looking, with stick-thin arms and legs, ballerina shoes, and a small pixie-like head with an expression of wonderment fixed on its face. Seijin gestured to the titan, and explained. After you betrayed us, I met a girl, one of Rukia's friend. She offered me friendship unconditionally. She said it was cool that I looked like I do, that I should be proud of myself, and said she would help me look even better. It healed something in me, to receive such acceptance from somebody who would only know of me as one of those who had opposed her friends, something so unconditional and pure it's hard to explain. And when that connection formed, and this titan was born from it, I found that, just like that friendship had healed something in me, so too this titan could heal others, take them in and offer them the warm hug they didn't know they needed to become their better selves. He made the necessary motions for the titan to mirror, and it reached for the seam that ran down the middle of its armor, revealing that it opened like a door, one with just enough space inside to fit one person. Seijin reached forward, gently, with his hand, and the titan did the same, dragging Tuan's broken but still breathing body into it, and then said, in a sad tone. I don't know if we'll ever be friends again, Tuan, but to honor the time when we were, I will make sure that you understand the extent of the devastation you wrought, and whether it was worth it. I won't let you simply pretend this was all a noble sacrifice. You'll see, that if you'd reached out to us, we could have done better, because we'll manage to find a way to do it. You will see it, I promise. And with those words, the armor closed itself around Tuan, preventing him from providing any answer. Seijin sighed. Doing things this way was going to be a chore, since he couldn't dismiss the titan, and thus his Bankai, until Tuan was fully healed, as interrupting the recovery in any manner would cause a backlash that'd disintegrate his body entirely. He just had to hope he had the fortitude to keep it up for long enough to ensure Tuan's survival. As if mocking Seijin's thoughts, a sudden explosion drew his attention away, and as he turned, he saw that a sudden army of reinforcements had shown up. It took him only a moment to identify them as the Quincy who had been fighting his own division before, and the redhead with mohawk hair that Seijin had slapped into a building before was leading them, a furious expression in his eyes as he leveled crossbows toward his division which, instead of firing darts, seemed to be firing beams of superheated air that set everything they hit on fire. Luckily, Iba was quick to move to put the fire out, intercepting the attacks, probably having expected them, Seijin reasoned, since he had fought the redhead before. However, that also left one member of the three Arrancar, the one with overlong sleeves, to plunge down from the air and help her friends, except that, instead of attacking either of the two 9th Division seated officer, she grabbed the one who was fighting Rindo with her throwing chakram, and dragged her toward where the other one was. Yayahara immediately disengaged to avoid being overwhelmed, but the three didn't attack. Instead, they each ripped out one of their arms and held them together, Ryotsu surging from all three to combine into a new, unique power which the three could clearly only use together like this. And the motive for this became clear as the Ryotsu took control of the severed arms, reshaping the shell into that of a larger Arrancar, a tall beast with hooves, a mane, a goat skull for a head, and a long, powerful snake tail. Seijin had to admit, he hadn't expected the Aion monster to be something that his opponents could call upon repeatedly, instead of just its own creature. he grimaced at the idea that he'd need to take it down again, especially when the creature immediately began to rampage through their ranks, while allowing the 3 Arrancar who'd created it to band together, clearly intending to use the distraction their beast would case to take down the Shinigami who'd been holding them back before. And that when he felt a sudden surge of Reishi being concentrated together from much closer. A glance was all it took to tell him that Guel was the one doing so, the girl apparently having waited until the moment he couldn't give her his full attention before calling upon the ability, since, now that she had it, she easily overpowered Shihei, before creating 2 skeletal wings that not only managed to somehow lift her into the air, but also sprouted hundreds of strings, each of which attached itself to one of the many who had fallen throughout the battle, Shinigami and Quincy alike, and caused their corpses to raise as puppets under her control, immediately sending them up against the combined forces of the 9th and 7th Division. Seijin grimaced, as much as his face allowed him to, as he considered the situation. If he had the full might of his Bankai available, solving this situation would have been easy, but weakened as he was, with only 3 titans fully at his disposal since he couldn't risk the healing titan being damaged, this was going to be tricky. Still, he was confident that he could do this, so he shouted, loud enough to be heard over the clamor of the battlefield. Iba, go back to help deal with the 3 beast summoners. I'll take care of the reinforcements. To his credit, his lieutenant didn't hesitate one moment to do as he'd asked, leaving Seijin free to call forth the Archer Titan, and have him shoot straight at the newly arrived Quincy. While his own Titan only had 1 arrow to fire, whereas his enemies were many and several, including their leader, were wielding 2 crossbow instead of about to have an ever greater volume of fire, his 1 arrow was sized to match the Titan who was wielding it, so it crushed into the Quincy lines with enough power to completely halt their advance, which immediately forced the leader to concentrate his full attention on it. That was more or less what Seijin wanted. It would leave his Shinigami to deal with the bulk of the enemy forces, but considering that the man's first attack alone had almost collapsed the lines, Seijin thought that a good deal. Still, it wouldn't matter that he'd stopped that one if the Aion kept smashing through the ranks, so with a focus of will, Seijin called on the red armored titan. He couldn't summon the whole thing in the middle of his own soldiers, but he could call forth the fists or feet in midair, engaging the monster in a long-distance brawl where it would be hit, but have only limited ability to hit back. Of course, that strategy had a downside. Aion had proved himself far stronger than Seijin already, and while the Red Titan in its fullness would have been much stronger, when he was limited to only using its limbs, the strength of the hit was reduced enough the two were almost evenly matched. It still held the monster at bay, but he wasn't sure it'd be enough to take it out. It did give him time to call forth the Burning Titan however, and set it against Guel, while it wasn't armored, and indeed, the girl almost immediately turned the bows of every Quincy she was puppeteering toward it and peppered it with arrows. It was still huge enough to keep fighting despite the wounds and, most importantly, it was still wielding a Zanpakuto matched to its size, which allowed it to swing and cut through many of Guel's strings, constantly reducing the numbers of her army, and forcing her to focus on collecting them again instead of having the corpses tear into the 7th and 9th Divisions formation. Still, even as he did his best to tackle the 3 primary enemies at once, it was tricky. Each of the 3 titans followed his movements with their own, and while he could choose to exclude some, it was still a difficult balancing job to switch between firing arrows, swinging a sword, or punching and kicking, without getting in his own way. Some things he could combine, with the punching motions and the holding of the bow having a small amount of synergy, or having the same kick the Red Titan was using to smash into Aion's face be matched by a brutal stomp into the ranks of Guel's puppets, but even with such combinations, it wasn't very easy. Especially because, Seijin suddenly noticed, the red-headed Quincy seemed to have been probing his Archer Titan for something, although what only became clear when, suddenly, right in the middle of firing at the Titan, the young man spun on himself, using some midair platforms to bounce off of with his sides and shoulders and let the giant arrow that had been shot at him pass him by, before aiming both his crossbows straight at Seijin and, with a cruel grin, letting them fire. He immediately called for several of the broken forearms he had left to form a crossed barrier in front of him to stop the attack, but just before impacting them, the beams of fire started to spin on themselves like drills, and they pierced through the defense so quickly that, even as Seijin threw himself in a lateral dodge, the flames invested him. Naturally, he'd angled his dodge so that his already wounded left side was the one closest to the flames, so the wounds the attack left behind weren't as bad as they could have been, a coat of Hakuta charged with calm was enough to douse them, although, Sagen discovered with dismay, the flames had hit his left hand so badly, he'd lost sensibility to several fingers on it. Which meant that his archer titan had just been made more or less useless, since obviously it'd be impossible to shot a bow with a mangled hand. However, even that was a less of a problem than the redhead shouting, in a giddy tone. "Ignore the giant armors and flying fists, just aim at the werewolf. We only need to take him out and they will go down with him." And, of all the combatants on the battlefield, Ayon was the first to acknowledge the order, suddenly turning and staring at Sagen with genuine hatred, as if it recognized him. He idly wondered if the beast retained memory between manifestations, but then prepared himself as the creature, completely ignoring all other enemies on the field, came bounding toward him in great leaps. As Ayon made one last giant jump that would certainly carry it to impact Sagen, he prepared himself to call out the red-armored titan in full, since having the beast move away from the melee at least meant he would have some space to maneuver with it, even as he kept his eyes on the red-headed Quincy who was sure to try and sneak an attack in when he thought Sagen distracted. However, before Ayon could smash into him, suddenly, a fireball fell from the sky, blue in color and 4 times the beast's size, hitting it mid-jump and consuming it so utterly that only a light smattering of ash managed to reach Sagen, as nothing else had been left of the creature. Sagen looked upwards, toward the source of the fire, so see the figure of a girl with black hairs, a confident expression on her face, wearing civilian clothes rather than a Shinigami uniform and yet holding herself up in the air with excellent use of ho-ho. It took him a moment to identify the grinning face as that of Tatsuki Arisawa, another one of Rukia's friends, and the one, if he wasn't mistaken, who'd gone up against both Kenpeki and Lieutenant Sasakaibe. The girl smashed her fists together, the impact causing a ring of blue fire to spread from it, and said, in a confident tone, "Sorry that it took me so long to show up. I had began coming this way when I saw the giant wave knocking a building down, but then an emergency signal went up and here there wasn't any, so I thought you had things in hand here and I headed that way. I was about a third of the way there when you sent the signal up from here, so it took me a bit to get back. I hope I'm not too late to join the party? Don't worry, I brought gifts." She waved one arm in a gesture like she was throwing confetti, except it instead unleashed a wave of fire of a size that Sagen had only ever seen the Captain Commander wield, which immediately incinerated about half of the corpse army Guel was wielding, before then turning and twisting like a snake that was lashing out with its tail, both incinerating the rest and then exploding with enough power that the shockwave alone was enough to knock the young Quincy woman out of the sky. The redhead looked genuinely mad, and Sagen saw he was using the same super-empowering technique that Guel had used before, as Reishi condensed around him into a set of large wings that set themselves on fire, while his crossbows morphed, the single barrel each had turning into a set of a dozen arranged on a circle, which then started to spin incredibly fast, as if they were a wheel, before the boy unleashed a truly awe-inspiring barrage of what had to be hundreds of fire beams at once, with each one spinning in the same way as the ones he'd used against Sagen before. Immediately, Sagen summoned his 3 still combat-viable giants, holding back only the healing one, to interpose themselves between the beams of fire and Arisawa. As he'd expected, they drilled through easily, but it was his hope that would buy the girl at least a bit of time. When he turned his gaze on her, however, he wasn't sure if his help had mattered much. She'd moved upwards several dozens meters in the blink of an eye, fast enough that she had to have combined Sonido with her ho-ho to achieve it, and certainly more than sufficiently so for the beam to miss her completely. Or at least, that seemed like what would have happened, but then the beams suddenly curved in midair, aiming themselves upwards at her as the red-headed Quincy shouted, his tone mocking. "What, you thought I'd specialize in using heat without studying how it can be countered? My beams are heat-seeking ones, they can't be dodged." And indeed, the beams seemed to follow the girl as she, once again, nearly teleported a few dozen meters to the side. However, Arisawa's expression was absolutely calm, and as she pointed one arm at the beams that were coming unerringly toward her, Sagen saw that it was covered in black and dark blue scales, with spines sprouting from it and long, sharp claws tipping every finger. He was surprised. While he'd known the girl was a visored, he'd thought that meant she could either transform partially by donning a mask, or transform the entirety of her body. Only transforming her arm wasn't something he'd known one of them could do. However, it appeared to be effective, as a multitude of thin streams of blue fire erupted from her hand, each one thinner even the Quincy strings Guel had been using, each of those hit one of the spinning heat-seeking beam and, to everybody's astonishment, the flames stopped in midair, poised to strike and yet immobile, as if they had been frozen in time. Then, Arisawa said, as if musing to herself, yet loudly enough that everybody could hear. Heat-seeking, yes, that's quite the interesting trick, I can feel how it works. It's creative. But it also makes me wonder, if the hottest fire in the area is directly there where the beams are, won't that mean they'd stop pursuing? And if, hypothetically, she waved her hands, and the thin streams of blue fire started to wrap themselves around the bright beams the Quincy had fired, somebody were to move those hottest of fires toward a new target, and the beams started to slowly turn on themselves, reorienting the direction they were aimed at so that, instead of Arisawa, it was the ground, the very direction they'd come from, while she concluded, would they follow? She let the question hang in the air for a second, and then suddenly the drilling beam of fire went striking downwards, faster and more powerful than they'd been when chasing Arisawa in the sky. Four slammed directly into the Mohawk Quincy, their fire so hot he was burned to a crisp instantaneously, while the rest smashed straight into the Quincy formation like a bombardment, causing many to start screaming in fear and a few even to run away. Some tried to aim their arrow into the sky, but Arisawa swiped them away with an almost disdainful wave of her transformed hand that released a cloud of blue fire which none of the Quincy's attacks managed to affect in any way at all. Before Sagen could feel any relief from such an absolute display of superiority on the part of one of his allies, a furious cry came from a voice to his right, filled with cruel glee. "It's time for you to all to die, Shinigami. I will exterminate you down to the last, it's all I'll be doing until I draw my last breath. Tremble, for the genocide you visited on others has finally come to reap you all." He turned, and saw that the voice had come from a Quincy in what looked like his middle age, with long black hairs which only had a trace of gray in them, and a giant mustache that connected to a similarly large mutton chops. He was also wreathed in flames in a manner that Sagen found achingly familiar, as it was obviously modeled after the Captain Commander fire armor and wings, although the man had far more fire surrounding him, almost like a cloud, and instead of being purely red, it was also tinged with blue. There weren't many ways such a sight could be interpreted. If the man was here, declaring his intent of exterminating Shinigami and wielding the Captain Commander's Zanpakuto and its power, it meant the Captain Commander had been defeated, and this man had used his Auswallen to do so. As if to confirm Sagen's suspicions, an army of carbonized, scorched, blistered and otherwise burnt corpses was marching under the man, with the obvious intention of clashing into their ranks and slaughter them all. Sagen took a long breath and then straightened, his grip on Tenkan tightening as he tried to think of the best way to deal with this upcoming problem, when a pillar of rotating blue flames, 3 times the size of his largest titans, slammed down from the sky, immediately incinerating the most forward group of charred soldiers before suddenly swiping back and forth, turning most of them to ashes before exploding in a burning wave that incinerated all of the remaining. The attack was enough to give the flying Quincy pause, but then the flames around him erupted in a giant cloud, and he shouted back, furious. "Who dares stand in the path of the righteous flames of vengeance?" Arisawa appeared, once again moving with the speed of Sonido yet landing on air with unperturbed control and clearly relying on Ho-Ho. Sagen noted that a much larger portion of her body was transformed now, as both her arms were covered in scales to the shoulder, and a long crest of a pulsating, electric blue color was sprouting from her spine, even though the rest of her look was still fully human. She scoffed at the Quincy, and said, in a mocking, arrogant tone that didn't match at all what Sagen knew of the girl. "Please, as if a declaration like that would ever scare me. I'll tell you only once, you're out of your league here, so now you're packing your pathetic little candles and going home, or else." That made the man bristle in anger, as he shouted back. "I'm Haiwan, the greatest, strongest Quincy to ever live, and I shall burn you for your impudence." Dozens of flame pillars erupted from the cloud of it surrounding Haiwan as soon as he was done speaking, each one tipped with a sharpened spear and larger than the flame pillar Arisawa had called upon before. Yet she didn't show even a hint of fear, instead sounding genuinely dismissive as she answered. "I'm the Princess of Fire, and I rule over all lesser flames. My power reigns over yours, fool." And Sagen would have doubted that claim, seeing as the Quincy was wielding the power of the Captain Commander, if not for the fact that, once Arisawa swung both arms to release whips of blue fires, when the whips wrapped themselves around Haiwan's attack, they managed to stop it in its tracks, before redirecting it back onto the Quincy at nearly twice the force, catching him completely by surprise. Still, the attack wasn't enough to kill the man despite blowing away a large chunk of the left side of his body, as he apparently could simply regenerate it, after which he shouted with fury. "You might stop my flames, but you won't stop them once they're combined with the full power of a Quincy." And then, he raised what looked like dozens of pillars of rock, each one burning with flames, while platforms formed high in the air with what had to be thousands of strings, the flames shaping themselves into bows from which he shot Quincy arrows. The initial barrage caught Arisawa by surprise, one arrow she'd caught with a swift motion of her arm exploding in her hands with a blast that blew away a good chunk of her shoulder, but she reacted to that by fully transforming in her hollow form, and then went to the counter-attack, wielding flames that didn't seem limited to just cutting and burning like the Captain Commander had been, but instead also sometimes freezing attacks in midair or causing them to explode in discharges of electricity that left Haiwan stunned and reeling, and that, of course, was without considering how, half the time, she was able to outright usurp the fires from the Captain Commander's Bankai and turn them back on the Quincy. The one thing Seijin could be sure about was that he didn't have anything to contribute to such a fight, other than stand there and watch in awe. Besides, it didn't look like it'd be necessary, for all that the amount of attacks the Quincy was putting into the air would have been enough to annihilate multiple armies by itself. Arisawa seemed to almost never get hit, and even when she was, only by glancing blows she barely needed a few seconds to recover from, compared to the much lengthier times Haiwan needed to regenerate from Arisawa's less frequent but much more effective attacks, since every time she hit him, it was with something that would have been a killing blow if the man hadn't been able to regenerate it away. The level of speed and reaction times the girl was displaying was more than should have been possible even combining Sonido and Ho-Ho perfectly. It almost made Seijin think she was perceiving things through the fire somehow, or at least using some similar mean of having full awareness of the entire battlefield. As impressive and eye-catching as the fight was, Seijin wasn't so distracted he failed to notice a figure approaching behind him. He turned, and found that it was Guel, although the woman raised her hands immediately upon seeing him and said, in a soothing tone, "I'm not here to fight, I promise. I just wanted to ask who that one fighting Haiwan up there is, if that's all right with you." Seijin considered, but he couldn't think of any reason why he shouldn't answer, so he said, easily, "It's one of the Visored, Tatsuki Arisawa is her name." "Visored?" Aizen said he'd sent one of his espada to take care of them. She glanced upwards, then opined, "I bet that didn't work out too well for them," before turning her attention back to Seijin and adding, "So, is there more out there as strong as her? Or is she, like, some sort of secret weapon they had?" Truthfully, Seijin had only paid a small amount of attention to what was going on with the Visored, so he replied, "Frankly, I have no idea, I wasn't really in charge of talking with them, I don't know much." "Really? Nothing at all?" Seijin racked his brain for a moment, trying to remember what else he knew about the Visored, then offered. "Well, from what I remember, she's actually the last one to join their group. Most of them were Shinigami, one was even a captain, but she was just a mortal before she became one of them." Guel frowned at that. "Fullbringer?" "Not that I know of. One of them, the Kurosaka boy, I believe he was a Fullbringer before becoming one of them, but from what I can recall, Arisawa wasn't. But, as I said, I only have limited information." "Right." Guel nodded at that, then asked, in the same deadpan tone, "Do you mind if we surrender?" Seijin turned fully toward her at that, and she said, gesturing to the sky where Arisawa had just caused all of Haiwan's pillars to explode at once while also setting all of the huge shards of rock that had peppered him on fire at the same time. "I don't think our side is going to win this one, and I'd rather not be charbroiled, if it's the same to you." The talk of surrender, at last, managed to get Seijin to recover his focus, and bring it to the clashing armies. Luckily, it seemed that the spectacle of sheer destruction in the sky above them had caused the warring armies to stop and stare at it as well, but it had been extremely stupid on his part to forget that there were still people who might all be at risk. Now that the thought was at the forefront of his mind, securing a victory here was actually what he should be doing. He couldn't do anything about the fight in the sky anyway, other than trust Arisawa, but making sure that no more people were killed here while that clash was decided, that was exactly what a captain should think about. "Can you get the rest of your armies to surrender as well?" Guel took a moment to think it over, then answered probably. With the burning girl incinerating Busby, I'm the only Quincy leader left here, so they should do what I say. I can't promise the same from the Arrancar though, they have their own command structure. What I could do is ask, would that be enough? Sagen didn't waste his time thinking it over, immediately nodding. Then, while Guel created what she referred to as a microphone and speaker system, he put his full attention on the three Arrancar leaders. A moment later, when Guel's voice echoed above the crowd, ordering the Quincy to drop their weapons and surrender to the Shinigami, the trio turned to look in his direction, and he held their gaze with a hard stare that promised swift retribution if they tried their Aion trick a third time. Apparently, they were able to sense his seriousness, because, after a brief discussion among themselves, one of the three looked in his direction and made a slow, deliberate nod, before starting to head toward Iba at a walking pace, hands shown in a clear display of non-aggression. Sagen gestured for Guel to give him her microphone, and then he said in it, letting his voice resonate with more strength than his body currently had. Iba, the Quincy, and Arrancar have agreed to surrender. Ensure that this happen peacefully, orderly, and without any violence on either theirs or our part. I have something to see to, and then I'll be with you shortly. The message delivered, Sagen turned, heading toward the direction Haiwan had come from, limping slightly now that he could let himself feel the pain instead of keeping it away with Hakuda as he'd been doing the whole fight. After a moment, Guel moved next to him and offered her shoulder to support him. The gesture surprised him, but Sagen accepted, letting the Quincy help him limp along while he had the healing Titan follow after them. Guel glanced at the Titan with curiosity, then shook her head and asked Sagen, sounding bored. So, where are we going? I need to check what happened to Captain Commander Yamamoto. That caused Guel to suddenly stop, and stare at him with open disbelief. Why? Why would you care about a man who murdered his own soldiers? Sagen frowned at that, and answered, in an annoyed tone. You don't need to keep lying about that. You've surrendered, you've nothing to gain by trying to make us distrust one another any longer. I'm not lying. He used those burning soldiers of his to attack the rest of your forces when I tried to take them hostage. Why would I lie about this? Sagen had no answer, so he answered instead, in a tired tone. If you don't want to come with me, you don't need to, I'll have my Titan help me instead. Which would be tricky, but he was sure he could manage. However, the Quincy scoffed at that and answered instead. Whatever, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm not about to let you get killed when your word is the only thing guaranteeing my survival. Where you go, I go. And with that, she didn't add anything, continuing to help him limp along. It didn't take them very long at all to find the place where the Captain Commander had been fighting, the sheer scale of the devastation making it all too obvious, and once there, it wasn't too difficult to find the Captain Commander himself, since only one of the scattered pools of blood had any body within it. The condition the body was in gave Sagen's paused, however, as the Captain Commander had clearly been ravaged to such a point he would have been impossible to recognize, if not for some of his familiar scar and a bit of his long beard having somehow survived attacks that had left large chunks of his body missing, taken away a whole arm, reduced the other to a shriveled husk with only one remaining finger, a whole half of his face, including one eye, cratered and sporting burn marks that had reached all the way down to blackened bone, and more beside. It was such an horrifying sight that Sagen didn't know what to say, especially when the man's head twisted very slightly, a hazy eye that was so bloodshot the iris was impossible to discern fixing on Sagen, the one arm left to him trembling as if attempting to raise and reach for him but failing as the burned muscles gave up. And then, to his utter horror, the husk of a man spoke, with a cracked, broken, pleading voice Sagen wouldn't have ever imagined capable of coming from the lips of Captain Commander Yamamoto. Help me, Sagen. We need, to save the others, the Quincy, Hill, kill them all, together, we can, save them, if you, can help. Sagen wasn't sure what to say, how to answer, and before he could gather his wits enough to figure it out, Guel spat out, her tone accusing and scathing. Fancy that, when your life's on the line, you're all about helping others, but you were singing a different tune when I threatened them, weren't you? What happened to the guy who'd kill his own people rather than surrender? Or is that coldness something you reserve for those other than yourself? That caused the last few wisps of riot still left in the Captain Commander to flare up suddenly, and for a moment, Seijin took that it was horror at the lie, before he recognized the emotion for what it was, fear. The captain commander was scared, no, downright terrified that the Quincy would kill him, and that her words would cause Seijin to let it happen. As he realized the true meaning of this, the old man managed to inject a note of disgust into his tone, clearly trying to mask the fear, perhaps unable to realize that, in the state he now was, his ability to hide what he was truly feeling was completely lost, and said to Gyuel, "That's the duty of a Shinigami. They're all ready to give their lives for Soul Society, as captain, as commander. I decide how they do that. I shall not beg forgiveness for doing what's needed to save Soul Society." Gyuel went to spit on Yamamoto's face, but Seijin almost instinctively adjusted his posture, so the effect hit the ground next to his head. Still, that didn't stop her from saying, almost hissing, "Oh, so you're the one who decides, is it? And you've decided that taking the lives of your men was no big deal, but losing your own isn't acceptable? You're disgusting. Yes, that's what you are, a disgusting hypocrite, and nothing more." Yamamoto tried to protest, some outrage detectable in his Ryutsu, even if it was still almost entirely drowned out by the fear. "That's false. I only want to defend Soul Society. My life is the tool I use to do it. That's why I need it to help to protect Soul Society." And suddenly, Seijin understood, finally, as the wretch of a man in front of him, and the incorruptible vision of the captain commander in his memories, finally come together as a single being, an actually very simple person that fully, consistently made sense of both images at once. Everything that Yamamoto did, it was for Soul Society, and just as Seijin had always known, the man was fully honest in his belief that saving it was paramount. But what Soul Society was to him, that was the two of them were different, almost opposite in fact, in a way that Seijin had never before realized they were. Because to the captain commander, Soul Society was an idea, a concept, a very detailed and complex set of beliefs, laws, customs, and traditions, but ultimately something incorporeal, a construct that was as perfect as he wished it to be in his mind, devoid of all the imperfection that the real thing had. That made it easier to ignore the incongruities and faults, to dismiss things like the procedure that had killed Tuan's friend and almost done the same to Rukia Kukaki as unreachable, above the criticism of anybody and anything. A mindset in which everybody was weighed and given value only in the measure they could be useful to maintaining that perfect, unreachable ideal of what Soul Society was, in Yamamoto's mind. And of course, in a mindset like that, saving the captain commander would be far more important, far more useful to the interest and protection of that idea of Soul Society, than the life of any one random Shinigami. Might even be worth killing a few, here and there, so long as it helped keep that idea, impossible and unreachable as it was, untarnished by the ugliness of reality. But to Seijin, Soul Society wasn't an idea, it was just people. People whom he sometimes loved, for all that they had done to make his existence better. People whom he sometimes hated, for the discrimination they'd levied at him just for looking different. People who he wanted to be accepted by, to prove himself to help and protect. Who failed, but also tried to be better going forward, and maybe, even, might have lost their way and lashed out at the world in a destructive rage, but only because they, too, cared about the people, and like a kid screaming for attention, they thought that enough chaos might cause somebody to take notice and put some actual effort into making things better. Or rather, in making the lives of the people who were part of it, better. That's what Soul Society was to him. And with that realization, Seijin finally was able to collect himself, and stop Gyuel from answering Yamamoto's words with some more vitriol, instead saying in a curt, no-nonsense tone, "That's enough." Yamamoto's attention returned to him, and the fear suddenly vanished from his Ryutsu, replaced by an almost blinding amount of hope. "Seijin? The boy, he's not puppeteering you." Seijin blinked. He hadn't expected Yamamoto to think that, but knowing Gyuel's power, it was a reasonable assumption. He wondered why he was addressing the young woman as boy, but then put the thought aside, since it wasn't really relevant at all, and gently shook his head as he answered. "She's not. In fact, she surrendered to me, then led me here. Then, please, please. I need help, save me, save Soul Society. Of course, to Yamamoto, that really had meant that they had to stop Haiwan before he made his way to the Tsurugi. His idea of saving Soul Society would likely not care how many Shinigami Haiwan killed, so long as those deaths were useful to stop the man. Seijin smothered the resentment at that, since expressing it wouldn't help any, and instead said, keeping his tone as neutral as he was able. That's already handled. He felt Yamamoto's confusion as much as he saw it in his bloodshot eye, so he explained, before the man could ask. We got reinforcements, and Haiwan has been cornered. He'll get worn down until he falls, nobody is in any danger anymore. How? Did Shunsui and Jushiro, they know how to fight me, is that how? Seijin raised his hand to stop the man from continuing to speak, and repeated, his tone firm. It doesn't matter, as I said, it's handled. The relief was visible in the way Yamamoto's body sagged, before the sense of hope peaked in his soul against as he asked, his tone once again pleading, almost broken. That's good, then, maybe you have any meal to heal me? Seijin? Anything? Seijin didn't answer that one immediately, as the impact of the question hit him. He didn't know any healing Kido, it just wasn't something he'd ever focused on. And, even if by chance there was any Kido user capable of it among those who had survived the battle, Yamamoto was clearly on his last breath. In the time it'd take to find somebody who could help and bring them back, it would be too late. But despite that, Seijin had a means of healing with him, if one that nobody but him was aware of. The healing titan stood still behind him, its innocent expression still in place, and yet, it felt like an accusation to him. He could, right now, have the titan released to him, and take Yamamoto in, as bad as the wounds on the old man were, the healing titan would be able to overcome them all. But to do it, he would need to have it released to him, and interrupting the healing like that would kill him as surely as if Seijin had beheaded the man himself. According to Yamamoto's priority, that shouldn't even be a question worth asking, saving the greatest defender of Soul Society, at the cost of the life of the man who'd tried to destroy it. Obviously that was the right thing to do, let the traitor die and ensure that the pillar holding Soul Society up stood standing. But, as he considered the husk of a man laying underneath himself, Seijin realized that he didn't wanted Soul Society, as it currently was, to stay standing. The Soul Society he wanted was one where people were put before ideas, where saving the life of even one suffering individual was more important than upholding unfeeling laws and procedures who hadn't been built to care about those in need. And, were such a Soul Society even something that could possibly be achieved, then he'd rather protect it by having the chance to ask to one who had found the faults in it before if there was anything that had been missed, that needed correcting, rather than having somebody who'd defend the idea without taking the time to ask whether any part of it was doing more harm than good, and needed to be changed. And in that light, the light in which Seijin now saw the world in, the choice was very different from the one Yamamoto would make. Although, as Seijin thought on it further, in a sense it also was a choice that followed the very philosophy Yamamoto believed in. After all, in this case, dying was the sacrifice required to protect the better Soul Society that was to be, and thus, the honorable choice. It was not, Seijin understood now, the choice the real Yamamoto would make, but it was, in a sense, the choice he would have made, had Yamamoto being the man Seijin believed him to be. In that sense, it was what the man Seijin had always been loyal to would want. Having reached his conclusion, Seijin let out a long, tired breath, and then said, truthfully, I am not capable of using any healing Kido, Captain Commander, and nobody who could is close enough for me to bring them here in time. I see. A sense of deep, yet somehow contented resignation filled the last vanishing wisps of Yamamoto's Ryutsu, as the man went on to say, while tears started to fall from his one working eye. Then, I suppose, this is where I end, but still, I'm glad. I'm fine, leaving, knowing you'll be there to protect Soul Society. Seijin could feel his own tears as well, as he answered, with absolute conviction. I'll keep watch over Soul Society, this I promise. Yamamoto crying grew more intense, and Guel, perhaps sensing the conversation between the two of them had finished, bit out, sounding genuinely annoyed. I wanted to kill you myself, there's no satisfaction in watching you die happy like this." While he didn't stop crying, the old man answered, his voice growing feeble. "You can, still, finish me. I'd welcome a release from the pain. That'd ruin it even more. If it's a mercy killing, what sort of revenge would I be taking?" Seijin sighed, then stretched, trying to gather some strength to put an end to the old man's suffering. He might have decided to condemn him, but that was no reason to make him suffer as well. However, before he could reach for his sword, Guel let go of him and said in a huff, "Fine. I'll kill you, old bastard, but only because the captain here clearly holds some respect for you, for whatever absurd reason, and I'd spare him the suffering to watch you suffer, even if we both know you'd totally deserve it." Think, why dash. That was as far as Yamamoto went before Guel materialized a huge butcher cleaver right above his head, gravity bringing it down with extreme, instantaneous finality. Seijin sighed, then raised his eyes to the sky, just in time to see Arisawa, having gathered a mass of fire so large it obscured the sun for a moment, use Sonito to shot herself forward, bursting through the multiple walls of fire Haiwan had raised and hitting him straight up, the attack so powerful it incinerated him entirely, leaving behind nothing of the Quincy at all, and the visored girl triumphant. It seemed that the leaders who'd caused the cycle of vengeance that had led to so much destruction had been put to rest. All he could hope was for the grievances they'd created to be put to rest with them. Which, he decided, he might as well take a hand into. He wanted Seoul society to change, and for that to happen, he needed to take action, and ensure he did. So, he turned to look at Guel, who was staring at Yamamoto's remains with an expression difficult to decipher, and said, in a direct, plain tone, "So, I imagine that your people didn't decide to join Aizen's forces and put their lives on the line just for fun, did they?" She looked up at him, her expression switching to confusion. "Well, yeah, obviously. Why did that matter?" "Because I would like to know what your requests are, so that I can see how many of them I can talk people into granting." She looked at him as if he was weirding her out, then stated, "But you won. Why would you be making concessions to us?" He gestured to Yamamoto's remain and said, "We won last time, as well," then gestured to the flames that were still dissipating in the sky and dictating conditions then didn't work too well for us. "I'd like to try something different, and if I have something concrete to offer, maybe people will even listen." "All right. I don't know how much that'll work, but you, Captain, I'm willing to believe are doing this honestly. Let's go then." She nodded, and moved to help him limp away. Although as they did she added, in a warning tone, "You realize that, depending on how things go down in the battle at that Seoul society of yours, whatever we agree to here might not even matter." Seijin shrugged and said, in a carefree tone, "That's not for me to handle, there's people on that job already, I'll just have to trust they'll do theirs while I do mine here." Even as he said it, though, Seijin couldn't help but worry, because, after all, Guel was right. Whatever happened with every other fight, in the end, it was the final battle in Seoul society which would decide everything. Chapter 109, Arrancar. The way things were going, Shunsui was feeling quite confident that he and Jushiro would get rid of the Quincy pretty soon. The two were being annoyingly persistent, but unless they had some secret ace up their sleeves, Shunsui couldn't see them succeeding. The one facing him, Lilebaro, had proved clever enough to realize that the missiles from his rifle counted as living things when he modified them with special effects, or at least to notice that Komatsu Shinju's mist could only affect them when modified. He'd also realized that Jushiro's Sogyo no Kotori could not affect Quincy arrows and projectiles, since it only worked on Ryutsu attacks, not on Reishi ones, but, despite the many attempts the man had made to exchange opponents with Acutron, intuiting he'd have a better matchup against Jushiro, the two Quincy's teamwork just wasn't a match for Shunsui's and Jushiro. In fact, if anything, Shunsui toughed the two were only cooperating because they had been forced to. They got in each other way at least half the time, and the rare times they managed to combine attacks to a greater effect always looked like accidental lucky strikes rather than planned. It was probably to their benefit to fight separately, as they currently were, but while Shunsui could try to force the two into a combined clash again, he didn't want to. Not only would it be a lot of effort for very minimal gains, he had the advantage already, so he'd just be gaining more advantage instead of working toward actually winning, but, however little, Baro was likely to push Jushiro more than Accutrone was. Considering Jushiro's physical condition, Shunsui wasn't willing to put his friend under additional stress just to make a fight a little easier when the fight wasn't hard enough to warrant it. Also, Jushiro seemed to be really having fun, cutting loose like he was. Not only was he using his Kido to create structures that he then affected with his Bankai, he was also turning almost anything Accutrone himself created against the Quincy, since his Reishi constructs could be turned into weapon and draining platforms by Sogyo no Kotori's Bankai, while the various Jinto effect could easily be disrupted by absorbing the Ryotsu portion of them. And, of course, Jushiro could use that very Ryotsu as fuel for his own Kido, meaning that he was methodically closing off all avenues of escape for Accutrone, who looked increasingly panicked, while barely exerting himself. For his own, Shunsui was just studying his opponent, and considering whether it'd be worth it to release the Bankai of Katen Kyokotsu to finish winning. He had no doubt he'd win in one stroke if he did, but he'd rather not drain himself so much. With one Bankai released already, he'd rather keep some power in reserve in the case some stronger opponents came along. Which wasn't to say that Baro was weak, specifically. His modified missiles, which had payloads disproportionate to their size and could be further changed to add elemental effects to them, were innately powerful, and the fact he could unleash a rate of fire of a dozen of missiles per second, even if he generally limited himself to smaller amounts, especially when modifying them, would be enough to make him an almost impossible opponent for most lieutenant-class Shinigami, who'd not be able to either move fast enough to dodge such barrages, or able to simply withstand them with their defenses. Against most opponents, that alone would be enough for him to win, easily. It was just Baro's bad luck that Shunsui was a captain, and could thus use both of those means to avoid his attacks, as the situation demanded, and that was without factoring in Karamatsu Shinju's ability to just neutralize the modified missiles themselves with great ease. As a result, Baro had needed to get creative to actually be a problem for Shunsui and, to his credit, he was managing to be a persistent annoyance, as well as quite resilient. For one, he was able to modify the missiles so he could guide them. Shunsui was nearly certain by now that the Reishi tattoo around the man's eye was the mean of control, so he could only direct them when he had line of sight to them, but if he did, that let him move them around Karamatsu Shinju's golden mist, the maneuvering allowing him to circumvent Shunsui's primary defense and forcing Shunsui to keep dodging. The tattoo did more than just acting as a guidance system for the missiles though, it seemed to allow Baro to grant a number of different abilities to his eyes, such as seeing past obstructions, as the man had managed to keep his focus on Shunsui each time he'd attempted to make the golden mist thick enough to try and sneak behind his opponent, and seeing with extreme precision at great distance, given that all of his attempts to force Jushiro to target him and free Accutrone to deal with Shunsui had been made in reaction to events on the other battle that Shunsui, himself, had not been able to notice. It was part of the reason why Shunsui was holding back on using Katen Kyokotsu. With Jushiro having shown how his Zanpakuto would turn into two, and the Quincy expecting Shinigami to only have one, he was confident that using his second would grant him a surprise strike, but he strongly suspected that Baro's eye tattoo had to have a magnifying feature as well, that would make him notice the extra thickness and darkness a shadow gained when Shunsui was hiding in it, spoiling the attack. It was why he'd been trying to create some cover in the first place. As he dodged another missile, Shunsui idly wondered if the tattoo worked like a sort of recharging Jinto. The brief meeting with Rukia Kukaki's Quincy friend had enlightened him a bit on how those worked in detail, and he suspected the tattoo did the same thing, releasing the collected Reishi alongside specifically charged Ryotsu to produce specific effects, except that it was constantly also collecting Reishi from the air, making it a continuously active effect. Whatever the mechanics of it, the big thing was that it was annoying, especially when combined with Baro's other Quincy skills. He was competent enough with the speed technique to slid around while continuing to shoot with great accuracy, and while he'd not really shown much skill in the other puppeteering one, and the only thing that he seemed to have worked on creating was his gun, his defensive technique had held firm when Shunsui had tested it with a few Kido projectiles. It was a stark contrast with Accutrone, who was creating things like walls and suspended platforms and moving them around with his strings in his failed effort to escape Jushiro's slowly closing trap, but had already been cut several times by redirected attacks and clearly needed to rely on his Jinto bullet for offense, unlike Baro's ability to change the effects of his modified missiles on the fly. Of course, annoyingly hard to close with as he was, Baro had a limitation of his own, namely, that he couldn't stray too far from the anchor he was defending. The golden orb was at the bottom of a deep hole, having been buried under the ground before Jushiro's location ability had found it, and a few members of their divisions had dug it out, and in theory, destroying it was the real win condition of this fight. Of course, in practice, Shunsui and Jushiro needed to decisively defeat the two Quincy leaders here, unless they wanted the two to chase after them and be a bother when they went to help the others take care of the rest of the anchors. Still, having the golden orb as a target had proved useful in keeping the Quincy to a fixed area so that Nanao had been able to defeat their forces and evacuate, and Shunsui wasn't above using attempted attacks at it as a threat that prevented Baro from simply heading straight for Jushiro's fight with Acutron. As he flash-stepped past a new barrage of missiles and got a little bit closer to his enemy, Shunsui once again took stock of the distance before deciding that he wasn't yet close enough to simply charge at the Quincy, but before he could attempt another maneuver to close the distance, suddenly the voice of a young kid said, in an overjoyed tone, "Hello. We've come to join in the fun and help you win the fight. You're all ready to have fun, right?" Shunsui glanced up, and found two Arrancar standing in the sky, which he recognized as two of Aizen's three escorts, the small girl with light green hairs, the helmet with the broken bullhorn and a giant scimitar strapped to her back, and the very bored-looking man with wavy hairs and a goatee in the black-lined gray fur jacket, with black gloves and the black sash to which, Shunsui saw, was secured a semi-automatic gun, instead of a sword. It also didn't escape Shunsui's attention that, while the girl was the one who'd spoken up, and that she looked quite distracted, the silent man had his full attention focused squarely on him. While the bored look made it hard to tell, Shunsui, as an expectant affecting the same thing himself, had little doubt that the male Arrancar was more than ready to jump into combat at a moment's notice, despite the fact that his smaller companion was the only one to have expressed any interest in joining the fight so far. The Quincy, at least, didn't seem at all happy of having the two Arrancar around, as Acutron shouted, in an annoyed tone. "I don't have time for a kid's games, just do your thing if you're and don't bother us." The comment caused the green-haired girl to pout and say, hands on her hips, "Hey, that's not very nice. Is that any way to talk to those who have come to save you? Nobody asked for your help, Hollow. Quincy are more than capable of killing Shinigami on our own. We have no need of sending out attack dogs to do it on their stead, much less ask the help of beasts." Baro's reply was far colder and more disdainful, and Shunsui could sense the feeling of wounded pride spreading through the Quincy's soul. It was clear he was still certain he could win on his own and didn't want the Arrancar's help to marry what he clearly thought would be his own triumph. The kid Arrancar, for her part, looked very offended at being addressed like that and said, in an angry tone, "Fine, be like that. See if I'll lift a finger to save you then. HMPF. I said I don't need the help." As he barked the comment, Baro looked up at the kid Arrancar, and that brief moment of distraction was all the time that Shunsui needed to let himself be absorbed by his own shadow and jump out of the shadow of the Quincy's rifle. While his enemy didn't realize how Shunsui had moved right next to him, he did manage to react in time to the sudden sense of dread coming from Katen Kyokotsu's rising slash, by taking a step back and aiming the rifle straight at Shunsui's belly. However, he wasn't fast enough on the trigger to prevent Shunsui's Zanpakuto from simply cutting through the weapon, severing it cleanly so that the missile he'd created in the chamber exploded before it could be launched, blasting the Quincy backwards. Shunsui was pushed slightly back himself, but having known what was going to happen, he lost neither balance nor momentum, as he leaned on his heels before then leaning forward, weight on the balls of his feet, to lunge forward with Karamatsu Shinju, arm extending with Ho-Ho to Baro's surprise. The Quincy managed to lean back enough to avoid the blade, but not enough to avoid the small burst of golden dust Shunsui shot straight into his face, imposing a very simple condition on the man, to lose his sight. Baro let out a scream of confused pain, and opened fire by reflex. Having reformed the weapon in his hands, Shunsui just let himself fall into his own shadow, letting the missile pass past him, before willing himself into the shadow of the Quincy and jumping out of it with Karamatsu Shinju ready to skewer him. To his surprise, despite being blinded, the Quincy still sensed his arrival and managed to react, although not without getting a long cut from his belly button to the bottom of his sternum. Thanks to his reinforced, glowing blue skin, the cut was shallower than it have normally been, but it still started to bleed profusely. Baro stumbled back, firing his rifle in a wild arc, but Shunsui was already using Shunpo to jump into the air, avoiding the attack again while letting his Haori flap large around his body, making the shadow he was casting much larger, before throwing Katen Kyokotsu at the ground. The black saber sunk into the shadow and then, continuing to move at the same speed and with the same momentum, erupted out of the Quincy's shadow, using its power on its own, according to Shunsui's directive. Once again, Baro managed to avoid being impaled, which really suggested that even without sight his Quincy senses were quite good, but the attack still left a deep gouge in his back, making him fall down to his knees. Shunsui angled himself to catch Katen Kyokotsu with a swipe of his hand, staying up in the air as he tried to decide how best to carry out his next attack, especially as Baro had just finished to clean his face of the golden dust, only to find that his blindness hadn't gone away, since the gold dust applied the condition on contact, and once applied, it was only removed when Shunsui wished it or needed to apply a different condition. Before the Quincy could do much more about it, however, an agonized scream suddenly caught his attention, as well as Shunsui who, turning, saw that, once Jushiro had finally finished trapping him to the point he couldn't even move, Acutron had tried some form of desperation bomb, only to have Jushiro's Kido and Bankai combined reflect back on him, so that he looked like he'd just finished flash frying himself. Despite being unable to see, Baro's sense were clearly up to the task of picking up what had happened, as he looked slack-jawed, so Shunsui commented, "Such a shame, really, I'll try not to let things go to such lengths," internally deploring the waste of human life that this fight was. Apparently, Baro took his words as an insult, however, as he shouted, sounding furious, "I'll show you the sort of lengths I'll go then, and you'll regret ever thinking I needed your pity," before the Reishi around him started to swirl furiously, being called to his body at a speed nearly 5 times greater than what he'd been using before. He even used it to shape himself what looked like huge metal wings made of steel, and which were sporting hundreds of copies of the Quincy's special rifle, clearly giving him the ability to multiply his rate of fire to a level capable of razing to the ground anything he decided to unleash such power upon. So, Shunsui didn't give him the time. Instead, with just a wave of his hand, he extended the shadow he was projecting on the ground very slightly, so that it connected to the massive shadow Baro's new wings were casting, and then disappeared inside of it and re-emerged right behind the Quincy, with the key difference from all the previous times being that, with the two shadows connected so that they were only one shadow, he didn't need to move from one to the other before re-emerging, which removed that fraction of a second the Quincy had been able to use to react before. And without that little amount of extra time, Baro barely even had the time to feel the dread from the Zanpakuto heading for his neck before his head was rolling to the ground, his body collapsing a moment later, the Reishi it had collected dispersing with the death of its controller. Shunsui looked down at the beheaded corpse with some sadness. He'd given him the quickest death he could, but that didn't make it any less of a waste. Still, he still had a job to do, so he waved a hand so that the shadow of his arm intersected that of the golden orb in the nearby pit, then disappeared inside of it to reappear whining, only for his Zanpakuto to be intercepted with a clangor by a large, curved scimitar in the hand of a grinning kid. The Arrancar smiled happily and said, "Sorry, but Aizen asked us to keep you from doing that," not sounding sorry at all. Shunsui had to put effort into keeping his eyes from narrowing, even as the girl with not a trace of muscles on her stick-thin frame managed to effortlessly hold at bay both of his swords, proving that her strength was at least equal to his own. Which was worrying, considering he had honed his ability to use Ho-Ho to keep his muscles dense enough that he was able to cut through stone with his Zanpakuto not sharpened to the point he could keep it up in his sleep. He was pretty sure that, in terms of physical strength, the only two Shinigami he wouldn't be sure to beat were Zaraki and the Captain Commander. Even Komamura, despite being much larger than him and noticeably physically stronger than any of the other captains, was no match for him. Of course, he could force the issue by simply sharpening his Zanpakuto, at which point strength would cease to matter and he'd cut through the girl anyway, but before doing that he commented, idly, "For you to have intercepted me that fast, it means you would have been able to save Lyle Baro as well, had you decided to." The kid scoffed, and answered, "Of course I could have. But I said I wouldn't lift a finger for him, didn't I? That's what he gets for being rude. I'd warned him, so it's his own fault. People don't generally keep to those kind of oaths when it would result in their allies dying. I know, right? That's why there's so many rude people around nowadays, cause people don't get to feel the consequences of being rude. I'm not going to let such injustices stand. I see. Then, in the interest of politeness, I would prefer if you let me destroy the orb behind you. She frowned and countered. Can't let you do that, Aizen asked us, and we owe him sorta big, you know. I don't, actually. Shunsui was hoping that the comment would spurn some revelation from the girl, but she merely blew a raspberry at him and said, in a sing-song tone. Well then, I'm not saying. But I'm not letting you do it either. You'll just need to go away. What he did instead was sharpen his Zanpakuto's edges so that he could cut through, but the very instant the faintest wisp of the feeling of dread from the sharpening started to rise, the girl darted away and backwards with a burst of riot so that almost bowled him over, and in her retreat, she used one hand to grab the orb and bring it along with her. She held it under her arm, while waving the scimitar in her other hand in a mocking back and forth while countering. I'm not going to make it that easy, you know? Come on, let's get this fight underway. Before she could, however, the male Arrancar stopped her, putting a hand on her shoulder, and said, his tone reasonable yet firm. Lilynet, leave this one to me and go deal with the other, please. She turned to look at him with surprise, shouting a what? Why? That one looks a lot more like a wimp, but even with her distracted, Shunsui knew that was no opening, as the adult Arrancar was keeping his eyes firmly focused on him as he explained. The silver-haired one was fighting Acutron before, who was a gun specialist, by creating barriers and obstructions, as well as redirecting attacks. Meanwhile, the dual wielder needed to get close to defeat Baro. Given our fighting style, I would have more trouble against the silver-haired one. That caused the kid to pout and say, you're being lazy as always and getting yourself the easy fight, but then she grinned and added, but I'm fine with taking the harder one, before sending herself shooting up at Jushiro with another burst of Sonido. Shunsui grimaced. He should probably try to swap opponents with Jushiro, but somehow, he has his doubts that doing it against these two was going to be as easy as it had been against the Quincy. They looked like they knew each other well and were comfortable fighting together, meaning their teamwork would be at least comparable to Shunsui's and Jushiro's own. And the older-looking Arrancar was clearly an analytical type, so he would be prepared for the strategy and ready to counter it. If Shunsui wanted to trick him, he'd need to work at it. Still, he could at least try to get a read for the man. After all, it might turn out that he was more well-suited to fighting him than it at first glance appeared. So, he moved a hand to his hand and introduced himself. I am Shunsui Kiraku, captain of the 8th Division of the Godi I-13. Might I inquire about your name? Coyote Stark, of Aizen's Espada. Shunsui raised an eyebrow at that, and then said, in an entreating tone. Would it be too much, to ask which number you were assigned? The Arrancar shrugged. Does it matter? Well, I'd heard that you all got a number, with the smaller numbers indicating greater strength, and the way the girl deferred to you, I was wondering how important you actually were. There was a long pause, then Stark sighed. This must be one of Tsukishima's schemes, always making things overcomplicated for very little reason. I think he's trying to be like Aizen, but lacks the vision. Then, with slow, methodic movements, Stark removed the black glove on his right hand, exposing the number 1 tattooed on the back of it, and then went on to explain. I am the first Espada, but that doesn't relate to my strength or power in any way. Aizen assigned the rank of Espada to those among Las Noches Arrancars who have the capability of creating a Gran Rey Zero, because it is an ability that requires both enormous Ryotsu reserves and to have reached a pinnacle of Ryotsu control. The numbers were assigned in the order people qualified for their role, so all that the number indicates is the order in which the Espada proved themselves capable of using the ability. He flexed his hand, glancing at the number on it, before elaborating. And the reason I am the first of them is that Aizen only had the idea of using the Gran Rey Zero as the mark of qualification after he saw me use the ability. I invented it, you see. In fact, I'd done it long before meeting Aizen. So, I got the number by default, not out of any special skill or power. Stark shrugged. Of course, you could argue that the lower numbers other than mine are indication of greater skill, as they indicated a greater learning speed, but that's not necessarily true. Neliel managed to master the ability before Ulquiorra, but she did that by asking me for pointers on how the ability worked and asking lessons, while Ulquiorra simply observed it used once, then went away to train and came back with the ability without any explanation on its workings, apparently having developed it by first principles on his own. Whereas Haribal only joined us when the other 12 already had the rank, and learned it in the span of a single day, so the fact that her number is the highest is hardly any indication of lesser skill. Shunsui nodded, slowly taking the information in. It seemed that they'd been fed some misinformation, but then, he supposed that hardly mattered. And he'd still learned something interesting, at least. So, you created the very ability that defines the Espada? That would make me think you are quite strong. I suppose some people might think that, but I would say that it's more a reflection of the fact that I specialize in using Zero. And, with no indication of actual threat, the Arrancar raised his hand in a motion so lazy, it took a moment for Shunsui to realize Stark was now holding his gun in it, and at the tip of the barrel was a glowing sphere of black energy glowing with a dark red light, and his eyes barely had the time to widen before the Espada fired. He barely had the time to dodge to the side, and even then, his reflexes still weren't enough to avoid a glancing blow that left a burn mark along the side of his bicep. He glanced at it before turning his attention to Stark and saying, in a deliberately mild tone to avoid revealing the sense of worry he was feeling. If that had been your fabled Gran Rey Zero, I'd have been disintegrated by it. Why hold back on your first strike, instead of using the surprise to attempt a winning strike? Stark didn't seem bothered and answered plainly. Gran Rey Zero takes about 1/10 of a second longer to charge up and use, you would have avoided it. I was just taking a measure of your dodging speed, so that when I actually use my best attack, I can be certain you'll be hit. Shunsui was already moving before the Espada was done speaking, slashing with Karamatsu Shinju to send a large cloud of golden dust straight at him. He expected that the Zero the man was loading on his gun would blast some of it away, so he made it spread on a pretty large area, but instead of shooting, the Arrancar raised his gun and waved it in a large arc in front of his face, the large sphere of purified Ryotsu being held in front of the weapon instead of immediately fired. It took Shunsui a moment to realize the Espada had such a good control that he was holding back on unleashing the Zero so as to use it as a melee weapon, and that surprise was upped when, once Stark had dispersed enough of the golden dust to be safe from it and let the Zero fly, instead of a single beam, it broke apart and unleashed 5 at once, each angled slightly differently so that the spread would be impossible for Shunsui to avoid even if he used the fastest Shunpo he had available. Luckily, Shunpo wasn't his fastest mean of movement, so he let himself fall into his own shadow, and then jumping out of Stark's own to stab at him, only for the Espada to simply evade backwards with a sudden blast of Sonido, while raising his gun and shooting another Zero at Shunsui. That made 3 in as many attacks, and 7 if Shunsui were to count the split one as multiples. He raised an eyebrow at that and asked, even as he used Shunpo to charge forward in a diagonal and ascending movement in midair. That was a lot of Zero at once. I was under the impression those took a lot out of an hollow, and you didn't strike me as the time to destroy himself by mismanaging resources. He faked a thrust, and as expected Stark used Sonido to evade and shot again, with the attack going wide due to Shunsui having stopped mid-lunge and changed his trajectory to get closer in a circling maneuver, to which the Espada frowned even as he answered. Arrancar have better Ryotsu retention, which is why we can seal it away to the point we're impossible to sense, and that helps with having more to spend on things like Zero. And it's not like Zero is all that I have available. As if to confirm that, just as Kirako got close enough to attempt to use Katen Kyokotsu's Shikai to close in for a strike, Stark took only a step back, avoiding their shadows from touching, which suggested both astounding situational awareness and that he'd already figured out how the ability worked, and shot his gun again. Shunsui was already dodging the moment the weapon was moved, having expected another Zero, so he was surprised when instead each shot released a dozen small pellets at once, in a conical blast, all moving fast enough he had no chance to avoid them at all. Luckily, as the reports had stated, while the Bala were impossible to dodge, they had very little impact power. Unluckily, to be able to move as fast as he was able to, Shunsui hadn't had his Hakuta coat on, since even the little extra weight it added could be decisive in being able to dodge Stark's very fast Zero firing, so the first salvo let him with a lot of small bleeding holes on him, minor wounds, but still hurting. He was fast enough that his Hakuta was on and stopping the next 4 barrages which Stark had fired in the space of 1 second, the projectiles peppering him with very little effect. The impact had slowed down his advance, but he'd still managed to get close enough to lunge forward, one Zanpakuto striking from each side and at different angles that would cut off the Espada's ability to evade with his Sonido, as he had so far. Shunsui still expected he would do it anyway, given what he'd heard of Arrancar regenerative abilities, but if he managed to maim his opponent for even a few second nods, that might just give him the opening he needed. Stack didn't dodge. Instead, he snapped the fingers of his free hand, and suddenly, Shunsui felt like he was being bitten by rats in multiple places all over his body at the same time, the sudden shock of which made his swings jerk for just a moment, enough that Stark avoided them by stepping closer, gun barrel slamming into Shunsui's belly while those bored eyes bored into him from a distance he wasn't comfortable with at all. He couldn't dodge at such distance, and it was only his reflexive use of Ho-Ho, which had been triggered by the multiple bites and so was already going through his body, which let him diffuse almost all the reishi in his abdomen away from the gun. The Zero still pierced through, leaving a gaping and bleeding hole about a handspan to the left of Shunsui's belly button, but the attack, while damaging, wasn't enough to take Shunsui out of the fight, and in fact he was able to disappear in his own shadow, emerging a brief distance away from one of the tall shadows the buildings surrounding the square that was their battlefield were casting. Shunsui took a moment to flood his body with fear-charged Ryotsu, the use of Hakuta leaving him shivering for a few seconds, but with the shivering from the wound he'd taken, his enemy probably wasn't able to tell the difference. What the attack did was find that a good number of the bala in that first attack had not pierced all the way through, instead, they'd grown teeth and anchored themselves inside him, and clearly waited ready for Stark's command to bite him. Now that they were frozen, it was easy for Shunsui to expel them, which caused the Espada to raise an eyebrow, the display of emotions quite subdued even as he commented. "So, you figured it out?" That was quick. Shunsui took a moment to flood himself with just a trickle of anger, not enough to lose his focus or set himself on fire, but sufficient to disperse the cold from his previous use of Hakuta. While he did, he masked the fact by asking, in a politely curious tone, "How does that work, exactly? I'd heard some of you Arrancar had the ability to load tricks on your bala, but I didn't think you could do something like giving them reactive abilities." Rather than answering, Stark raised his hand, and Shunsui sighed, using Hakuta to wrap his belly so that he'd not suffer ill effects from the wound, which meant he was in no way slowed as he jumped up and high into the air, barely moving before his opponent could start to fire again and again, a veritable swarm of bala flying at him as each shot added a few dozens more to the group. Shunsui's movement let the multitude of attacks pass underneath him, as he wasn't comfortable trying to ignore them until he understood what exactly was going on with them. Of course, he had to move before Stark fired to avoid the bala, and with the man raising his arm to track after him, so he kept climbing higher and higher, knowing that the only thing keeping him from being hit was the fact his jumps were faster than Stark's ability to move his aim before him. The Espada seemed to realize he wouldn't be able to preempt him, as he stopped, and the moment he did, Shunsui changed direction and flung himself at his opponent, only to hear a sudden rush of moving air from behind him. He turned to see that all of the bala had turned around and were chasing him now, and as his eyes widened and he redirected himself upwards with a sharp turn, they turned immediately to follow. While he wasn't Jushiro, he had enough skill in Kido to fire a dozen thin glowing beams of golden light with a wave of his hand, but the bala actively dodged it, clearly aiming at him. Eyes narrowed, Shunsui slashed with Karamatsu Shinju, sending out a wave of golden dust the size of a house, imprinted with the command of stand still, and sure enough, all of the bala that were touched by it froze suddenly, before falling to the ground. He didn't even stop, spinning on himself to release a second wave to intercept the barrage of bala that, sure enough, Stark had fired at his back the moment it was turned. The Arrancar himself dodged backwards with Sunido to avoid the attack. Shunsui glanced at his opponent and stated, firmly, "Your power allows you to animate your bala, so they are independent entities." Stark nodded. "In a sense. I can't give them a soul, but I can give them a mind, so they can think for themselves, to the extent an animal would. Although, you are mistaken on one point, I am not limited to doing it to bala." And then, the Espada reached to a wall and tapped it with his free hand, causing the brick and plaster to erupt from it, reshaping itself into a giant clawed arm that reached for Shunsui, at the same time as Stark raised his other hand and shot a Zero with his gun. Shunsui darted forward and avoided the latter, knowing it would lead him into the clawed hand as Stark had expected. It was still the better option, and as he focused on both his blades and spun on himself, the sharpened Zanpakuto cutting through the brick and plaster as easy as they would move through air. Then Shunsui really started to put some speed into it, using his mastery of Ho-Ho to make his bones lighter than those of a bird even as he made his arms denser than rock to have the combined benefit of speed from lack of weight and the speed of great muscular power, and his arms almost became a blur to his own eyes as he turned all of the offending material to dust before any of it could harm him in any way, always keeping an eye on Stark, knowing the Espada wasn't going to let his ambush fail so easily. And, sure enough, when he saw him raising his gun, Shunsui darted back immediately, through the cloud of debris he'd himself created, just in time to avoid the barrage of ballast smashing into the area he'd been occupying before, which he immediately saturated with gold dust from Karamatsu Shinju, to neutralize whatever trick Stark had planned with them. It was only thanks to Katen Kyokotsu's sudden warning that he was able to turn in time to see the wolf closing in on him, made of black Ryotsu but glowing with thinning red light, and realize that Stark had animated the Zero, using the animating of the building as a mere distraction, and that he didn't have the time to get away. He still managed to turn his head enough to keep the creature's claws from simply beheading him, but not enough to stop the claws from tearing into flesh and bone, nauseating pain racking his body as, in a sprout of blood, his vision went dark. Jushiro couldn't help but be glad when he finished Akutrone, despite how harsh the man's end had been. Not only had he brought it upon himself, Jushiro had asked him several times to surrender, after all, as he slowly closed the cage around him, but the fight itself had left Jushiro short of breath, and with the Kido within his chest straining, pushing against his ribcage in a painful manner. Sadly, it wasn't something he could do much about. While Captain Anohana, Rukia, and even Aizen, back when he'd not been an enemy, had done a lot to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the Kido that were holding at bay the necrotic infection inside of him, he still needed to concentrate on maintaining them himself. As a result, whenever he had to focus on maintaining any other Kido, the strain on the Kido themselves grew much stronger, and while Rukia's latest addition of a self-repairing support structure and dynamic net helped a lot with it, heavy casting like what he'd needed to resort against the Quincy left him tired, and needing to do some quick repair to the Kido to avoid them collapsing quickly. It could have been much worse, of course. Physical exertion put a lot more stress on his body than mere Kido usage, and at least the latter was fun, in that he got to experiment with practical applications of various configuration he'd only theorized about, but less tiring was still tiring, for somebody in his condition. As a result of it, he needed about a minute to catch his breath, which was why he wasn't able to seize the initiative to attack the adult, apparently Coyote Stark, when the kid, which seemed to be called Lilynet, darted for Shunsui. And the grimace when the male Arrancar sent the girl after him was as much from the pain as he finished knitting together the last few of the Kido inside himself as for the fact he'd failed to help his friend. Still, seeing as the kid Arrancar was sending herself at him like a bullet with her Sonido, he figured he could just make this quick, block the girl's attack, then use the contact of the swords to cast a trapping Kido on her, and then dart in to help Shunsui. So, he steadied himself, his sword raised in a solid two-handed guard that should be good enough to stop the kid. What happened instead was that, when she slammed into him with the combined power of her strength and her acceleration, Jushiro felt like he'd just been hit by an hammer the size of a palace, and found himself thrown backwards into one of the many structures Akutrone had erected throughout the battlefield. He barely managed to wrap himself into a temporary Kido armor to withstand the blow, and even that caused a spike of pain to spread all over his spine, while the last few repairs he'd made to the Kido inside his own body fell apart from the impact, the snapped reishi strands whipping at his throat and causing him a violent cough as he did. Jushiro fell to his knees, and took a moment to collect his breath, hoping he would have the time to repair the broken Kido, but before he could, Lilynet had closed the distance, and was looking down at him from her spot in the air, an annoyed expression on her face. "Hey! You're not going to drop dead like that, are you?" He looked up, offering the most disarming smile he was capable of, even as he took an extra moment to at least pin in place the broken strands so that, if not repaired, the Kido keeping him together wouldn't keep unraveling while he was unable to give them proper attention. Then he answered, in a polite tone. "Not at all, I merely didn't expect such a powerful strike, and was caught by surprise by it." The Arrancar frowned at that and said, her voice gaining a dangerous note. "What, did you think I'd be weak because I'm a kid? I'm an Espada, you know, You shouldn't underestimate me. He got to his feet, waving one of his hands in a pacifying manner, before using it to push a few of the long locks that had fallen over his face back behind his ear, and answered. Oh, no, not at all. I merely thought that, since your friend sent you against me, you would be a technical type of melee fighter, like I am, and was unprepared for a powerhouse like you. No underestimating happened, I merely misunderstood the form your strength would take. She seemed somewhat mollified at that, as she commented. You know, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I like that you're being all polite about it. Jushiro offered a slight bow, making sure to keep his eyes on his enemy, and answered, in a soft tone. Just because we're having a disagreement with potentially lethal consequences is no reason to be uncivilized about it, is it? She grinned at that. You're right. I like you, so I'll try to make this fight fun, okay? By all means. He raised his two swords in a ready position, and immediately she dove, swinging her large, curved scimitar in an overhead chop that hit straight where Jushiro had been standing, completely smashing the structure he was standing upon and, to Lilynet's eyes, also bisecting him from head to groin. Of course, that was just a result of Jushiro's use of Yozutsemi, the Hakuda and Ho-Ho combined technique of leaving a small cloud of Ryotsu shaped like himself behind while he moved at high speed to the side and around, completely dodging the attack he had no way of blocking, and instead stabbing with the blade of Sogyo no Kawatori at his left, aiming straight for the partial blind spot her horn formed. The Arrancar's eyes widened in surprise, and he would have took her head off if she hadn't used a micro-sonido to move herself out of the way by a bare amount of centimeters. Still, she immediately capitalized on the miss, turning around and bringing up her scimitar in a rising slash, but this time, knowing her strength vastly outstripped his own, Jushiro didn't try to stop her, instead slashing with his right hand, Sogyo no Kawatori's blade sharpening just as the sword made contact so that it effortlessly cut through the tiny Espada's own sword, sending half of it flying away while his own blade continued forward unimpeded. Lilynet managed to trigger another micro-sonido to dodge backwards, but not fast enough to avoid the tip of his Zanpakuto opening a gouge in her cheek. As expected of an Arrancar, the wound didn't cause any bleeding or even loss of Ryotsu like a hollow would experienced, but it did cause her eyes to widen as she said, sounding shocked. You're good. And fast. I didn't think you'd be so quick. He raised his right hand in a sword salute, the blade held straight in front of his face. One doesn't get to be a Shinigami captain as long as I have without picking up a few small tricks. She grinned at that, even as the wound on her face regenerated away, and answered boldly. Well, let me show you some of my own tricks then. And with that, she charged forward, the curved scimitar reforming in her hands as she swung, and Jushiro immediately matched the movement with a charge of his own, ready to cut through her weapon again with his right sword again, but this time with the footing to then thrust with his left afterwards. He wasn't expecting for something to suddenly strike at his back, and only the fact that he was still wearing the invisible Kido armor he'd previously used to protect himself from smashing into the pillar saved him from having his spine severed, although the sheer impact still made him stumble so that, instead of being able to cut through Lilynet's scimitar, the bad angle merely caused his blade to lodge into hers, locking the two together for a moment. Jushiro used that moment to swipe at his back with his other sword, smacking away what looked like another blade who had reshaped itself into a stylized bird and immediately twisted itself to charge at him again, only then did he realize that it was the half of Lilynet's sword he'd severed before. Which was about when the scimitar in the girl's hand suddenly twisted, its tip splitting apart into an imitation of snake fangs, as it tried to strike at him around his guard. A twist of Sogyo no Kawatori's blade severed that part of the blade and sent it flying away, but couldn't press the attack as he had to twist out of the way of the swooping raven blade. The attack missed him, but it was close enough for Jushiro to tap it with his sword and channel his Ryotsu through it to cast a contact Kido on the thing, trapping it into a cocoon of golden light. Then he glanced at the small Arrancar and she said, with a grin. Cool power, right? I can give a mind to anything I touch, it's not quite a soul, but it makes things smart enough to act like loyal pets, and attack anything I want them to. It's certainly impressive. That said, Jushiro immediately charged forward again before the girl could reform her broken weapon a second time. She didn't even try, instead swinging the broken piece with enough force the sheer wind pressure from it would have normally pushed Jushiro back, but when he released the last of Akotroni's attack that were still sealed within Sogyo no Kawatori, the discharge of electricity made it through the wind unimpeded, and while being struck by the lightning didn't leave Lilynet shocked. Like he'd hoped, the brief stumble was enough, as it interrupted her offensive and gave him the chance to thrust his sword forward, using Ho-Ho to extend his lunge. The attack was still barely enough for him to strike at her feet, but the moment it made contact, Jushiro once again used his ability to channel Ryotsu through his sword to cast a contact Kido, trapping the girl in a small pyramid of golden crystal whose inside was powered up to slowly heat up until it incinerated everything within. Jushiro took a long, slow breath as he saw Lilynet look around herself, then he started to work on finishing to fix the Kido inside himself as he saw pull back a fist and smash it straight into the walls of her cage. The structure shook brutally, causing the air around, above, and under it to twist in a small tornado that forced Jushiro to take a few steps backwards with Shunpo. He blinked, considering that the strength required to make the crystal shake like that would have been enough to cause a small localized earthquake. He wasn't worried about it, since the crystal could take over 1,000 times as much force as that, but it was still more strength than he'd even seen unleashed all at once. It made him all the more glad that he'd defeated the girl so quickly, since with such strength, a single hit from her might well be all it took to take him down. And that was when Lilynet grinned, placing the flat of her hand against the crystal. He could see her skin smoking slightly from the heat inside the crystal, which should currently already be enough to have set a soul on fire, and then, to Jushiro's astonishment, the crystal suddenly parted open like an overripe orange, and it took him a moment to realize that the broken pieces had reshaped themselves into tentacles before they immediately slammed into him at once, as his own Kido turned into a sort of distorted octopus. If not for the multitude of structures Acutron had created before, a single strike from one of the tentacles would have been enough to send him crashing straight into the ground, a few dozen of meters below them. As it was, what happened instead was that the first tentacle hit smacked him straight into one of the platforms, then the follow-up smashed the platform and sent him crashing through it into another one, and the following ones repeated the process 6 times before he was finally able to collect enough of his breath to dispel the Kido when it next touched him. The pummeling still left him reeling, kneeling on a sort of bowl, and Lilynet was standing above him, looking amused as she commented. "What, you thought that would be enough? I can't be caged, since I can turn any cage around me into my servant. You want to beat me, you'll need to do it the hard way, Shinigami Captain." Jushiro looked up, but before he could answer, a sudden sound of something like a building collapsing grabbed both his and Lilynet's attention, and when he turned, he had the time to see that Stark had animated the building in very much the same way Lilynet had done with the Kido cage, causing it to sprout a giant arm that Shunsui was making a much better work of fighting than Jushiro himself would have. In fact, even Lilynet was impressed, as she commented. "Wow, your friend is pretty quick too, isn't he? Too bad he's already lost." It took a moment for Jushiro to understand what the espada meant, and that moment was all the time necessary for Shunsui to dodge a barrage of bala from his opponent, only to be ambushed by a wolf that, Jushiro realized with dread, was actually made from an animated Zero, and which, while it had been hidden from both Shunsui's and Jushiro's sight by the cloud of debris that had resulted from the brick arm being smashed, had been clearly visible to Lilynet from her more elevated position. Because of that delay, even as Jushiro immediately jumped up, ignoring as the second of the 7 Kido inside his chest was torn apart by the sudden effort as he flash-stepped toward his friend, he couldn't stop the Zero Wolf from savaging Shunsui's face with a swipe of its clawed par, which caused half of Shunsui's cheek and a sprout of blood to erupt from the place where his eye was. The impact sent Shunsui plummeting down, his own blood falling onto his face while leaving a red streak in the air behind as he fell, but the wolf was clearly more than ready to finish him off, and Jushiro was still too far away. So in desperation he threw Sogyo no Kawaitari left sword, and the blade speared the wolf and absorbed it just in time to prevent it from hitting Shunsui and finishing him off. "Hey, I'm your opponent, not Coyote." Jushiro didn't even hesitate to turn his other blade at Lilynet, who had been closing in on him anyway, and release the Zero Wolf straight at her face, only for the creature to jump in order to avoid her, before moving to run 2 circles around her, and then stopping at her side, as if waiting for her order to attack him. She clucked her tongue and said, sounding amused. "Come on now, why would you think my power would work against me like that? You seemed smarter than that." Jushiro's eyes narrowed at that. It seemed the 2 Espada didn't just have a similar power, they somehow shared the same one. His left hand closed around the cable that connected the two swords his Zanpakuto was made up of, and as the girl pointed at him and the Zero Wolf charged, he swung it, Sogyo no Kawateri's blade acting like the tip of a whip as it cut into the creature barely a moment before it could close its jaws around him and absorbing it. He also used the same hand to create a small, circular shield in front of Lilynet, a Kido that looked like a defense but was, in truth, a trap, since the moment something struck it, it would explode with enough power to take down even a Shinigami wrapped in a reinforced Hakuda coat, which was the reason he, at the same time, had shot a single Kido dart with his other hand. The explosion was not, of course, enough to take down an Aaron car, but with the distance, it did send Lilynet careening back and, more importantly for Jushiro, who had been far enough from the explosion to avoid being hurt from it but close enough to be reached by the shockwave, it sent him shooting towards the area where Shunsui was, just in time to intercept another Zero that Stark had fired to finish his friend off. While there seemed to be nothing more than boredom in the Espada's eyes, Jushiro was pretty sure that being thwarted twice in such quick succession had annoyed him. If nothing else, the man seemed to study him for a long moment rather than pressing his offensive, and then, he decided to speak. Just as I imagined, your power is very well suited to counter me. Is there a limit to it, Shinigami Captain? Jushiro would normally have offered an apologetic smile and some polite platitude to that, but as things currently stood, he wasn't feeling any kindness toward his enemy, and so his answer was a curt "we'll see," which made the Espada frown. Then, Stack raised his gun, to which Jushiro promptly reacted by raising both swords in a guard position, and said, as black Ryotsu with a dark red glow to it started to accumulate on its tip. We shall yes. I wonder, if you can absorb Zero on contact, do you think that means you will be able to do the same for a Gran Ray Zero? Or will its disintegration power affect you first? As he spoke, the light coming from the black orb changed from dark red to dark green, and then he fired, the beam morphing into a wolf barely a moment after it had left the gun. Jushiro was inclined to think that the Gran Ray would trump his Zanpakuto, since any Zero it trapped destroyed everything else it had stored, so it stood to reason that the disintegration effect could be transmitted to the sword from the inside. Besides, even if his guess was wrong, he wasn't about to risk Sogyo no Kodawari on such a dangerous gamble. No, he needed something entirely different to stop it, and he thought he had just the thing. So, he charged toward the Gran Ray Wolf, Zanpakuto ready to stab it, only Yo released the Zero trapped into it at the last moment, the two energies dissipating each other on contact, leaving Jushiro with an open road to Stark. The Espada blinked, raising his gun, but Jushiro swung Sogyo no Kodawari from the left, blade at maximum sharpness, while releasing Ryotsu from the blade so that it left after images behind as it swung. He was pretty sure he'd strike faster than Stark could charge up a Zero, but even if not, it would certainly hit before he was hit himself, and the Espada wouldn't be able to stop the attack. And when he saw the flicker of uncertainty in Stark's eyes, there for barely a fraction of a second, he knew he was right. That was when a sudden impact like a cannonball struck into his side, and as several of his bones shattered in the impact, two more of the Kido keeping his infection at bay were torn open by the attack, and he had just the time to see Lilynet come to a sudden stop from what had been a Sonido speed charge that had hit him straight on, before he smashed into the ruins of the building Stark had previously animated to use against Shunsui. As he laid in the rubble, silently casting a few healing Kido on himself while also drawing Ryotsu from his Zanpakuto to help the regeneration at all, Lilynet moved to glare at him and say, sounding quite annoyed. That wasn't polite at all. I was your opponent, and you went to fight Coyote instead. Rude. Stark, next to her, looked at him with a bored expression, then said, pointing his gun at him. Let's finish him off, he's way too much trouble. Fine. It's what he deserves, after all. Lilynet's comment was accompanied by a huff and a crossing of her arms in front of her chest, but before Stark could shoot, a sudden growl came from below, in a tone of barely held back fury. Bankai, search and rescue, Katen Kyokotsu. Jushiro couldn't help but smile as he glanced down to the ground, where his best friend, while looking very much the worse for wear, was also very much still standing. His face was a mess, with the undamaged part covered in blood, some of which he'd clearly had to clean from his one remaining eye, and the part which the Zero Wolf had savaged was horrifying to see. The claws had ripped away Shunsui's right eye and most of the flesh around it, leaving some of the bone of the skull underneath visible and sporting cracks, but even from so far away, Jushiro could see the signs of the Kido Shunsui had cast on himself, one designed to seal away pain and keep a wound contained without impairing fighting capability. It was the first Kido Jushiro had ever personally designed, and he'd needed nearly 5 years to teach it to Shunsui. Nothing else had ever been that difficult for his friend to master, and he was the type who gave up if he couldn't see progress in something in the span of a week, yet he'd kept trying that one anyway, until he'd fully mastered it. He knew that, regardless of how bad the wound looked, Shunsui would survive it, and now that he had both of his Bankai active, the battle was far from lost. Clearly sensing the same thing, Stark immediately shot a Gran Ray Zero at Jushiro, but before it could strike him, he felt the welcoming sensation of darkness wrapping itself around him, and by the time Stark's attack hit and disintegrated the building he'd been standing on, Jushiro was safely on the ground, having emerged from Shunsui's own shadow. His friend, while keeping his one eye locked up onto their enemies, still managed to ask, in a lackadaisical tone, "Are you out of it completely? I can hide you away if you need it." Jushiro shook his head and answered, injecting all of the confidence he was feeling into his tone. "No, I'm actually healing myself right now. My bones are broken so I can't move right now, and if I take any more hits like that one there's a risk my support Kido will fail, but as long as I don't get hit, I'm fine, and I should be able to move in a minute or so. Not fast, and not well, but enough to help." Shunsui scratched his chin and asked, in a thoughtful tone, "What of Kido? If you can't gesture to call them." Jushiro snorted and said, "I'll just call them by name, I'm more than good enough for that. In fact, Bakudo 17, Barrier Swarm." At his call, over 600 of platforms, each one about the size of a dinner plate, appeared in the air around them, causing the two Espada to look at it in astonishment and, much more importantly, creating a multitude of interconnected shadows at multiple variable heights. Shunsui's whispered "that'll do" was all the confirmation his friend gave him, before disappearing and erupting out of Stark's shadow, projected on a suspended platform right behind the man, ready to stab with both blades. Karamatsu Shinju held low and toward the calf while Katen Kyokotsu was aimed high and straight for the head. Stark managed to notice the slight glittering gold of the dust on the former blade, and so avoided what to most people would have looked like the least tree-tending attack, even if it resulted in Shunsui's black saber carving out a good chunk of his face. Unlike Shunsui, the Arrancar could regenerate it, but he still had to stumble back. Lilynet, however, charged at Shunsui from above, striking silently and from the blind spot his newest wound had left him, but Jushiro had made the shield platforms with a slightly reflective surface for just such a purpose, and so his friend was still able to notice, sinking into his own shadow to avoid the blade, and then, when Lilynet hit the platform with what should have been a hit hard enough to smash it, she found herself being dragged into it instead, only to be spat off a different one, and straight into Shunsui's waiting Karamatsu Shunju. The Arrancar stared in surprise at the glittering gold blade that had speared her straight through the chest, and then the arm holding it, the only two things which had sprouted out of the darkness. She clearly wanted to say something, only to find out that her lips didn't move, as, in fact, no portion of her body could, due to the rule Shunsui's Zanpakuto had just imposed onto her. As Shunsui retreated into the shadows and she fell onto the platform, Lilynet was still able to animate it, her power clearly needing only contact and not movement, sending it moving upwards and smashing her own back into another platform just so that she could animate it to dive at Jushiro himself, perhaps hoping that would force Shunsui to reveal himself. What happened instead was that Jushiro called out, "Bakudo 17, partial shield," generating a large platform just above himself, and then he was absorbed into the shadow his new creation cast, Shunsui putting him on a completely different one. Stark growled, muttering, "We need to get rid of these things," as he shot a Zero straight down, an attack that would have probably cleared a third of the field, if Shunsui hadn't dragged Jushiro's arm into the shadows and caused it to come out right in the path of the beam, Sogyo no Kawaitari absorbing the attack before it had the time to damage even one of the platforms, even as, from another shadow, Shunsui's arm emerged, wielding Karamatsu Shinju, and used it to shot out a blast of golden dust at Stark. The Espada managed to avoid it by using Sonido to shot himself up and high into the sky, where he was far enough out of the reach of any shadow that he could take a moment, aiming his gun in hope of doing something, at least until Jushiro called forth, "Bakudo 17, Barrier Swarm." Again, and generated a multitude of new barriers, these ones going upwards to nearly where Stark was, even as Shunsui said, his voice seeming to come from everywhere at once as he traveled from shadow to shadow and only let his lips out. You are strong, Espada, but not stronger than the two of us working together. There's no point to continuing, this isn't your fight, it's Aizen's. Leave, go back to your Hueco Mundo, and don't bother any of us anymore. We won't chase you if you do, you'll be free. Jushiro frowned, but didn't say anything. He wasn't sure that letting an enemy this strong go was a good idea, but he could see the reasoning. With how hurt they both were, the fight might be chancy, especially considering the fact that, going by the reports, Arrancars had a more powerful state that they could call upon, and neither Coyote nor Lilynet had accessed theirs yet. Adding in the fact that needless killing wasn't something either of them enjoyed, he could see why Shunsui would give Stark the chance. For a long moment, the Espada remained silent, and then, instead of answering or even just trying to escape with Sonido again, suddenly a second gun formed in his other hand, and he unleashed a barrage of bala from both, hitting dozens of platforms at once, which immediately smashed themselves into their neighbors. Jushiro didn't understand what the Arrancar was attempting, even as he prepared to summon more platforms to fill the void, at least until Stark used Sonido to dive, with a sound like thunder almost deafening him and a shockwave propagating from his point of departure, with a second thunderclap and shockwaves from the point where he stopped, right in front of Lilynet, who he cradled into his hands before saying, in a very dark, determined tone. You are wrong, Shinigami, this is my fight in a way you cannot comprehend. And then, Ryotsu suddenly erupted. Jushiro had just finished stumbling back on his feet, but the sheer wave of power released as the Arrancar transformed easily bowled him over, and as he felt the spiritual signature climbing, and climbing, and climbing again, Jushiro started to feel his breath missing him as he realized the air was becoming too thick to breath, the Ryotsu almost enough to suffocate him all by itself. He called on his own, the way the Captain Commander had trained them to do when facing his similarly oppressive presence, but unlike with Yamamoto, where coating themselves in thick layers of their own pressures was enough for them to retain normal mobility and remain unaffected, Jushiro still felt like he was immersed in thick syrup, and then the power kept growing stronger, slowly starting to overcome his defenses. Doing the only thing he could, he kept increasing and doubling down on his shroud, reinforcing it until, at last, he could at least stay standing and breathing, however, his whole body trembling, and every movement he made required so much effort that he could feel the strain on the Kido inside of him from the barest twitch of a finger, from every breath he took. He could still fight, probably, but not well, and not for longer than a few minutes, without his protections giving out. And then, he saw with horror that, while the spiritual pressure around them had stabilized in terms of power, it was still spreading, slowly reaching to the edge of the square. The sheer strength of it was already causing the asphalt to break apart, but when it reached the nearbyest building and their very structure started to crumble, Jushiro realized that this amount of pressure would simply cause every edifice it enveloped to collapse, and any mortal, soul, or even any Shinigami other than a captain that was caught within it, was going to be smeared into paste by its power. Even as he understood this, it was the sound of one of the Kido platform he'd created exploding that pushed Jushiro out of his state of horrified realization. He could see how the spiritual pressure was causing cracks to spread across the platform until they finally gave out and fell to pieces, and could all too well imagine the same thing happening to however many thousands of souls that would be caught within this power's range before it extended to whatever maximum range it could reach. And he wasn't about to allow it. With a clap of his hands that nearly caused him to fall to his knees from the pain, and a whisper of, Bakudo 90, Ryotsu repelling cage, he called forth on a Kido he'd only ever used once in his life. 70 pillars of gold-colored crystal erupted all around the edge of the square, with multiple thin nets connecting them, and as the Ryotsu of their opponent reached it, it rebounded, pushed back inside. However, while the pillars would keep the Ryotsu from affecting anything outside of the boundary they established, it would not protect the pillars themselves, since for the Kido to work, they needed to be inside the boundary. And so, he could see the spiritual pressure already starting to push on the pillars, with tiny hairline fractures forming over their surface. Jushiro took a moment to examine the speed of their spread, to get a sense for how long the pillars would last, and then blanched when he realized they would collapse within 5 hours at most, when he'd last deployed them, the one time he'd accepted to spar with Kenpeki, the pillar had only been halfway to their destruction after the 4 days it had took to get the madman to surrender out of boredom. He didn't have anything stronger, however, so he resolved to let it to that and turned his full attention on their opponent, who was standing alone in the middle of the wreckage of the platforms, who'd been at ground zero for the transformation and thus shattered instantly at the sudden change in spiritual pressure. And it was only one opponent that was left in front of them. Both Coyote and Lilynet had disappeared, and in their place stood a tall figure, still wearing the same gray jacket and black sash Coyote had, but within which was a very much female body. The head had also been replaced with a bone helmet with 2 bull horns, one whole and one broken at the base, and while the hairs that were still peeking from under it were long and feminine, they also had taken the dark brown color that Coyote's hairs had, even when the bottom half of the face was covered by a hollow mask with thin lips that were an almost precise match for Lilynet's. It looked very much like the 2 Aaron Carr they'd been facing before had fused into a single hollow, although it was hard to assign the term to the figure in front of them. Outside of its head, and one hand which looked like dark bone with thin, hair-like tendrils of white fiber wrapped haphazardly around it, the rest was so fully covered in clothing, including the black glove on the other hand, that from behind, or in silhouette, one might well have confused the creature in front of them for a human, instead of what it was, a Vastolord. Shunsui, while staring at their opponent with the same intensity as Jushiro, seemed to have recovered his focus faster, as he asked, in a direct manner. So, which of the 2 are you? I am neither, and both. I am Stark, the walking wasteland, and I want you to understand, Shinigami, what that means. Stark gestured to the shattered round around her, which was still continuing to slowly fall to pieces, and said, her voice sad. Try to imagine it, if you can. Millennia, walking across Hueco Mundo, never seeing anything other than endless dunes of powdery white sands because you very being crushes everything to such a state long before you can even lay eyes on what stood there. Year after year, alone, with nothing and nobody to talk with or to, anything left to a dead carcass from which you can take nourishment, but no emotional sustenance. A carnage of praise and wait for you, laying already dead, without any chance to experience the thrill of the hunt, with no opportunity to confront any worthy opponent. The ability to briefly grant life to that which doesn't have it, but in the form of a mindless automaton incapable of communication, affection, or even rebellion, nothing but the mindless obedience of an empty tool, divine power, made into a mockery at your very existence. Picture it, if you can, that solitude and loneliness, prolonged for an eternity that can't ever end. Can you even fathom what that would be like? What do you imagine it would be like, if that was the whole sum of your existence? The mere idea of it left Jushiro ill. He felt a deep sadness at the description of what Stark's existence had apparently been like, and the Hollow seemed to realize this as their eyes met, for she nodded and continued. I couldn't tell you how long that was all I knew, but I can tell you how it all changed. A Shinigami came to me, having heard tales of my existence from those who had managed to escape the furthest reaches of my power before it could claim them. Like you, he stood in front of me, trembling and barely able to move and no threat of any sort, but I wanted somebody to talk with, and so when he spoke, I listened. He asked for a shard of my power, saying that, if we could seal some of it away, I might be able to control it the way other Vastolord could, and I allowed him to try. I knew that he wanted to use the power he'd take from me for his own goals, but I cared little, I only wanted the solitude to end, so I allowed the Shinigami to try. She clenched her fist, and Jushiro could sense a feeling of frustration in the Ryotsu around them, but Stark mastered herself quickly, and continued. That first time, Aizen failed. No matter what sort of device or trick he attempted to use, nothing was strong enough to hold even the smallest fraction of my power. However, despite his failure, I didn't kill him, he'd given me a break in my endless solitude, and I treasured that. But he'd also given me something else, an idea. While Aizen had failed, I got the sense that what he'd wanted to do, break apart a portion of my power and seal it away, had to be possible. So, I tried, again and again, but each time, I found that nothing was strong enough to keep my power at bay. Nothing, that is, except my own soul, my own willpower. And that is how I reached the idea that finally worked. I broke my own body, sealed away a whole half of my body in that broken part, and then, to keep it together, I used my own power to give it sentience long enough that it could allow my own soul to connect to it, and develop my own will. Stark looked at her hands, sounding contemplative. I couldn't tell you which part of me was the creator and which the created, because they're equal in nearly every way. The only differences that exists are those that I willed in for myself. I desired a family, so I made myself one. I wanted a father to love me and a child to cherish. I wanted to be able to enjoy myself without restraint as well as keep things orderly, so I did both at once, with each of my halves. I was able to finally have what I wanted, or so I thought. Genuine anger entered her voice then, and Jushiro could feel the Ryotsu around them turning hotter, as Stark went on. Except, it didn't work. No matter where I went, Hueco Mundo was only filled with nothing but madness, fights, fear and resentment. I could finally interact with others, but all that I found were vengeful, little-minded creatures who could not see past their need for their next meal, and those smarter than beast would either still be foolish enough to think they could make me into their prey, or bow and scrape like worms, barely better than the puppets my power lets me create. I was finally free from the shackles my very existence had imposed on me, and yet my cage of solitude continued to follow me, bound to me by the chain of hollow nature. I couldn't stand that. Stark paused, the anger filtering out of her Ryotsu, and then she went on. So, I went in search for Aizen, and when I found him, I explained to him what I had done, how I had achieved what he'd failed to, and then asked him if, now that he had an example to follow, he could replicate what I'd done, offer the gift of a truer existence to others. And he did. He used the Hujioku, and while the process he developed wasn't a perfect copy of my own, it was enough. I finally had what I wanted, what I'd needed throughout all of my existence. I was alone no more. She straightened, and Jushiro could see that what she was saying now, she truly believed in. I am not just the first Espada, I am also the first Arrancar. Aizen brought my dream into reality, and for that, I will help him bring into reality his own, but even if he hadn't, the world he will create, one where those creatures of bestial instinct and hunger that are hollow no longer exist, replaced by properly intelligent, civilized Arrancar, is a world I will fight for. And Aizen was clear that such a world cannot exist as long as your soul society stand, so if your destruction is the price I need to pay it I will. Shunsui scoffed at Stark's declaration, and then said, pointing Komatsu Shinja straight at him. All I got from your sob story is that you're responsible for giving Aizen his army. Well, if you want to fight, stay assured, we'll give you your last one. Then, he sent forth a massive plume of golden dust from the tip of his Zanpakuto, but instead of flying straight at Stark, the dust proceeded through the air sluggishly, quickly losing speed, altitude, and density before dispersing completely. Shunsui blinked, and it took Jushiro a moment to realize that the spiritual pressure Stark was expressing was so strong, it had simply crushed the dust itself. Stark didn't even look bothered, instead merely waving a hand, and only by dodging into his own shadow was Shunsui able to avoid the sudden jaws that had opened under his feet from closing over him. Then Stark said, sounding annoyed. You're being ridiculous if you think you can put up a fight against me in this state. Like this, I don't need to touch something to grant it a mind, I can do it to anything that my Ryotsu is touching, meaning right now, this entire battlefield is mine. And, as another thing, you mustn't forget that I'm a Zero specialist, that Zero are created by purifying Ryotsu, and that, again, every bit of Ryotsu in this place right now belongs to me. And then, to demonstrate, she waved her hand, and 36 black spheres formed all over the clearing, 6 of them glowing with a dark green light while the rest dark red, to then erupt in beams that scoured the area, moving along as if guided by an invisible hand before then reshaping themselves into wolves, forming 6 packs of 6 wolves each, circling the battlefield in search of Shunsui. At least until Stark turned to stare straight at Jushiro, and added. Nor should you forget that I have an hostage here. 2 packs of wolves converged on him, and while Shunsui was quick to drag him into his own shadow, he still got scratched by one of them, a long cut on his arm, and all Jushiro could think about, as he watched it, was that it had only been by luck that it had been the normal Zero wolf who reached him, and not the Gran Ray one next to it. If it had been that one to scratch him, it would have been over. Jushiro? Are you all right? He returned his attention to his friend. They were under some of the rubble that had been caused by Stark's previous use of the building to attack Shunsui, but as they watched, it was clear that the hiding place wouldn't last for long. As she watched around, looking for them, Stark was continuing to create more and more Zero Wolves, and as they moved in circles around her like a growing hurricane of deadly spirits, they were making sure to graze against every surface in reach, slowly clearing the square of any debris or anything else that could cast a shadow for Shunsui to use. It was only a matter of time before they were cornered. And that was without considering the risk that Stark might send her ever-growing army of wolves at one of the pillars that were sealing her Ryotsu to the square, in which case she could easily wipe out the entire town. And even if they revealed themselves, it wasn't like a simple strike to the mask would be enough to take Stark down. Defeating an Arrancar required destroying their mask in its entirety, and if they tried and failed, that could mean doom for everyone else. Stark wasn't an enemy they could afford to spare. She was both far too powerful, and far too motivated to destroy them, for any outcome other than her destruction to be acceptable. However, they needed a surefire way to take her down, and they didn't really have any, except, Jushiro realized, for one. He took a moment to center himself and gather all of his confidence, then looked up at Shunsui, and nodded firmly, before saying, "Just get me within melee range of her, and I have one thing that can take her down for sure." Shunsui's eye widened, then it narrowed as he turned his focus on their opponent and whispered back, "You sure about that? If you've miscalculated even a bit." He grabbed Shunsui's arm, stopping him from explaining how dangerous getting into melee range with their enemy would be, and said, in as firm a tone as he could manage, "Trust me, what I have planned will take her down. You just lost an eye fighting her. Do you really think I don't realize the risks, or that I wouldn't be willing to sustain a few wounds of my own? It'll be fine." Shunsui was clearly conflicted, but then he let out a long breath, nodded and said, in a serious tone, "Of course I trust you. All right, let's do this." Then he disappeared inside his shadows, which was good, because Jushiro wasn't sure he'd be able to lie to him again a second time. Instead, he prepared himself, closing his eyes and focusing on the Kido he needed to unravel, slowly and methodically examining every single piece that made it up, making sure he understood it as perfectly as necessary in order to do what needed to be done. And then, he felt the pull, as Shunsui dragged him into his shadow and pushed him out of Stark's. The first Arrancar moved quickly, impossibly fast, Zero blossoming around her while she turned to reach with her clawed, bony fingers toward Jushiro's chest, her movements so fast that even if his body had been able to move at its full speed rather than the crawl he was barely capable of, he still wouldn't have had the time to interpose his sword in between. Lucky for him, then, that he didn't need to do it. Instead, Sogyo no Kawaitari, which had been waiting with its tip pointed just between two of his ribs, pierced straight into his chest just as he pulled the last strand, keeping the Kido inside of him together, making it fall apart at once, at the same time as Stark's hand hit straight his fully unprotected chest and caused it to explode in a shower of gore, with no ability to avoid the sharpened tip of Jushiro's Zanpakuto, drenched in his own blood and the majority of the remains of the Vastolord he'd kept sealed inside of him for so long. As he collapsed in a pool of blood at her feet, Stark stared down at him in confusion, then asked, hesitant, What was that?" If he'd tried to speak, Jushiro couldn't have, considering the state of his torso. In fact, he could already feel his soul falling apart, even as the necrosis started to spread inside him, and he wondered heavily which of the two effects would kill him first. Still, he was at least good enough for one last Kido, so with a twist of his fingers, his voice answered her, even if in truth the message was meant for Shunsui more than their opponent, so that his friend would know that this was all going as planned. "I was holding inside myself the power of a Vastolord so strong, he couldn't be fully destroyed without letting him contaminate somebody else. I let it inside your body. By contaminating you, the condition is fulfilled, and both he and you will be destroyed by it, as will I. You lost, Stark." Even as the message went on, he could literally see his own body falling apart, and then, as Stark suddenly clutched her chest with a slowly discoloring hand, Jushiro knew she'd been affected. He could see the desperation in the Arrancar's posture as her grip on her own pressure started to slip while her body cannibalized itself from the inside, and he managed to convey one last message, trying to inject pity in the normally emotionless vocal relay of the message Kido. "At least console yourself with the knowledge that your existence of suffering is over." Then, his Ryotsu failed him, the Kido dispersing as he lost focus, and Jushiro Yukate's last thought, as he died, was one of peace, while he might have needed to sacrifice himself, at least he could trust that Rukia would follow in his steps, and make him proud. Shunsui landed softly as the Zero Wolves dispersed, scattering the ashes that were all that remained of Stark, absent-mindedly slamming one of his Zanpakuto into the golden orb that she had been guarding, destroying it utterly, before kneeling next to the spot where his best friend had died. Shunsui could tell because Sogyo no Kotori was still there, slowly decomposing as the necrosis effects finished taking it down. The power had always been slower acting on Zanpakuto, even though Jushiro's body had disappeared far faster than that of the first Espada. He stood there for a long moment, unsure what to say, before he just started crying, the emotions too much for words. Besides, he knew, Jushiro wouldn't have needed any anyway. Still, he stood there crying for a long time. Chapter 110, Brains. Having sent Rukia on her way, Kisuke raised Benihime in a guard position in front of his face, and when Sale shouted, "And you're even more pathetic, admitting you'll need others to fight your battles for you," he replied in the same carefree tone he'd affected in his latest answer. "Well, why don't you send away your minions then, since you think relying on subordinates is such a bad idea?" That seemed to incense the pink-haired even more, as he shouted, loudly. "You really think I'm that much of an idiot, that a bit of taunting would make me ignore one of my advantages?" Kisuke shrugged and answered, maintaining his calm to try and annoy the 12th Espada into making some rash decision. "I'm just pointing out that your actions don't really match your words, if you're going to need your minions to tackle a few extra Shinigami." Mayuri seemed to be in agreement with the comment, as he added in his own typical dismissive manner, which was even more grating with his screechy voice. "Indeed, Urahara might be a moron, but in this case, he's fully correct. A truly powerful fighter would need no help to deal with greater numbers. That you need others to fight for you instead showcase your lack of skills. Why, you little," Sale seemed about to say something but then paused, smiled mockingly, and said, suddenly much calmer as he pushed his square glasses up his face, "You have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what you say, because they are just an extension of my power." Then he raised his voice and shouted, in a commanding tone, "Everybody, take your boosters now." Immediately, the Arrancar who had spread out along the outer edges of the room all reached into their clothes and pulled out what looked like round pills and swallowed them. The effect was instantaneous as long, blade-like growths erupted from all over the Arrancar bodies and their eyes started to glow red, even as the normally sealed Ryotsu Arrancar had started to leak out of each one. Sale grinned smugly, and opened his arms wide as he declared, "Watch my brilliance. Arrancar bodies can be reinforced and modified through use of Iero, so I created a way for them to have my own Ryotsu affect their body, using my own skill with the ability to modify it for them. They're all carrying my own power now, and so it'll be me defeating you. Minions, exterminate the Shinigami." Immediately, Nimue said, in a firm commanding tone, "Each platoon assume a triangular formation, utilize your own enhancements to hold the enemy at bay," and the various seated officers immediately followed, clearly already used to follow her orders. In truth, it was far more coordination than Urahara had ever seen out of the science division, but then, it wasn't surprising that Mayuri would have programmed competent leadership into his artificial daughter, despite having no skill in the matter himself. And, Kisuke thought with some recrimination, of course Aizen had trained everybody to follow orders well, when they were given, all to better hide his plotting and use people's creations for his own goals. Still, for once that came in handy, as the Shinigami held their formation despite the Sonido enhanced charges Sale's minions used to charge into them. Several were cut or wounded, but they didn't simply collapse, and then the seated officers directed the counter-attack, some, like 1st Seat Akon and 5th Seat Toru, using modifications they'd made to themselves. Akon's ejectable horns Toru's ability to turn her sweat into a solid jello that captured her opponents, while others used their powerful Shikai, such as 4th Seat Inaba twin-headed Volge that created portals to move enemies around to break their formations and, of course, Rukia's friend Momo incinerating dozens of enemies as her four-pronged swords unleashing fire-homing fireballs about the size of a person with each swing. Mayuri, meanwhile, merely observed what was going on, before saying, in a disdainful tone, "Such a pathetic show of power this is." Sale glared at that, crossing his arms. "Don't think my soldiers will lose just because you resisted their first charge. The drug put them entirely under my control. They'll continue attacking your soldiers until there's none of them left." And, unlike you Shinigami, my soldiers will regenerate anything other than a deadly wound. Attrition won't favor you. My science made them into perfect tools to wield, exponentially magnifying my power. Mayuri scoffed. That's just a clear demonstration of your idiocy. Perfection? There's no such thing in science. The beauty of it is that progress is never ending, a constant chase for more that bolsters the human spirits and pushes us to new heights. The mere idea of achieving perfection is anathema to what science is all about. There's always more to learn, more to know, more to discover. To think that making some better puppets is any form of greater achievement is ridiculous. You might say that, but in the end those are just words. They won't matter a bit once your subordinates have been fully crushed. My power will prove you wrong. And, Kisuk could see, Sale did have a small point in that, if nothing else, his Arrancar were really throwing themselves into the fray, uncaring of how the most powerful attack unleashed on them were destroying several, and everybody who wasn't immediately destroyed was regenerating, while the wounds on those Shinigami who got hit were slowly accumulating, and the numbers weren't so dice-qual that the fact no Shinigami had been killed yet would keep holding. Kisuk considered activating the trap he'd been surreptitiously deployed. He'd released Benahim's Shikai while Sale was distracted pontificating and had been slowly spreading her power across the room. The plan had been to completely overtake all of Sale's hidden devices at once, but he began to consider the possibility that triggering the trap earlier was the superior choice here. However, before he could, Mayuri suddenly said, in a dismissive tone. You have no idea what you're talking about. Didn't we say you before, that real power doesn't care about how many minions you throw at it? Let me show you my Bankai, pillage, Ashisaji Jizo. Mayuri's sword had a chain grow out of its handle that connected to a giant balloon in the air covered by images of baby faces in prayer. While the laboratory was large, it wasn't really large enough to house the thing properly, so it was barely hovering a few meters above the group's heads, its top half scraping against the ceiling. However, Mayuri didn't look worried, as he pointed to the thing and said, in a lecturing tone. In this form, Ashisaji Jizo let me combine and create any poison I have ever devised. There is no upper limit to the power it grants me. It represents the true meaning of science, allowing for unlimited progress without limit. No perfect solution, but a never-ending array of options that a properly intelligent being, like me, can put to proper use. Such as a poison meant to destroy hollows from within, combined with a demolition acid that is used to melt hard reishi surfaces for mining purposes, will turn into a deadly substance that can instantaneously destroy any Arrancar it strikes. And, the very moment Mayuri was done explaining, each of the baby mouths on the balloon started to spit small spheres of a dark blue liquid at high velocity and, just as he'd said, every single Arrancar who was hit by it was instantaneously destroyed, as the substance immediately corroded them to nothing. Some even targeted Sale himself, and the Espada, eyes widening, used Sonido to escape them backwards, the trick just barely working, before narrowing his eyes, placing both hands in front of himself and collecting Ryotsu in a glowing black orb that glowed with dark red light. Charging up the attack took long enough that Mayuri had time to reorient his balloon and cause it to focus on the Espada, unleashing a large barrage straight at him, but just barely before the blue bullets could strike him, Sale unleashed his Zero, in a beam almost as large as he himself was. The attack shielded him from harm, destroying all of the bullets headed his way and smashing straight into the large size of Mayuri's Bankai, immediately destroying a very large portions of it. It also left Sale hunched over, almost having fallen down his knees from the effort of firing the attack. Mayuri clucked his tongue in annoyance, and commented, with a disdainful tone. You think that's going to help you any? It might take a bit, but being able to repair one's Zanpakuto is required knowledge to attain captain rank. You're just delaying your defeat. Sale finished catching his breath, then pushed up the square glasses that had slid a bit down his nose with effort, and grinned madly as he stated. That's only if I didn't have a way to destroy you all before you had any chance to do that. And then, with a scream, one of the Shinigami who had been wounded by the melee with the Arrancar suddenly fell to the ground, as a white sludge started to ooze out of his wounds, slowly shaping itself into a sort of melted wax half-replica of Sale himself, the sludge seizing the Shinigami's muscles, clearly planning to puppet him. A moment later, several more screams rose from wounded Shinigami as Sale cackled, straightening to his full height. You thought my boosters would work only on my subordinates? They work on anybody, and any Arrancar who has ingested them will transmit my riot soot, which coats their body, to any body they wound. Like a viral infection, it will spread from one infected to another, and turn your own army into my mindless slaves. The power to chain others to my will, that's but another small facet of the power of science. You're wrong. To Kisuk's surprise, it was Momo who'd shouted that, her free hand reaching inside her kimono to pull out what looked like a set of glass vials, which she immediately threw to the ground, causing them to shatter and release a massive cloud of light blue smoke. Then she shouted, just as loud as her words to Sail had been. Everybody, breathe in the smoke, quickly. She then stepped fearlessly into the smoke herself, loudly taking a long breath in, and following her example, most of the 12th Division's Shinigami copied her. A moment later, those who had been screaming in pain from Sail's infection let out sobs of relief, as the white sludge immediately lost cohesion and slid down the wounded's bodies as it was exposed to the gas. Momo stepped out of the gas, glaring at a very annoyed-looking Sail, and said, triumphant. You see that? That's the true power of science, not your sick, twisted misuse of it. I was asked by Rukia to develop something to help the Vizard who wanted it to get rid of the hollows inside of them, and while it's a long way off from being usable for that purpose, the result of my research are already a potent purifier of anything infected by hollow riot soot, which made it work against your power. Science isn't meant as a mean to enslave others, it is a way to help them, grant them a happier, more fulfilling existence. That's what our work is for, and why you're just a pretender. The Espada's expression of annoyance had shifted to one of disdain as Momo continued to speak, and he shot back, in a dismissive tone. Please, you're being ridiculous. Wasting time on others is a misuse of the marvels of science, but then, I wouldn't expect a little girl to understand what goes on through the mind of geniuses. Momo's expression turned outraged, and she looked just about ready to charge forward, but Kisuk raised his hand and said, in a warning tone. Careful, this whole room is a gigantic trap. He gestured to the various structures and equipment littering the ground, as well as the floor, walls, and ceiling, and then explained, he has hidden devices of all sorts into everything, even the research equipment and tools. It's entirely possible he was just goading you so that you would trigger one of them. Kisuk let some condescension at their opponents color his tone, as he added, he's on the back foot, so he'll try to use his ownership of the battlefield to turn the table, but if we're careful, we don't need to worry. Rukia was able to counter every trap he tried to use against her. Momo nodded grimly, while Sail glared at Kisuk with clear anger at having his tricks revealed. However, the Espada's expression soon turned into a smug smile as he declared. I was just playing with your little friend, letting her only stumble on the traps she triggered and activating them one by one, to drag the rest of your little company here. She would not have fared so well if I'd triggered everything at once, and neither will you. He punctuated his last words with a flourish of his hands, once again pulling out the remote commands that he'd hidden when he'd needed his hands free to fire his Zero at Mayuri's Bankai, and with one on each hand, he pushed down multiple buttons at once with a swipe of each thumb. Dozens of compartments opened at once all over the entire room, as well as on dozens of the big devices littering the room, but instead of unleashing whatever effects they were primed for, there was a sudden flash of purple as Kisuk's trap activated, and the very mechanisms that would need to open to make the trap work slowed down to a speed so low, it would take them decades before they could unleash their effects. Sail looked around befuddled as half of the laboratory lighted up in glowing purple, and Kisuk said, letting the smile slip from his face. You really think we're all idiots, don't you? I saw what your traps were capable of, I wasn't about to let you use them on people who weren't prepared for it. You keep blathering about the purpose of science, but the only reason why science really matters is that it allows for change, real change, to spread quickly across all layers of society, instead of being confined to the benefit of only a few. For you to think that benefiting from it alone is the right way to use it just shows how blind you are. Kisuk gestured to their surroundings, and went on. Well, look then, take it all in, you can prepare all you want, but as long as your opponent understands the nature of your preparations, a single move is all it takes to stop you. Your traps are neutered, and your army is defeated, you lost, Sail. Even as Kisuk delivered the comment, he couldn't help the bad feeling it left in his mouth. That was, after all, the way he'd been tricked by Aizen, having learned from it, at least enough to deploy the strategy against an opponent, was at least something, he supposed, but he still couldn't help but feel that he really was just playing catch-up. Especially considering that the one he'd just tricked was the very same person who had benefited most from Aizen's trickery, in that he'd gone over Kisuk's own ideas and used them for his own gain. However, to Kisuk's surprise, Sale didn't look defeated at all. Instead, he started to chuckle, darkly, and for a moment he thought it was some sort of hysteric break until the Arrancar spoke. "I see. You all think you understand science better than me, don't you? Well, let me disabuse you of the notion. You were speaking of showing, weren't you? I'll show you all, then, how insignificant you are, and how pathetic your beliefs look when contrasted with the harshness of reality." And then, in a sudden burst of riot Sale transformed, his body hunching forward as his clothes were ripped apart while a bone carapace formed all over his back, while his chest and belly got covered in a slimy substance not unlike the sludge that had been pouring out of people wounds before. His arms and legs had both become long and thin, like sticks, but with each ending in 2 pairs of pincers, set at opposite angles so as to form a cross. His glasses grew much larger, the frames growing bones and attaching themselves to his head, revealing them to have been his mask all along. Instead of the usual glow of hollow eyes, flat panes of mirrored glass covered the eye sockets, glinting slightly as he moved, making them look alive and threatening. There were still long pink hairs falling from above his mask, but the lower part of his face, from chin to nose, had simply disappeared, replaced by a deep hole whose department glowed with a malicious purple light. More upsetting of all, however, were the 4 long spikes grew out of his back, each one curved and whose tips ended in a dangling tentacle, each topped by a cross-like double pincer exactly alike to those on his arms. The unsettling thing weren't the tentacle terminations, however, but rather the fact that dozens, possibly hundreds of broken hollow masks were dangling from small branches growing out of the 4 back spikes, in a shape that made a mockery of wings. Even knowing that hollows were cannibal, there was something creepy in one having such trophies on their person, especially because, as far as Kisuk knew, it shouldn't be possible. When a hollow mask was broken, that killed the hollow and caused the body and mask both of the hollow to disappear. It wasn't impossible to imagine that a scientist like Sale might have found a way to keep them from doing so, but from what Kisuk understood of how the Arrancar transformation worked, he should not have been able to fold it into his real shape without it being visible in his human shape as well. Sale chuckled as he somehow managed to straighten to a certain extent despite the newly added weight on his back, and then stated, with absolute confidence, "Tremble, for now I'll show you that the true meaning of science is as a mean to achieve absolute power. I am unstoppable now, and nothing you can do will dash." Sale's head exploded as a missile hit it straight on, completely pulverizing his mask and causing his body to collapse. Kisuk turned his head to look at Mayuri, whose arm had turned into a cannon that was currently smoking, as the captain told his daughter, in a thoughtful tone. "Nimue, make a note that the new arm-mounted missile launcher needs to be revised again. It took almost 2 seconds longer than in the tests to fire. I suspect a problem in the transfer of power to be the issue." He paused, standing stock still until, with a whirring sound, he flexed his shoulders and added, "We also need to see to the recoil. Even with my current spinal reinforcements, it still seems to break several vertebrae and cause paralysis. It might be necessary to modify the spinal reinforcements completely if we want the device to work properly." He then paused, grabbing his hand that was dangling underneath the mouth of the cannon and screwing it back up, before clicking on what should have been the wrist bone, but instead revealed itself to be a button that, after a moment, started to collect Reishi from the air, in a way Kisuk recognized as the same way Quincy powers worked. Mayuri grunted and added, in a self-satisfied tone, "At least the reload system seems to work fine. All has been noted down, father." "Good." Then, he turned toward Kisuk and started to say, in a disdainful air, "So, what we should do next is..." Before being interrupted by a loud pathetic in Sale's voice, thick and heavy with mockery. As they turned, they saw that the Espada's face had completely regenerated, and Mayuri frowned, before pointing an accusing finger at Kisuk and saying, "I was under the impression that entirely destroying the mask would be enough to get rid of a transformed Arrancar. Was your intelligence as faulty as your actually intelligence, Urahara?" Before Kisuk could answer, Sale did it for him, in a mocking tone. "Oh, you silly morons, you really thought getting rid of me would be that easy." He gestured to the dozens of masks dangling from the spikes on his back, and explained, sounding proud. Each of these masks is mine. I can move my conscience from one to the others, and back again, and as long as even one remain, I will regenerate all of the other ones. I am invincible. Mayuri's eyes narrowed, as he said, "That's yet to be seen," before firing another missile, only for one of Sail's handful of surviving minions to suddenly jump in front of the attack, and if the expression on the Arrancar's face was any indication, completely unwillingly, before being pulverized by the missile in an explosion. Sail laughed, and explained. As long as my boosters are still operating on them, they respond to my own Ryotsu as if they were my own limbs. I told you, that science granted me power, and that's just one of the way it does. Watch. Immediately, the long tentacles stretched out of the tips of his spikes. Kisuke jumped backwards, as did most of the other Shinigami, but the tentacles weren't aiming for them, instead reaching for the last few of Sail's minions still unarmed, the pincer closing in on them and, upon piercing them, immediately causing the affected Arrancar to melt into white sludge that was absorbed by the tentacles. A few avoided them and tried to run, but then, visibly against their will, their bodies were yanked back toward the tentacles, and absorbed along with them. And, for each new Arrancar consumed, a new small branch grew out of the spikes at Sail's back, and from it dropped a new hollow mask. The Espada cackled, and then explained. I can absorb them, but it doesn't just grant me more masks, it also makes me smarter. When I eat another hollow, their intelligence is added onto mine, and I can even divide my thinking between the many minds I have collected, so I can think of multiple things at once. That's why Aizen recruited me as the head of his scientific staff, because he knew that, thanks to my unique hollow power, my intelligence would keep growing without limits. This very ability to get better at everything is what allowed me to earn my place among the Espada, and none of you can compete with it. Mayuri scoffed, and took flight, the weird sphinx-like headpiece he was wearing propelling him upwards with small burst of flames. Having the brain of a million idiots isn't going to match up to the brain of a single genius. You're just durable, but that only means it'll take some effort to take you down, it doesn't make you stronger. Sail glared and answered, suddenly angry. Let's see what makes me stronger, shall we? And then, his tentacles all swung at Mayuri at once, the captain easily dodged by raising upwards, before giving a scathing, "And you have less power than I expected if you thought that would work," right before sharpened spikes were shot out from the tentacles at such a speed they easily pierced Mayuri's back before anybody could interfere. The result of the hit was Mayuri letting out a small "oh" before he collapsed to the ground, probably due to one of the spikes. Bala, Kisuke corrected himself, belatedly recognizing what the technique was, having gone all the way through his head, from one temple to the other. Sail laughed, as he retracted his tentacles, and said in a mocking tone. You really thought I haven't already figured out strategies to defeat all of you? With my multiple minds, it'll be child play. Mayuri, laying on the ground in a pile that looked like it couldn't possibly be alive, openly scoffed and said I was more than smart enough to modify my body so that minor things like a blade through the head cannot defeat me. I'll be fully whole in a moment, faster than it'll take my Bankai to reform, in fact. Sail glared and said, with vitriol. Not if I finish taking you apart first. 12th Division, charge at the Espada, now. Nemu's order caused the Shinigami who had been looking on, a bit shook by seeing Sail kill his own minions and then strike what should have a lethal blow on Mayuri, to recover and charge forward. Seeing this, Sail focused his attention on them and said, in a low, deadly tone. Very well, then I shall deal with the rabble first. Then, he used Sonido to shot himself forward, while also spinning on himself and firing Bala all over. Kisuke already had his sword raised and wrapped in the purple scarves of his power, so all he had to do was wish for them to expand and swing away, which worked to either deflect or at least slow down the projectiles enough that he could avoid them, but he knew the rest of the division wasn't going to have a defense from the attack ready. Nemu herself did, the light erupting from her Zanpakuto being faster to strike than the Bala and powerful enough to incinerate them on impact, but nearly all of the other Shinigami looked terrified due to not having any way of defending themselves. However, when the shards hit, a Ryotsu barrier formed on each Shinigami that was struck, deflecting the attacks away, to everybody's surprise, including Sail, who stopped in the middle of the group and frowned at seeing the enemies he'd meant to take down had not been. Momo smiled as she raised her Zanpakuto above her head and explained, in a self-satisfied tone. I told you, science is all about finding new ways to protect those who need it most. I developed a new form of reactive shield and gave it to everybody before leaving for this place, knowing we'd likely have to fight. We prepared, and because of our science's focus on saving people, you can't harm us. Sail's mirror-like eyes focused on Momo as he asked, mockingly, can't I? Before suddenly his tentacles struck, pincers closing on the 4 nearest Shinigami and drawing them in front of himself, forcing Momo to abort her planned fire sphere barrage. The protective shields flared up to life, but then Sail fired new spikes from the tentacles at an incredibly fast rate of fire, overcoming the defenses and then proceeding to tear those Shinigami apart with it to Momo's shocked horror. Sail let the bodies go, before using Sonido to dodge Momo's furious retaliation, and Kisuk's attempt to ensnare him in his energy whips, and then throwing some of the people he'd grabbed in the way of the homing fireballs, before taking apart a new group of people. Instead of dodging again, however, Sail threw one of the mauled corpses in his tentacles toward Momo, and as he did said, mockingly, it doesn't matter how many people you can think to protect, if you aren't strong enough to do it right, by squandering your science on others, you can't compete with me, who used it to enhance myself. It seemed like he wanted to add something else, but Nemu taking advantage of his pause to charge at him forced Sail to dodge away. He tried to send his tentacles at her, but her lasers cut through the appendages with ease, and while a few of his ballas struck her, they mostly shattered against her reflexive Hakuta reinforcement, and even when a spike managed to pierce her leg, it just caused her to stop to pull it out, before quickly resuming her chase as her wound didn't bleed or impede her at all, at one point even managing to slice away the tip of one of Sail's back spikes, with it and a number of the attached masks falling to the ground. Seeing this, Sail finally used Sonido to dodge backwards, and Kisuk seized the opportunity as, finally, the espada landed on one of the spots he'd prepared on the ground, and Kisuk's time-stopping trap triggered, enveloping him in a glowing purple field of extremely slowed time. Kisuk stood in front of the Aaron car, offering a smile as he fit his green hat back on his head, and told him, feeling a certain satisfaction. You keep harping on how science gave your strength, but all I saw was you using your hollow powers in a pretty straightforward manner. That's neither science nor even cleverness, just luck of the draw. A benefit resulting from your birth condition has nothing scientific about it, you understand nothing of it, if you fail to grasp that true scientific progress elevates all equally, rather than giving anybody more for no real reason. Kisuk. Behind you. Momo's scream of warning was the only reason why Kisuk managed to avoid being torn apart by the sharp spike-shaped balla being shot at him, and even with that, he still found himself with several embedded in his belly, leaving him bleeding heavily, as he turned around to see the form of Sail raising from the ground. From the point where Nemu had cut the spike, Kisuk realized. The espada had reformed himself from one of the broken masks, and when Kisuk glanced at the figure trapped in the purple cage he'd formed for him, he saw that version of Sail was slowly decomposing. With a sigh, he dismissed the trap, and that caused the rest of the espada he'd trapped to almost instantaneously disappear, while the newly reformed Sail looked down at him. You Shinigami should really stop with all this moralizing at me, it's annoying, and also meaningless. It doesn't matter what you think, because my superior might makes me right. I can impose my truth, and the very fact your tricks can't beat me means that my conception of science is the right one. Once again, Sail looked like he wanted to pontificate some more, but Nemu closed on him before he could, and he glared at the lieutenant and said, focusing her full attention on her. And you are really annoying. My Nemu is not annoying at all, she's an exceedingly perfect creation. You are the annoying one. Sail glanced in the direction of the freshly risen Mayuri and scowled, asking, you're back on your feet again, to which the Shinigami chuckled and answered, of course, my body is the result of a lot of experiments and testing, you won't defeat it with such simple attacks. As if in response, Sail swung his tentacles to shot a large barrage of spikes at Nemu and Mayuri both, with the former dodging them by shooting herself backwards with what, to Kisuk, looked like an exploding finger, while Mayuri let the spikes just pierce him. Except, Kisuk noticed even as he slowly healed himself up, the balla were always striking the same 3 points of Mayuri's body, and, despite the growing number of spikes striking him, he wasn't slowed down in the slightest. Sail frowned, looking at him, and Mayuri chided, in his preferred superior tone. I told you, didn't I? That science is all about continuous development, a constant chase toward more innovation and knowledge? You'd think that'd be enough for you to understand that I take that approach to combat as well. Once you strike me once, I'll figure out a counter to your powers and implement it into my own body. That's why it took me a bit to recover from your last attack, because I needed to ensure no further such attack could harm me again. That's absurd. Nobody can modify their body on the fly like that, it's impossible. Mayuri laughed in his hysterical manner, and countered. And this is why you're annoying, because Urahara, idiot as he is, was right about one thing: you have no idea what science is. None of your power is the result of any actual research, you're just an idiot coasting on having a powerful powers. Even the meatheads of the 11th Division at least got their power by training for it, a very rough way to implement the scientific method, but still an application of it. They tested themselves, figured out what worked and what didn't, and then repeated the process, continuously reaching for new heights. Mayuri's expression turned cruel then, as he said, "Now, I think it's time to have your wrongness be proved to you by being destroyed by it," before tugging the golden chain attached to his sword, bringing forward what was the regenerated half of his Bankai. However, that half also proved itself functional as it unleashed a barrage of blue and black orbs at Sail, forcing him to dodge backwards with Sonito. That resulted in Sail landing on the large patch of frozen floor that Rukia had left behind, and between the slippery floor and the high speed, he stumbled on the landing. He quickly unleashed a barrage of sharpened bala that broke the ice, revealing the floor below and allowing the Espada to steady himself, but the stumble had given Mayuri all the time he needed to dart forward, adding a jump that he even boosted a little with an acceleration from the headpiece. The burst sputtered, a clear sign that the damage from Sail's previous attack had only been partially repaired, and indeed Mayuri wasn't able to fly, but the small acceleration was all that Mayuri needed to have his sword arm, the one which didn't have a rocket launcher in it, extend forward to the full length of the chain that was inside of it, impaling Sail with his Zanpakuto. Mayuri grinned, and then used the chain to reel himself in, landing right in front of the Espada, even as a patch of dark blue started to spread from the 12th Espada's abdomen to the rest of his body, slowly decomposing it as the Shinigami captain gloated, right in his opponent's face. "Oh, did I forgot to tell you that my Zanpakuto can secrete its poisons from the blade as well, in addition to shooting it out of my Bankai? You've lost, Arrancar, you've been defeated by something I created with my own brilliance, not any lucky strike. This is the price you pay for underestimating me." Sail couldn't grin, with his lack of a mouth in this form, but there was a sense of triumph in his voice as he answered, while one of his tentacles plucked a mask from one of his spikes and flung it away. "No, you did." And then, the Espada used Sonito, the movement too fast for anybody to react to, and pushed Mayuri back a few meters on the ground that Sail's previous actions had cleared from the ice, on a circular mark on the floor, which caused a burst of black riot so glowing dark green to erupt from the ground, in a single strike completely disintegrating Mayuri as well as Sail's already decaying body, but that didn't matter to the Espada, who had already reformed half of his body from the mask he'd thrown away. Sail landed on the ground, looking back at the group as he declared smugly. "I wasn't wrong, you were. My power isn't just the result of luck, I used it to make myself smarter, and I used those smarts to figure out tricks and abilities that took others a much longer time to master, and then I alone figured out ways to seal those powers away, even an ability like Gran Ray Zero, which by its very nature of destroying everything it touches, should not be possible. I am smarter than any of you all, and I did use science to increase my power to the point I'm invincible, if you can't even compare to my base power, to the point I don't even need to use my genial creations, just proves the uselessness of your own approach to science itself. The real use of science is to gain power, and that's why you'll all be defeated." Kisuk grimaced, deeply unsure what to do. He'd just finished healing himself, but he wasn't sure anything he had would be enough to stop a monster like Sail. He also glanced at Nemiu, to see why she hadn't interrupted this last monologue the way she had all of the others, and saw that she looked to be in shock. It took him a moment to realize that, for how little he himself might have cared for Mayuri, Nemiu likely would feel something about his destruction, especially when it had come so suddenly, in a way that she'd had no ability to stop in any way. With a grimace, he got up and dashed forward, slicing with his purple energy whips, but Sail merely scoffed, dodging them with Sonito. Momo was already on the attack, sending a barrage of her homing fireballs at the Arrancar as well, and when he tried to reach for one of the other Shinigami and throw it in her path, they activated a new, different type of barrier, glowing green, which caused the tentacle to bounce back long before it reached them. As a result, Sail was hit by the fireballs instead, and Momo landed right in front of him, biting out. We all learn from past mistakes, and we'll keep protecting each other, as she charged forward at the Espada who, despite having been hit by fire, looked very much unharmed, likely having used his arrow to neutralize the attack. In fact, Sail was well enough that his movement were still faster than Momo's attack, as he suddenly picked up one of the few tools that hadn't been blocked by Kisuk's fields because it hadn't activated when Sail had triggered his traps, and then the Espada used one of his pincers to press a button hidden on the tool's handle. That resulted in a barrage of explosives erupting from the space he'd cleared from the ice on the floor, blasting Momo back so that Sail had room to avoid the next attack by Kisuk's Shikai with a simple roll, instead of needing to move away. Then, he pressed another button on the device in his hands, and a large stone suddenly emerged from the ground, erupting through the ice, before releasing a pulse of riot so powerful that it sent Kisuk rolling backwards. It did not, however, harm him in any other way, and it took him a moment to realize what Sail had done, only doing so when the Espada stated, suddenly sounding entirely satisfied. And that's just to prove that no, my power isn't the only thing that is superior to you all, my science is as well, seeing as it was able to break the lock you'd imposed on all of my traps. Kisuk realized with dread that their opponent was right, all of the seals he'd imposed had been removed, and now, Sail had back access to all of his traps. However, instead of using them to wipe them all out, the Espada focused his eyes on neither Kisuk nor Momo, who'd gotten back to her feet, even if a bit scruffed up, but instead on a completely different person as he said, cruelly. And just to finish proving you wrong, here's the final proof that your belief in protecting others is not in any way a strength, instead, it is your greatest weakness. Kisuk watched as Sail triggered a trap that was on the ceiling just above Nimue, and knew that the girl was still in too much of a shock to react, knowing she wouldn't be able to dodge the trap by herself, and that everybody else was too far away. He launched himself forward, while letting the purple scarves erupt from his sword and enter inside his body through the still somewhat open wounds on his belly. To anybody else, it would look like he'd just suddenly accelerated to a speed so high he'd become a blur, but in truth, Kisuk had just used his Shikai on himself in a way that was generally really hard to do in a combat situation. By plunging them inside an open wound, he could accelerate the metabolism of somebody, causing their movement to grow impossibly faster, but also impossible to control and, of course, burning out centuries of their existence in the process. When using it on himself, he had just pushed himself in the right direction and was able to interrupt the effect as soon as he felt himself impacting somebody and pushing them away. Just in time, too, as he felt the sole of his sandal disintegrating and, when he looked back, the fading red glow told him he'd just avoided a zero. Kisuk Urahara. He looked up to Nimue, who seemed to at least no longer be in that state of paralysis she'd been before, and said, forcing a smile out of himself. Sorry about bumping into you, Lieutenant Kuratsuki, but I have to point out that standing still in the middle of a battlefield wasn't the smartest of choices you could have made. Care to explain why you did? The direct question seemed to cause the girl's eyes to focus, and then she answered. I am supposed to represent the skill of Father, and be his greatest achievement. It is core part of my mental makeup. I understand that this does not mean I should not be able to make my own decision. My discussion with Oriaminu clarified those different facets of my existence to me. Therefore, I did not shut myself down upon Father destruction, as my program required. But I do not have a clear idea of whether there is a purpose to continuing to follow my other directives in the current situation. I was analyzing my programming, line by line, to assert the correct procedure to follow going forward. Internally, Kisuk cursed Mayuri's ego and desperate need to be the most important person around. Of course he'd have included a safeguard to ensure that Nimue wouldn't be able to kill him without deactivating herself, without stopping to consider the possibility he himself could get killed and leave the girl rudderless. Still, Kisuk steeled himself, aside from the fact that giving the girl a reason to keep living was the good thing to do regardless, they sort of needed her right now, seeing as she had proved capable of putting pressure on the Espada in a way neither Kisuk himself nor Momo, who was right now throwing out device after device to stop the barrage of traps Sail was unleashing on her, and clearly looking like she didn't think she could hold out long enough, had been able to. So, he looked Nimue straight in her eyes and said, in a serious tone. You heard Mayuri explain his point of view. Science is an endless progression of new discoveries, and each new setback is just something to use as the basis to improve upon. Or you could just follow Miss Hinamari's suggestion of using science to help others. I'm sure your friend Orium would agree that's a worthwhile goal. Nimue seemed to consider this, looking directly at him. And you think science should be used to encourage change? Of course. And in terms of scientific innovation, I don't think there's much comparable to you. He closed his eyes as a sudden shiver of pain washed over his body, the cost of using his own power on himself like that making itself known, but he huffed and still tried to get back to his feet, letting out a glib, "If you'll forgive me, I'd like to go help save Momo as well." Before a hand on his shoulder stopped him. As he turned to look at Nimue, he saw a certain determination in her eyes as she looked at Sail, and said, "I understand now. I should be true to Father Desire, and to myself, realizing the truth of science in my own being. It is quite obvious when the elements are provided, to synthesize the concept. Be a shining beacon that inspires, protect, and encourages change, at once. It escaped me, why I and my sword could not be one when we shared in purpose, but it is obvious now, that I needed to realize the fullness of my being, before I could integrate an additional consciousness to my own. Everything makes sense." "What?" He was genuinely puzzled at the girl's monologue, but she didn't seem affected in any way, instead continuing, a note of confidence entering her normally stoic voice. "You have my thanks for leading me to the correct conclusion, Kisuke Urahara. Now, light the path forward to the future, Jurinja." Kisuke's eyes widened as he felt the sudden surge of Ryotsu erupting from Nimue Kuratsuki, as he recognized the power of a Bankai being released for the first time. He'd just wanted to give the girl a pep talk. He hadn't imagined his words could hide any greater meaning to her, certainly not enough to reach a personal revelation, but clearly that was just what had happened. The sudden uptick in energy had caused everybody to turn their focus on Nimue, especially Sail, who'd even stopped his offensive on the rest of them as he studied the girl. Then he said, in a very annoyed tone, "I've had it with you, Shinigami. Unlike the rest, who is at least engaging me in their fruitless attempts to prove me wrong, you either stand still, or get in my way. You're meaningless, and I've had it with you interrupting the lessons I'm imparting to these others. Just die." "No." Nimue's monosyllabic answer was delivered in a firm, matter-of-fact tone, and as what seemed like every trap in the room activated at once, or at least tried to. Instead, flash of lights filled the room as each one exploded in turn. Sail growled and sent a barrage of bala at Nimue instead, but she sniped them in midair as a multitude of lasers erupted from her body. Sail tried to take a step back, but he found what looked like a solid wall of glowing light behind himself, and a moment later, in another flash, solid light monocles formed to hold him in place as Nimue explained. "My Shikai collects light from its surroundings in both my Zanpakuto and my own body, so that I can release it at will. In the upgrade to Bankai, I am now able to collect the light in whichever place it might be found, and hold it still in any shape of my choosing, in addition to still being able to release it. My power is inescapable now." In answer to that, Sail used his tentacles to cut his arms off, freeing himself, before stating in a hateful tone, even as the severed arms reformed themselves. "Not so inescapable, was it? And besides, you realize that if you were to defeat me like this, that's just be like what the weirdo I pulverized said, right? If you win through a lucky power that's the result of your birth, that's no proving his approach to science is correct. Isn't that what you want? After all, why else would you have been left so shocked when I murdered him, if not because you cared about what he thought? You are operating under a misconception. Unlike other Shinigami, I was created in a laboratory, as a part of Father experiments in attempting to clone himself so he could have multiple bodies in the event of his potential demise. He did not succeed in those experiments, then or later, but he did create me, and then proceeded to upgrade me with the best products of his own research. I am, in fact, his greatest creation and the ultimate manifestation of his approach to science, as I am now capable of improving on myself independently. My powers are not dependent upon luck, they are the final result of pursuing a never-ending form of improvement that can act as a beacon to others. Sale stared at her in disbelief, before spitting out, in an angry tone. Well, if that's so, then you defeating me with your power would still prove me right. Science is the means by which your strength was achieved, and nothing but your superior might prove you right. Nimue cocked her head to the side and asked, in a neutral tone. I understand your belief now. I will then state that, if to you science is the pursuit of power, then having the very power you achieved through science be the thing to destroy you should prove you wrong, in my understanding. Please, like that's something that could ever happen. Nimue didn't answer, instead immediately shooting herself forward by causing one of her toes to explode. Sale was caught by surprise at the sudden charge, but he was still quick enough to raise one of his claws in a parry, which Nimue severed with her Zanpakuto toe, and then, before the claw could fly more than half a meter from them, immediately incinerated with a laser. Sale didn't seem to realize the danger he was into until Nimue's next cut sliced away several of the dangling masks and then incinerated them with more lasers. Only then did he realize that she could cut him apart and disintegrate him piece by piece. The espada dodged as the lieutenant continued to harry him. A couple of times, he tried to dodge to the sides with quick bursts of Sonido, but each time, he slammed into a barrier of light that had formed faster than he could move. As he continued to stumble back from each attack, Sale shouted angrily. How is this not using superior might to defeat me? In response, Nimue took advantage of the Arrancar's pause to punch him straight in the face, her knuckles exploding on impact and causing him to be sent back and stumble on the ground, on the very same spot, in fact, where he'd pushed Mayuri, once again causing a Gran Rey Zero to erupt, disintegrating the 12th espada in an instant. Nimue looked down at the mark on the ground, studying it, before a laser struck at a specific point on its structure, deactivating the trap, before she said, in a neutral tone. I believe the correct expression would be hoisted by your own petards. I find the expression confusing, as petards almost never have lethal consequences even when handled incautiously, but I expect this will satisfy the requirement that your own power was used against you, proving your view of science incorrect. That said, she turned toward the rest of the group and said, in her more usual tone, with very little inflection but still at least making an attempt at being personable. We are victorious. Kisuke shook his head and commented, in a tired tone. You are, Kuratsuke, we were just watching. Nimue, however, shook her head and countered, her voice firm. That is incorrect. You contributed to providing me the knowledge necessary to realize my full potential. Science is a result of multiple people working together, with the success and failures of the past paving the ways for the successes of the future, whether those be ours or of someone else. We all did this together. It felt like a punch in the gut to hear the girl say that, as Kisuke realized that she was right. His own mistakes might have been what led them here, but he'd learned from that, and perhaps, he told himself, perhaps that really made it, if not all right, at least not worth flagellating himself about anymore. Aizen might have tricked him, but he'd inflicted his own hits back, and even if he'd only done that by propping up others like Rukia, Ichigo, and now Nimue, he had to believe that was enough. With a chuckle, he said to the young woman, perhaps you're right, before aiming a finger at the glowing golden orb on a pedestal at the back of the room and firing a Kido at it, immediately destroying the anchor. He could feel the slight fluctuation in the barrier around them, and then nodded to Nimue and added, we're done here now. Nimue nodded back, then turned toward the rest of the division and said, her tone authoritative and firm. 12th Division, our allies are confronting the other Espada and might require help. We shall provide it as needed, and seek the other anchors, similar to the one Kisuke Urahara has just destroyed, so as to quicken our escape from this trap. Follow me. And then, she turned sharply, and while she wasn't wearing one, Kisuke could almost feel the Haori swishing after her at the movement. Certainly, she didn't turn to check that the others were following her, having absolute confidence they would, and indeed, she was right. With a shake of his head, Kisuke did as well, musing to himself that, while it seemed like the 12th Division really was destined to have a Captain Kuratsuka leading it for the foreseeable future, he might just be able to stomach asking for his place back from this one. After all, if she was right that his past failures were not something to be ashamed of but something to learn from, he owed it to Soul Society as a whole to teach those lessons to those who would follow him. And maybe, just maybe, that might be the way for him to use his scientific knowledge to achieve real change, someday. If nothing else, that was his hope. Check the description for the links to the author.